Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, brought to us this weekend by Trico Windshield Wipers. See clearly, and boy, didn't we need a new set of Tricos on all of our cars yesterday here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Rain all day, cleared up, and then rain all day again. It was an immense day for rain at Phillip Island. Let's hope it stays away for the following weeks when MotoGP comes down here, because that, combine that with 80,000 people on the property, it becomes a very wet and sodden weekend. Sadly, we don't have 80,000 fans this weekend, but we've got all the grandstands up ready to welcome you to come down here. If you're watching on our live stream, get down to Phillip Island. We can see blue sky and sunshine from the commentary booth here at the moment, right across the horizon. So it's going to be a beautiful day here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for round 5, the Trico Windshield Wipers event. And of course, 888 Home Loans have been with us for a couple of seasons now. Great loyal support from the awesome company that gives out home loans to those people that inquire. It's probably not as simple as that, but certainly if you go through the process of a home loan, 888 Home Loans give them the opportunity to win your business. And in this day and age of cost of living, and aren't we sick of hearing that? But certainly it is well worth giving your home loan a health check. Get in touch with the great people at 888 Home Loans. Let them know you saw them on the telecast or the broadcast or trackside at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I'm Darren Smith. I hope we have a fantastic day here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for this particular round of the State Series. Of course, the next round, the final round for the 2024 season, will be at Calder Park on the 26th and 27th of October. We'd love to see all of your smiley faces there, just out the northwestern suburbs of Melbourne. And a very, very easy trip these days on a 3 or 4 lane freeway all the way into the racetrack there at Calder Park. Come and see that round with us as well to round out the 2024 season. Today's program is pretty well packed, like it is right throughout the season on the State Series. BMW E30s, we can see them lining up now in the marshalling area and getting themselves all set to go. Jess Bell, the president of the E30s, just marching down there at the moment, making sure everyone is tucked in nice and tight and safe, ready to head out on the track, which is dry-ish. If you had a choice in E30s which tyre you'd run at the moment, it would be the dry tyre. But lucky for them, they don't have that choice. It's a dry and a wet tyre. Formula Fords will be up next, and the tyre decision is the same for them. Same tyre in the dry or wet. Australian Prototypes, they set the place alight yesterday. It'd be great to see some dry racing today for the Australian Prototypes. We had an Englishman win the first race yesterday in his Praga and did a terrific job there. Historic touring cars, the nod to yesteryear with all of those fantastic touring cars. MGN invited British cars, Saloon cars, the sports sedans and Vic V8s, Porsche 944 and the Hyundai XLs out there as well. Just waiting for cars to come out onto the track now, and they start to make their way around. The BMW E30s are going to be the curtain raiser today, so very much looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Cars rolling down onto the grid now. I'm Darren Smith, as I said. Emma Dean has jumped into the commentary booth for the E30s. Great to see there's not rain actually coming down, Em.
Thanks, Darren. I think the operative word is yet. We might have some. We might be lucky for the E30s for this race that they've dodged a few of the little rain clouds that are around. There's a bit of a battle between the sun and the rain clouds at the moment, but yesterday was a circus out there. The poor E30s and the 944s and the Saloon cars got really wet weather, really challenging conditions. So a bit drier today, a bit easier on those yokies for them, and let's see how they fare.
Certainly ideal conditions over, you can see over the back of the circuit there. It looks to be quite grey, but it's very bright, and there's actually blue sky in the mix. If you sort of think out over towards Cowes and back over towards Melbourne, there's blue skies. So if you're thinking of coming down, you're going to drive down to the track in blue skies, and once you get here, I won't lie to you and say the track is sunbathed at the moment, but it is certainly a lot brighter locally here than what it was yesterday, and we don't actually have rain falling. In fact, I got here at about 7:30 this morning, and we haven't had a whole lot of rainfall since then. A couple of little showers sweeping across the circuit. We'll keep an eye on the radar and keep you updated as far as that's concerned. I don't think it's going to affect our BMW E30s for their race 2 for the weekend. On pole position, Royce Lyon in car number 4, who will be off to Mount Panorama to drive in the GR86 series after doing a brilliant job in the 86 Scholarship Series this season. And we'll say all the very best to one of our graduates from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and hope him all the very best. Right alongside Ben Munro, who has joined the E30s just this season, but has been an absolute sensation, been in the podium positions ever since he joined the series. So well done to Ben. He starts off the front row of the grid right next to Royce. Alex Jory is next with Goose Rogers, who started off the front row yesterday and didn't make it pay off as nice as he should. So car number 50 will start out of position number 4. Brett Stevens in the number 17 will start out of 5, with Martin Taylor right alongside Tim Freeman, who had a couple of spins yesterday in the tricky conditions. Would like to keep it pointed in the right direction. The number 27 of Brian Burke, the brave man out there. I always think if you're going to run the number that Alan Jones and Casey Stoner won world championships in, you're very, very brave. Let's see if Brian can keep himself pointed in the right direction today after spearing off at turn 2 yesterday. Was hung out wide, 3 wide in fact, at turn 2. So 3 into turn 2 will never come out. You could possibly get 2 into there, but someone will always come out in the lead the way that corner is cambered. Rory Plant out of position number 9. Great to see Roz out there in the number 7, a guy that hardly ever misses a race meeting. Shannon Cooper to Rod Martin, back to Jesse Keogh, and Peter Knight starting rear of grid. Some 13 cars for the Garagistic series here today, and I do love the way these guys organise themselves to just crawl down to the line. They all stop for about a second each, and then they're racing. Very, very nicely done. I'm going to say well orchestrated by Jess Bell. I'm sure she teaches them and coaches them how to do this.
They're very well organised, the BMW guys. There's a little bit of standing water out there, but not much since the new track resurface. There's actually a really nice dry line going on at the moment that these guys have, which is a definite change from yesterday, but let's see how they get on. Green
flag wave. They stopped for no more than about 15 seconds. We're in the starters control. Lights go out, and away we go. Good start. Both cars on the front row of the grid drove off very, very nicely indeed. Martin Taylor looking for a look up the inside off the line there. Sorry, the outside as you head to turn 1, but he's actually just been shuffled back a spot. Didn't look like he made the transition from first to second gear very well at all, and he's actually gone back a couple of spots. There's Brian Burke in the 27, already making up a spot heading into turn 2. Let's hope he can get safely out of turn 2. Yesterday it ended in tears for him. Gets to the inside. That's it. Brian's learnt from yesterday. Cover off the inside and holds out. Brett Stevens wide there as well. He's got Goose Rogers right in front of him. Very rapid number 50. So a couple of the seasoned protagonists in BMW E30s getting together early on in this second race for the weekend.
Yeah, Darren, clean start. It's very different to yesterday, so good on the guys. Let's hope the whole race can go this way.
I think we'll see all the categories. There might be a bit of a gentleman's and ladies' agreement that, hey, let's get the first lap done if it's going to be in these sort of conditions, and then we can sort it out from there. A little bit of damage on the side of Brian's car. He had a bit of a torrid run down here earlier on in round 3 of the series as well, so I'm pretty sure he'd like to get through today with a good result and to keep the car straight. That spearmint, that's a genuine BMW colour, and I do like that colour. It was one of my favourite E30 colours there as he comes up around the back of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit up through the hay shed. And you can see all these magnificent improvements that Phillip Island operations have been making to the circuit over the last 12 months or so. A whole lot of more sand traps, a whole lot more barriers moved back, new barriers, new catch fencing, and the improvements just keep coming. We like to think it's for the car racing, but it is certainly for MotoGP.
I've just noticed some of those Trico windshield wipers going down. I'm wondering if there's a bit of rain out in Siberia.
No, look, I've spoken to a couple of the BMW guys and said, look, we need some product placement, guys. Even if you don't need your wipers, run them. We need to do a bit of hashtag Trico windscreen wipers today. So there we go. He's doing a terrific job, Martin Taylor. He's following the script perfectly. Now I just think he's forgotten to turn them off. Coming around to complete lap number 1, time certain race, 11 minutes and 34 seconds remain in this journey. The number 66 doing a terrific job out in front has got clear, Ben Munro, and when you've got a guy that is going off to Mount Panorama to race a GR86 for the first time behind him, you know you're doing a pretty good job, and you could probably go and tap Neil Bates and Neil Crompton on the shoulder and say, hey, what about me? Take me to Bathurst as well. But Royce is ranging right up behind him now. This is going to be a ripper. I think we might start to see a little bit more battling today, being that they're more, not so much battling the conditions, but each other. And we're just hearing from observers trackside that there is rain down there at turn 2. So the Southern Loop, as it's been called for many years now, as we head to Siberia. And boy, yesterday wasn't Siberia aptly named. We know where the origins come from.
I know, but also rain on Southern Loop isn't exactly what you want either, because you're coming into that turn really fast out of one. So could be hairy, but they're keeping it clean now.
This is good. This is a couple of really good drivers turning on a bit of a show here for us, and I would say Royce is not going to back off. He gives it a bit of a four-wheel drift, which is synonymous with the aggressive driving style. Calculated aggressive driving style. I'll punctuate that, put brackets around it. Calculated. He can be aggressive when required and can be smooth and fast when also required. So these are things that every race driver needs in their helmet bag, and he's bringing it very, very well. But you can't take it away from Ben Munro. 12 months ago, we weren't even saying his name in the BMW E30 Garagistic Racing Series, and this season we've been saying it quite a lot. There's the weather update, 12.5 degrees outside, 72% chance of rain, and as John Makem said yesterday, Phillip Island turning humidity into tangible material, so I think that just means rain.
Yeah, water everywhere.
Yeah, this is good. Look at this. Oh. Royce right up in the rear bumper now. Looks to the inside. Positions the car nicely. This is a good move. On the brakes, back down a gear and tip it in. Just a bit of understeer from both protagonists there at the moment. But Ben Munro has had a Royce line go through on him very, very nicely indeed. That was a very skillful move. Set that up, exiting MG corner, so turn 9. And then just setting the car up for the speed he needs at the bottom of the straight and streaming on through there. So a little bit of a wiggle through 3 there as well. So car 4 is just a little bit loose through that bottom end of the track there as well, but it seems to be using it very, very nicely.
He got everything out of those Yokies yesterday, Darren, and he's getting everything out of them again today. Royce seems to be a bit of a genius with the tyres.
He's doing very well here. He's using that karting line. I heard Matt Dunlop yesterday talking about that in the Porsche 944s, going a little bit wider, trying to find where the water isn't standing still. And if you've got a corner that's cambered in, normally out wide, the water has cleared there. So very clever. He's a karter with some pedigree as well. So he'll know to be able to place the car or the cart, whatever it might be, try and explore where the grip will be. Whereas some people that have been more a traditional car racing background, by that I mean suspension and gearbox type of race car. Oh, there we go. That was Martin Taylor again. He's giving the Trico wiper blades a little bit more screen time, but certainly, Royce got a really good karting background. We saw the same with Cadell Ambrose when he was racing in the XLs last year. Those karters, they're not afraid to put them or anywhere on the track that there may be grip.
Explains his fearless approach to 11 and 12 yesterday in the driving rain on those Yokies. It was fabulous to watch.
Under brakes now, the 66 it's the 39 of Martin Taylor. He's trying to find a way through and not really finding anything at the moment. but just watching the lap times at the moment, it's Royce with a 2:04.73, and Ben hasn't been able to really answer that, and that's where we've seen over the last lap or so that he hasn't been able to drop under a 2:06.6. But Goose Rogers is now doing his slowest lap actually of the race there. He's just managing to ease into it again. Here comes Brian Burke. Let's have a look at what Brian's lap times are. He's always a good indication. So 2:17.14 out of the number 27. Then right in behind is Brett Stevens, also in the 2:17s. Taylor behind him in the 17. So we've got that just outside the top 5, or part of the top 5, that are operating in the same lap times. But at the moment, it's the car 4, Royce at the wheel. He is definitely doing the fastest laps on the track at the moment and increasing his lead.
Yeah, the only answer to Royce at the moment is Ben Munro, and he seems to be catching him on those corners somewhat, and then Royce pulls away.
It's good stuff. Under brakes there, the control of the BMW E30, like the 944, quite famous for that 50-50 weight split between left and right and front and rear, so very nicely poised cars, and it's no surprise that both those cars are out of German factories that pay close attention to all those vital statistics when they're launching a car onto the world stage.
Darren, I still think the E30s are probably one of the most attractive BMWs produced, to be honest.
The BMW M3 for me is just a pinnacle of automotive, a screaming 4-cylinder, and they were something else in British and German touring car trim back and even here there was some here racing back in that Group A era as well. They were just magnificent. To sit at the top of the straight here at Phillip Island and hear one of those 4-cylinders at 10,000 revs coming onto the straight was just absolutely magic. But let's not take it away from the venerable 6-cylinder that these guys run. A little bit of a squiggle there for Brett Stevens as he comes down into MG corner. And Martin Taylor as well. He looks to be slow coming out of the corner there, just easing back on the throttle. The car just up the road from him, which is Brian Burke. He knows how to get around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He's worn a groove in this place over the years. Just getting that 6-cylinder sound just coming back through the trackside audio. And looking to the inside now, there's a big run at it. And we are looking down the straight now. So Brian Burke coming under threat now. That's a big push by this car here, Brett Stevens, and then Martin Taylor in behind there as well, going around the outside. That's a really brave move. That's giving us a very clear indication as to what is going on trackside now. If he can go right around wide there, that is Southern Loop is offering up some grip, and he's exploring the opportunities there as well. Brian Burke very much holding on to a traditional line there, but it's definitely a dull grey line, and there's certainly less spray coming off the tyres as we come down into a more racing line situation. But these guys are really doing well. I've got to commend them to don't get out on the painted lines there, Mark, but he's got away with that. Yeah. He's got away with it. We saw a couple of cars yesterday. In fact, I can't remember, one of the Formula Fords went off, just touched the white line, and at 200 metres down the main straight, couldn't get back onto the track. So it can be a bit of an adventure if you start to touch those white lines when it's wet. It's still damp on the white lines at the moment, but some good racing again. Mid-pack, this is 5th, 6th and 7th on the road, and we're just dropping off Brett Stevens a little bit at the moment, and it's Martin Taylor getting off the back. Brian Burke goes wide, high and wide, NASCAR style, and pulls it off. Wow, he has got this thing working out wide beautifully. That's at turn 2, and now at Lukey Heights that we've seen the number 39 go wide and take a place. That is some good driving there by Martin Taylor. Terrific stuff. Wide when you probably wouldn't go wide normally, but he's found the grip.
No, you can get a bit floaty over Lukey Heights coming into MG, Darren, and you've got to slow it. It's a really slow corner, so taking that move is pretty attacky.
Yeah, well, he set himself up also as well for a nice run down the straight, so he should probably increase his lead as we look now for Brett Stevens to have a crack at Brian Burke. They'll draw alongside each other, and they're going to head into turn 1. Wow.
Oh,
This is interesting stuff. Taylor has just taken these two, and they're going to go side by side. Brian Burke doesn't want to be out wide there. He might have a little bit of a PTSD after running wide there yesterday and going off on the grass, but he hangs on. Good stuff there in the 27. Driving very nicely, hanging on. But I've got to say, Martin Taylor, he must have seen Royce just exploring those different bits of track just up in front, and he's done that, and it's worked out for him.
absolutely inspired. On the camera angle, seeing 3 wide going into turn 1, it's not what you want to see. It's good viewing, but for the drivers, it's a bit nerve-wracking.
That's what they're here for. If it was easy and safe, everyone would be doing it.
True, Darren. I'd be out there.
Yeah, exactly. same with me. I would be too. But my era is gone. Royce Lyon leading this race. He's now done a 2:02.95 on the last lap as he's just crossed the line there, and it's to Ben Munro, Alex Jory in the bright orange car in P3. And we've got Goose Rogers pretty much running his own affair out there at the moment in P4. Here we go into turn 1 on the 888 Home Loans replay.
Ooh.
Martin Taylor loose as a goose, albeit that Goose is 2 spots further up the road. And we've got the 17 now going through, so that's Brett Stevens. He's taken a spot back off Martin Taylor as he is sliding all over the track on the entry to Lukey Heights. Even that's an interesting line.
Struggling
in these sort
for
of
grip.
conditions.
Struggling for grip there with a bit of pressure from behind. Oof, getting the tail out.
Number 27 just sitting there at the moment trying to gauge where to make the move. Well, let me tell you, the move has to be done, and it has to be done now. There's probably only 2 laps left in this. We're coming up to the time certain results, so it'll be that +1. So you'd have to say an extra 2 laps still to complete as Goose goes across the line in position number 4. Boy, there is a absolute massive margin between Jory and Goose. It's out over a minute now as well, so that gap has built up massive. The 17 now, this is the biggest gap in this battle that we've seen. So Brett Stevens is now leading the way there, and he's jumped up 2 in that last lap to Taylor and Burke, who's gone down 1. So this trio that are fighting it out for 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment are definitely providing the entertainment value in this BMW E30 race, brought to us by Garagistic, doing a tremendous job. Martin Taylor's now actually concentrating on the job at hand. He's forgot about his commitment to Trico windshield wipers and randomly flicking them on, but
Well,
doing a good job.
You could say, Darren, that at the start of the race there was still a bit of wet on the track, and that's probably what's caused the disparity between the placing, so they're not as tightly bound up together. And now the track's drying a bit, so we're seeing the lap times come down, but the gap's already there, so it's Royce's to have.
Royce Lane is now on his last lap. They got the last lap board out to him, so he has got himself a very healthy margin out over 10 seconds to Ben Munro. So he saw the approach and the attack from Ben in the first couple of laps and said, yeah, right, I'll explore where the actual grip is. And it was about that moment where he started to differentiate from the, I'm going to say, the traditional racing line and find a little bit more grip around, is where he started to draw that gap away from Ben Munro. So interesting way to look at it, and I guess if you're going to be heading to the big dance, you want to be able to bring everything you possibly can, and certainly I've mentioned it and I'll keep saying it, all the very best to him. Jesse Keogh just going wide there on that extra bit of track extension, and our officials getting themselves ready for the end of this race. Our race leader somewhere around the back of the circuit at the moment. Here comes this group fighting it out, 5th, 6th and 7th, and at the moment they're starting to get in the same part of the racetrack. It's a shame there's only 1 lap to go as Goose Rogers. So just what Goose Rogers is last time around at 2:14, whereas everyone around him is doing 10s and 11s. So I wonder what's happened there with Ash in car number 50. Here's our race leader. And sadly, Emmy, you'd have to say a lonely race leader, and we haven't seen much of him, have we? He's disappeared away, 10-second lead in this one, but a great drive.
Not to take it away from him, a win is a win, but yeah, he's got clean air all the way, front and back.
Yeah, this is a good way to lubricate the elbows and feet before going to the daunting inside concrete walls, and it's a great win to Royce Lyon, and he should be very, very happy with himself, and I reckon he will be. I reckon he's had a smile on his face for a good couple of weeks now. Takes the win and enjoys the spoils of that for race 2 for the Garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup for the weekend. Tremendous stuff. Here comes Alex Jory. We haven't seen the bright orange car throughout this race, but Alex Jory doing a terrific job in the 22 in the bright orange car. Always appreciate a brightly coloured car, particularly when it's very glary out on track at the moment and everyone's cars look silver.
Yeah, I was having a chat to Alex yesterday in the pits, and I said, well, yours was the only car we could see in that driving rain yesterday. Stood out beautifully.
It did. It certainly did. It sets it off nicely to the green grass. The racetrack's looking beautiful here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Certainly picture perfect to send pictures all around the world in a couple of weeks' time for MotoGP, isn't it?
International camera ready.
Yes, that's exactly right. And we'll bring Blendline TV and we'll get it out there first of all with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big thanks to Trico Windshield Wipers. See clearly with your Trico Windshield Wipers. 888 Home Loans, who have been fantastic supporters of these events for a couple of seasons now. This race does continue as they start to come to the line. It'll be number 4 of Royce Lyon that gets number 1. Ben Munro got home in 2nd. Alex Jory in the orange car gets home in 3rd. We're waiting for Goose Rogers to hit the line there as well. He does so. Brett Stevens and Mark Taylor. So in the end, Goose Rogers has only just eased his way home by just over 1 second from that group. So he's really just lost some time in the closing parts of that race. Brett Stevens, Mark Taylor and Brian Burke. So that battle we watched for pretty much all the race was taken out by the number 17, Brett Stevens. A terrific drive by all 3 of those guys. Great to see Brian Burke keep it on the black stuff. That's he's made a career of it doing it that way. Let's hope that falling off of race 1 yesterday was just a blip in his radar. We love seeing the number 27 do so well. Tim Freeman battling it all the way out there with Shannon Cooper as well. Ross Plant and Martin Knight and Keogh make it home there as we see our Formula Fords making their way down the pit lane. Here's the final results.
Royce Lyon in number 1st, Ben Munro taking out 2nd, Alex Jory 3rd, Ash Rogers in 4th, Brett Stevens 5th, Martin Taylor, Brian Burke 6th and 7th, Tim Freeman in 8th, Shannon Cooper in 9th.
Okay, so we are just about to see Formula Fords. We'll hand it over to Matt Dunlop and Tom Reed. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to a very sunny, well, relatively sunny compared to yesterday, Phillip Island. You can't see a whole lot of blue sky, but you can see a smidge of horizon, and the most important thing is there is no rain falling from the sky at the moment, which means we've got a somewhat dry race 2 for the Victorian and Australian Formula 4 Championships for final round of the season. And as soon as I say that, look at that, there's rain spots on the lens. Of course, I've brought the curse straight away with my first sentence of Sunday. But it's great to be back in the booth. My name is Matt Dunlop. Alongside me is Tom Reed. Tom, this is going to be a cracker if anything was, if yesterday's race was anything to go by.
Yeah. Hey, Matt. Another beautiful morning here at Phillip Island with the sun trying to peek through the clouds and warm this drying track up, and this will be tricky conditions for the Australian Victorian State Formula 4 drivers with the drying track and possibly a dry line by the end of this race. As I look down the front straight, there's patches of dry tarmac that these drivers are looking for.
We had a little bit of rain pass over last night, but there's not really a whole lot of spray. We didn't see the E30s in the last race kicking too much up, so it should be pretty clean running, and we're really keen for an excellent race. We're going to very quickly smash through the grid as the cars were already halfway around their warm-up lap. Kobe Williams won race 1 yesterday and takes pole position with Liam Lacono alongside him, yesterday's pole sitter. Behind them on row 2, Lachlan Evanet and Cody Mains-Ruddy. Jack Bussey lines up 5th after a great race yesterday with Jamie Rowe alongside him in P6. Fraser High is next to Daniel Frugas on the 4th row of the grid. Behind them on the 5th row, we've got Ethan Fitzgerald lining up in P9, next to Giuseppe Imbrogno in 10th position. Behind them, we've got Harrison Sellers, who's in the hunt for the championship this weekend, but he's got a few points to make up. He's 11th, next to Lachlan Strickland in 12th. Behind them, Imogen Radburn in 13th, alongside Edison Beswick, the championship leader, all the way down in 14th. If results go his way and he has a lot of fortune and puts in a fantastic drive, he may be able to clinch this one today in race 1, but it's unlikely starting from 14th on the grid. But he does have a points gap in hand of 32.
From 15, we've got Bailey Collins, then from 16th, Jared Hurst, 17th, Caleb Black, 18th, Carly Fleming, our last Duratec driver of Joe Fawcett in 23rd. We move back to our Kent class drivers of Richard Davison, Peter Fitzgerald, Andrew Torty, Mark Zellner, Malcolm Coleman, and Gavin Dumas.
Look at the size of the field. It's a bumper pack of Formula Ford machinery here at Phillip Island, and the green flag has been waved. They're about to be released here on the first of Sunday's 2 Formula Ford races. The 5-second board is up, the red lights are on. We wait for the drop, the clutch goes. We're underway here at Phillip Island. It's a good start from Kobe Williams, who just gets the jump on the number of Liam Lacono next to him. Bit of a slow starter further back in the field, but everyone gets away cleanly as they make the sprint down to turn 1. There's already a couple of car lengths in hand for number 94, as there's a bit of a move there. That's Lachlan Evanet being passed around the outside by Cody Mains-Ruddy, who's made his way back up into the podium spots already in race 1. Bit of an off there behind them, but no harm, no foul. Everyone's keeping their noses tidy so far, just what we like to see in the early stages.
Yeah, exactly right. Kobe Williams drove it beautifully off the line, converted well out of first gear. Liam Lacono with a little bit of wheel spin around here. Ethan Fitzgerald go to work on the back of Jared Hurst, the ex-Sonic machine driven by Harrison Blanchard and Tim Blanchard during last year's season.
Game time on for Kobe Williams in the number 94. He's already got about 3 or 4 car lengths behind him, and he'll be looking to eke out as much of that gap as he possibly can. There's only so much time these drivers have to play with. It's a very short 18-minute race, and the clock started ticking when these cars rolled out of pit lane as they all filed in single file. Pretty much everyone taking the high line in single file. There must be a lot more pace up there. We were talking a bit about the karting line all through yesterday, the start of today as well. A couple of little rain spots just hitting the lens in that last shot as well. So there's still a lot of grip around the outside of Siberia and the hay shed. Have a look at that move around the outside. That is fantastic. I'm trying to catch a number to see who that is. Bailey Collins around the outside of the number 5 of Giuseppe Imbrogno. Fantastic move.
Yeah, beautifully done by Bailey. Around the outside with the less greasy conditions, of course the inside you have a lot of rubber build up, and that as the rain falls gets greasier and greasier throughout the day. As we see Joe Fawcett making his way past one of the CHE McGales, and down the front straight we've got Kobe Williams going to lead lap 1 from Liam Lacono, and we've got the number 69 in 3rd, followed by Lockie Evanet and Jack Bussey in 5th.
A lot of side-by-side action as they race down the main straight for the first time under full green flag conditions. It is a very, very important last turn to get right here, especially in Formula Fords, because the slipstream is so powerful. There's not a whole lot of wind blowing today from what I can see, so it's not going to put too much effect in either direction on the slipstream. But in just saying that, you can hear the wind hitting that microphone down there at turn 2. We have a look. There's this another example of a corner where there's a bit more pace to be had on that outside line as well. So it's really good in these conditions. We see multiple racing lines opening up pretty much the whole way around. As we see further back here, Eddie Beswick, the championship leader, the number 30, he's already made his way up to 9th position. Now he's challenging for 8th. He's got Harrison Sellers in front of him, putting a very defensive line on. He himself sitting behind that number 48 there of Jamie Rowe.
Yeah, exactly right. Eddie Beswick off to a superb start. Now he just needs to keep his nose clean and finish this race to have the best opportunity of potentially taking the championship win in this morning's race, but he'll look to set up his run if he can't do that for this afternoon's race. As we look at, I believe that's Jack Bussey sideways through the Hayshed, followed by Rowe and then Sellers and then Beswick, your championship leader, as Sellers tries the inside of the 48 up across Lukey Heights down to MG. He'll have the outside line, see if he can get this move done across the stripe, and he's gone around the outside of the 48 and he's got this move done before they get through to the last corner.
This track really comes alive in conditions like this, and as we saw last time out in Sandown, Harrison Sellers is brilliant in close quarters racing. He was there in the middle of the battle packs day in, day out at the last weekend that we had on-track action in the Formula Ford Series, and he came up trumps every single time. I cannot wait to see what he can do in this race, but he is a bit further down the grid than he'd be hoping for as we cross the stripe for the second time. Still 10 and a bit minutes to go in this race, and the field seems to have spread out just a little bit at the front, but everyone's probably biding their time a little bit here. I'd say, I would definitely imagine that Eddie Beswick in 9th position is not looking to push the envelope too much here, because as much as he would love to get up in the high positions, just rake in as many points as he possibly can, he knows he's got a pretty good buffer behind him. He knows he can take it easy.
Yeah, no DNFs can be afforded in this race from Beswick, so he can just take it easy, hope that the guys in front of him battle hard and to his fortune run off the track perhaps, and he gains a few positions. We look at race leaders like Kono applying immense pressure to the back of Kobe Williams. He's right on the rear heel and gearbox of that Spectrum. The McGale in second is looking to get the lead and possibly work his way into a championship position depending on where Eddie Beswick finishes this race.
You said the front runners are going to be racing hard, and you're spot on. Cody Mains Ruddy is just sitting behind these two thinking, here, this might be a chance for me to jump in as well. It's real greasy through the Hayshed there. You can see the cars almost going into a bit of a four-wheel drift as they run out towards the exit curb there, but all these drivers have such brilliant control. They are a lot of young drivers, and they have such mature heads on their shoulders when it comes to racecraft, especially in these very fragile, very vulnerable Formula Ford cars. So it's awesome to see them in full flight around Phillip Island. As we see, Cody Mains Ruddy has already caught up to the back of the second place car of Liam Lacono. It's now a three-way battle for the lead.
So Kobe Williams will lead this pack, perhaps over the stripe this time by, but Liam Lycono will be getting a great tow. Cody Mains Ruddy in third will be getting a double tow as we look at Lycono. He's going to pull out from the slipstream of Kobe Williams down the front straight, go down the inside into turn one and look to pull off this move for the race lead in the Sunday morning race.
Williams has the line. Williams has the pace. Lacono has the line, and it's going to be Williams who holds on around the outside at turn one, because there's just so much more grip around the outside of these corners in these conditions. We're not sure if we're going to get a chance to see it dry up a bit. We'll have to see what this rain decides to do throughout the rest of today, but they're sliding all over the place, trying to get as much traction down on the exit of 2 as possible. We saw a lot of daring maneuvers going through turn 3 yesterday as well. And it's just this track, I think when the rain comes down and when it becomes a little bit damp, every single corner is a passing opportunity. We saw Liam Lacono there just getting a little sketchy as he jumped on the anchors into turn 4.
Yeah, Liam's got to be a little patient here, pick his move nicely. Beswick still hasn't made any ground from position number 9. He's on the back of Jamie Rowe in that 48 Spectrum, the JCB sponsorship on the side.
As we go past the effective weather radar down there at Siberia in the form of that camera lens, it is damp. There's a little bit of showers falling. It's very intermittent, so it's not really putting any consistent weather conditions onto the track here. So these drivers are having to keep constantly on their toes. It's always a battle of concentration, but when the conditions change as much as they are this weekend, you really have to have your wits about you constantly as they make the run down into MG. Everyone's just keeping it pretty chill for the time being, keeping it line astern, following standard racing lines, but just you watch, in a few laps' time, those racing lines are going to really tighten up. Really defensive brick walls are going to be put up there. They'll be right on the inside line through all those tight corners, making those Formula Fords as wide as they possibly can.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. Lycono's had a lap to think about this, to set up this move again down the front straight. Front 3 right behind each other. Lycono with a massive slipstream on the back of Kobe Williams, but I don't think he's going to get there by the time they get to turn 1. Cody Mains Ruddy in third is going to look to pull out and can't do it. So the top 3 remain the same nearly bowler wide off turn number 1, flirting with the outside of the track in that repaved area.
Cody Mains Ruddy almost had his nose cone straight into the back of Lacono's gearbox there through turn 1, but he kept the gap minutely precise, as he's so good at doing here. He's got such exciting racecraft to watch, the number 69 driver, Cody Mains Ruddy, just dropping off a little bit there as Lacono's trying to have a look through Stoner Corner there at turn 3. It's not the place you want to be having a look, but it's definitely a place where you can swing it wide, try and set up a move into turn 4. Nothing doing this time around, tucks it back in, plays it safe.
Yeah, Lacono right on the back of Kobe Williams, the race leader. I just had another look at the timing sheet. Eddie Beswick has moved up to position number 8. So he's at the point here where if things go his way, he could be sealing this championship this morning. But the top 3 remain the same. No lead changes so far. And Team Lacono has had a number of laps to think about how he's going to get past Kobe Williams, as Cody Mains Ruddy has a massive moment through the hay shed, but gathers it up nicely with 5.5 minutes to go.
So to give you an idea of championship implications, these drivers are just taking a bit of a chill line here through MG. To give you an idea of championship implications, with the points buffer that Eddie Beswick has, if he finishes 7th in this race, he's got enough points to lock in the championship. We're not going to go as far as to say it's confirmed, because there's always a chance of penalty points or anything like that down the line. But 7th is good enough to lock it in, effectively lock it in. However, if he stays 8th and Williams drops back to 2nd, that will be good enough for him as well. So I wonder if you're in that position, like that Kobe Williams who's side by side with Lacono now, I think that's Williams leading over the stripe, but Liam Lacono has a lot more pace down the inside and he's got the line. Can Kobe Williams sling around the outside here at turn 1, or is Lacono going to lock that place in? He's got it set for now, but he runs a bit wide on the exit. Williams is going to position himself on the outside as Lacono tries to gather it on the curb, and he's lost oodles of pace. Cody Mains Ruddy has picked him off as well.
Those two were banging wheels down the front straight. That was scary stuff. If they interlocked, that could have been a scary aeroplane crash, but the top 3 have changed. The position for 2nd and 3rd has changed. Cody Mains Ruddy, the 69, goes through on the 43 of the Queenslander, Liam Lacono, who sends it back down the inside at turn number 4. Can he get it stopped? He does. He gets the move completed just off shot there. Cody Mains Ruddy with the drive out of the hairpin, retakes that 2nd position.
I think Liam Lacono in the number 43 just went in a little bit too hot there, had to run it real wide on the exit of turn 4, and Cody Mains Ruddy just stole that place right back, and he's already gapped in by a couple of car lengths there. So they're going to, it's a nice little skirmish there between the front pack. They're all going to settle down a little bit, try and pull those gaps back together, and there's going to be fireworks at the end of this race. You can guarantee that for sure.
Kobe Williams will be licking his lips here, hoping these two fight as much as possible. Eddie Beswick still in position number 8, your championship leader, and we look back down at the Kent class. We've got Davison leading Zellner, Peter Fitzgerald in 3rd, Andrew Torty, the Queenslander, in 4th, then Gavin Dumas, Malcolm Coleman, and then Ethan Fitzgerald, our last of our Duratec drivers, who we saw in the pit lane. He's a lap down on these guys.
Here's our championship leader on screen, the number 30, the blue car in the front here. Eddie Beswick in the number 30. Behind him, he's got Bailey Collins in the number 96. Collins is not in contention for Australian national points here, but he is trying to get as many points as possible for the Victorian State Championship. So there's plenty of action happening all the way up and down this field. We saw a little bit of a puff coming from that rear tyre there on that one of those cars into the straight, but it may have just been spray because the track is getting noticeably wetter now. The spray, the drizzle, as you can see in that shot, it's been really consistent for this whole race, and the drivers will be knowing it. They'll be going through tear-offs like nobody's business.
It's starting to come down now as we see Bailey Collins got past the championship leader Eddie Beswick. But I believe Bailey is a Vic State competitor, so that won't take any points out of Eddie's national standings.
That's right, yeah. So effectively, even if Beswick is 8th on the road, he'll be 7th, like if, just as an example, if there's Victorian State runners in front of him because of how the point system works in the National Series. So we'll see how that all comes out in the wash as this race finishes, because there's a lot to go. Liam Lacono's bowled it completely wide into the gravel at Siberia. Not only did he have his wheels in the paint, he had them even further beyond. He's dipped it into the grass in the gravel, and he's lost a heck of a lot of time.
But he hasn't lost the position yet. I don't believe he's lost the position yet. The car in 5th, Harrison Sellers, may just be on the back of him.
We are starting to
Lockie
hit lap traffic here, so that's the cars that would have been filtering through there. So they've got a bit of a time gap behind them. So Locono may still be sticking around in third. Cody Mains Ruddy is clear to battle Kobe Williams for the front of this leading race now. They were both getting really close to the paint, I noticed, through Siberia. They were so close. They're flirting with danger here at this Phillip Island circuit in these wet conditions. We've seen time and time again, when the rain's coming down, you can't be touching the paint. It's so sketchy through that final corner as well. They're just keeping the cars pointing in a straight line. What can Cody Mains Ruddy do with the slipstream?
Here we go, the front two down the front straight. Mains Ruddy pulls out to the inside. No, he stays behind your race leader. So maybe he's seen the lap traffic up ahead and he's decided to back out of that. He's got to be wary of these two, of Mark Zellner, and I believe that is Peter Fitzgerald at the back of the field, or possibly Malcolm Coleman. Couldn't quite see that second car, but Mains Ruddy around the outside through turn number 2 gets that move done for the race lead, and he'll have his eyes forward trying to build a gap on his teammate Kobe Williams.
So much faster around the outside of the southern loop in these damp conditions, and he knows that he's taking as much advantage as possible. But Kobe Williams has actually copped a really good run off the exit there. They're side by side once again into Honda. He's around the outside. He's got a bit of position. Can Kobe Williams get him back around the outside? What an incredible place to pull off a move like that. He's locked in that position as well. They're both going to hang it wide around Siberia here. Keep off the paint, guys. You saw what happened. You caught it in your mirrors last time by. You can see the tyre marks through the grass and the gravel there that Liam Locono left when he tried getting braid last time by. They got Richard Davison in front here. They get by him, no harm done as well. Richard Davison does well to get out of the way. Cody Mains Ruddy does very well to hang on to that massive four-wheel drift on the exit of the Hayshed. Keeps it in nice and tight, and he's already on the gearbox of Kobe Williams once again.
Yeah, Richard would have seen these two coming and would have gotten right out of the way, not to disturb their amazing fight at the front. But I look back at the timing screen, and Liam Locono did not lose the position with that off at turn number 5 of Siberia. But these two, again, going for the race lead. Kobe Williams is doing everything he can to try and get himself into this championship fight. Cody Mains Ruddy doesn't care about that. He's going for the race win as we head on to the last lap. This time by 1 lap to go at Phillip Island.
We can see that there's not enough space, there's not enough length in the straight from the last corner to the line to get a pass done under slipstream. So if you're in front by the last corner, you can almost lock yourself in for the race win because they're not getting too much of a benefit in these conditions. Kobe Williams will know that. He'll be wanting to make sure that he is in front as they make their way through MG. Look at the sunlight hitting the southern loop at the moment. You'll wonder how much that starts drying the track out if the weather stays like it is, but as you can see in this race already, the conditions have been changing on a dime, basically. Cody Mains Ruddy is not letting Williams go. What's going to happen here into turn 4? Anything could happen. Williams goes for the defensive right on the inside, closes the door, uses that number 32 car as a pick as well. Great use of the lap traffic to keep Cody Mains Ruddy behind him.
Yeah, Carly Fleming got beautifully out of the way there. Let these guys do exactly what they need to do. Perhaps Cody Mains Ruddy's playing rear gunner here to Kobe Williams to let him drive away and have any chance he's got. But that question will be answered this time by as Cody's doing everything he can to get past to get past Kobe Williams here. And he's going through the inside of the Hayshed. They both have a massive slide up the top to Lukey Heights. This is the last time by. This is the last time for Cody Mains Ruddy to set up a move.
He's going around the outside as they make the run down into MG. There's just not enough space there. He's going to try and get as much of a run as he possibly can, but he doesn't have much space to get any momentum because he's already all over the back of Kobe Williams. Is there going to be a chance for him at all to make a move in the final corner here, or will he have to try and set up a good run of momentum to get a run down the straight? He's left himself about a car length, and Kobe Williams has copped a slide. Cody Mains Ruddy looks a lot neater for the final corner. They both take the wide line. They're going to be line astern, almost neck and neck. Who's going to take the win? Kobe Williams takes the win in race 2 here at Phillip Island in the Australian Formula Ford Series with a fantastic display of defensive driving, and what a tangle that was behind. Everyone keeps on the straight and narrow. Locono comes home third with Lachlan Evanet barely hanging on to 4th position, making his way around the lap car of Carly Fleming.
The lap car of Carly Fleming there getting in the way of the battle between Liam Locono, which saw him get past Harrison Sellers. And this is Richard Davison taking the checkered flag to be the first Kent car across the line.
In the midst of all that Our championship leader, Eddie Bezic, crossed the line in 8th on the road because Bailey Collins in front of him in 7th is not a championship contender for the Australian Series. That gives Eddie Bezic 7th effectively on the road for the Australian Series, which, as long as there's no penalty points afflicted for whatever reason between now and the end of today, that is all the points that Eddie Bezic will need to lock in the Australian Formula Ford Championship. Definitely keep your eyes on that. It's not a sure thing yet because, as Murray Walker used to say, anything can happen in motorsport, but it usually does. But we can still give massive props to Eddie Bezic for not only the weekend he's had, the recovery drive, but just the season he's had in general. It's been incredibly consistent so far. 11 podiums and 3 wins.
So we've got a replay coming. I believe this might be the last lap around the last corner between the lap cars. Carly Fleming getting in the way of Harrison Sellers, who has a massive moment onto the front straight. Super lucky to get away with that. Liam Lycono was fortunate enough to capitalise that. And we see Mark Zellner coming here through down to the access road at turn number 4. We will drive back to the pits, and he had a 2nd position finish for that race. I saw him fist bumping the air as he went past. He got past Peter Fitzgerald during that race to claim 2nd position behind Richard Davison.
Final results, the fastest lap won't show there, but we've got a 146.7833 as the fastest lap for Liam Lycono. He ended up 2nd, could not get past Kobe Williams, who takes the 2nd race win of this weekend. Behind them, it's Cody Mains-Ruddy. Harrison, I'm just taking a look at some different stats here. So we just lost our timing there a little bit, but what a fantastic race that was in Formula Ford here in race 2. We'll be back out on track later today for race 3 at 1:15 p.m. But we've got so much action to come before then. Don't go anywhere, because next up in round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Race Series, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers and 888 Home Loans, we've got the Australian Prototype Series. My name's Matt Dunlop. Tom Reed was in the box for me. Thank you so much, Tom. We'll see you later today. But in the meantime, don't go anywhere. More racing to come soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back, trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. Great call there with Matt Dunlop and our newcomer to the commentary team, Tom Reed, doing a wonderful job here this weekend with his pet category of Formula Ford. Australian Prototypes making their way out onto track now. Really good inclusion in round 5 of the Trico Windshield Wipers See Clearly Victorian State Race Series with 888 Home Loans. A fantastic race. Wet yesterday, went to the Praga, car number 9 of Miles Lacey, who had a very, very fast car number 42 chasing him down as well. So a couple of unlikely cars on the open expanses here of Phillip Island that led the way. Different conditions today, albeit that it is still, there is a little bit of rain starting to fall around the track again. But believe it or not, there is actually sunshine out covering most of the track. So we're more than likely going to see a rainbow or something in the next little while as well with the atmospheric conditions here. Right alongside me, Dan McCarthy, one of the busiest motorsport commentators in Australia at the moment. Dan, prototypes on this layout, it's a dream come true sort of layout for prototypes, isn't it?
It certainly is. These fast flowing European style of circuits, Phillip Island, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, Sydney Motorsport Park, those are the layouts that suit these machines down to the ground. And those are the 3 venues that they have been racing at this season so far. Started at SMP, went to the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia, and here we are, round number 3 of the season, Phillip Island. And in just a couple of months' time, the final round will take place at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park as well, and that'll be on the screens of Blendline TV.
Great to see the prototypes here at Phillip Island. Always enjoy them. In fact, I've had a couple of conversations with their management and the power brokers within this series and said, hey, let's get these guys back here 2 times next year. We've got a state round in June. We've got the state round in September. Fantastic. I didn't have any arguments from anyone. They were like, yeah, let's do it. And with coverage like we've got, awesome. Miles Lacey will start off on pole position with Tom Hughes right alongside in the Hughes Supercar Services Radical. Great to see Tom. He is brand new to race driving, and sitting on the front row of the grid here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for a rolling start is a very important day in his career. Paul Trengove, a very experienced open wheeler racer, right behind him in his West. Julian Newton in the Radical SR10 to John Paul Drake in the number 66. That car has been given some increments of balance of performance. We'll put that to one side and just see how he can get on with it, but he's had a very busy year with Formula 4, Lamborghini Super Trofeo series, and also his commitment to this series as well. Ross Polakis in the second of the Pragas here today, the number 20 looking beautiful out there on track. Mark Lauke in the very, very brightly coloured yellow Lauke Flour Mills entry number 55. Jason Macris, series champion, and also defending his title lead out of position number 10 after having a spin yesterday and trying to fight back through the wet conditions. Phil Andrews and Mark Short will rejoin in the Prince. They've got them compacted up very, very nicely. Well done to Miles Lacey. He is pacing the field now. The lights are on the Praga, and Paul Trengove is looking to the inside once we go. Lights are off, and we are racing. No immediately big movers on it except for Mark Short. He almost goes 2 wheels to the grass. He has to get back on the track, but does continue on. A small bit of spray going up in the air there. That is just testament to the amount that these cars with their wet tyres can pump the road dry. But it will be Miles Lacey to lead Thomas Hughes there. Just a little bobble on that bump on the entry to turn number 2 there. Julian Newton poised nicely. Trengove has lost a spot, but he's weaving, looking around, and that is Macris, and that's contact with Mark Short in the Prince. Macris goes off in the Wolf Mistral Extreme. That's got the Coyote V8 Eliminator version. I'll get that right. That's the Illuminator version of the Coyote engine in there as well. They get back down to turn 4.
We've immediately gone safety car. The innocent party there, Short, just had a car spinning in front of him. Oh, I think a few are unaware of the safety car. There's a bit of passing going on a little bit further back, but that was a real shame. And straight away his hands went in the air in frustration. He was absolutely the innocent party here, so look on the throttle. A bit too much power from car number 44, and he had nowhere to go. He was literally just sideswiped or taken out into the gravel trap. Damage on the front of that machine. That is not the way to start this Sunday morning. Such tricky conditions. There's dry patches here and there. Some corners are wetter than others.
Spun as well. That'd be under safety car too. Sorry about that, Dan. That's not good to see that parked up there either. So his woes with spinning in season 2024 continue. That's a real shame there for Mark Lauke, and he's parked it sort of in the middle of the track down there as well, right underneath the Trico windscreen wipers. See clearly bridge over the track there, but we'll continue on around. So that's exiting of Siberia. Doesn't look like there's been any damage to the car on this shot, but Mark Lauke, multiple champion of this category. Here we go. Lauke on the back of that all by himself. Gee, went initially off to driver's right, speared onto the track there, and Piavides had to take evasive action in the mix there as well. And I think it might have been Phil Andrews that was also in the mix. Just trying to catch up with where it looks like Jason Macris may have caught the back of the pack. Yes, he has. Sadly, Mark Short in that one-off Prince, which is, believe it or not, spawns from a 1988 Formula Ford chassis that has had clearly a lot of development done with bodywork and mechanicals, a turbocharged engine. And Mark Short is an extremely good race driver and has a lot of achievements and first places throughout his career. And a guy in turbocharged cars, in club cars and improved production out of South Australia. A lot of success as we just see the safety car collecting them all up. We should mention that the Victorian Mini Club has put together this race meeting here this weekend, doing a terrific job. They do this annual event every year, and it is always a pleasure to come to the Mini Club event. And Michael Holloway in the background for over 40 years running this particular event is announced his retirement from this particular event, not from motorsport. I did clear that up with Michael this morning, but certainly leading the Mini Club for many, many years at this particular event, and a body of work and a legacy to Victorian motorsport in particular that Michael has been involved with and was there on the very, very ground floor at the inception of the Victorian Championships.
Let's not forget yesterday in race number 1, Short really dominated the early proceedings and then had a problem and came to a stop, unfortunately, on pit straight midway through the race. That was the reason for him starting at the back. He'd already made up a couple of positions when that incident occurred down at turn number 2. So a weekend that started with so much promise is quickly turning into a horror show. 2 DNFs out of the 2 races, and it's going to be a fair bit of work between now and the third race of the day for the Australian Prototype Series, which is scheduled at 1:40 this afternoon. So, yeah, a short turnaround, but a few hours, about 5 hours between now and then, but you never want to be doing work between races, not of that nature.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with you there, Dan. And these cars are pretty tricky too. Just to clear up some of the individual cars that are out there on track at the moment. Piavides, who's in the orange, white and green car, I think you touched on it, looked like the Force India type of colour, that Mahindra sort of thing. There it is right at the top middle of the screen there. That is the Wolf Thunder with the Aprilia engine. Yesterday I said it had a Ducati engine, but it's the Aprilia engine. John Paul Drake has the Mistral F1, which is a Peugeot 2 litre turbo. Sorry, it's a Peugeot turbo. Jason Macris, who we've seen now, unfortunately for Jace, down the back of the field now. That's the Mistral Extreme, the Coyote V8 Illuminator version. And Mark Lauke in the yellow, brightly yellow Lauke Flour Mills car, which is just at the tail of the field. Now, that is the Tornado Peugeot Turbo engine. So they're all Wolves, but they've got this drivetrain and engine setup, which you can pick out of the options box there along the way. And there's another one, Scotty Borman, who's also got the similar sort of setup to what Jason Macris has. And that thing just thumps the ground. Macris is just coming through the shot. Now there he is, just swerving with Mark Lauke behind him, coming into this round, leading the series, Jason Macris, but has had 2 pretty horrible results. We haven't got a result for this race yet. And just looking out of the booth now at the track, we've actually got little patches of really dry racetrack.
I was just looking at that myself, but I look around the rest of the track, and I think we're certainly on the driest part. As we say, there's a couple of dry patches here and there, but particularly around Siberia, down into MG, around the sort of back section of the course, it's certainly no dry patches appearing. And there are tiny little rivers still crossing the circuit, so it just depends on what portion of the track you look at. I mean, during the previous race, the Formula Ford, I was looking down at Siberia, and it was bathed in sunlight, and then I look over at the other side of the course, MG, turn 11, turn 12, and it was pouring down a rain. It was remarkable.
And just as the prototypes were going around Siberia and we're trying to catch what Mark Lauke had done, the camera at Siberia is just completely dripping wet.
That's exactly right.
We're in sunshine. It is an amazing part of the world, and you've got to say, and I'll argue the point, it's our best permanent racetrack in this country, that's for sure, and I'll argue in the region. But I tell you what, as far as picturesque racetracks goes, this takes the cake. I was lucky enough in 2008 to call Bathurst at the top of the mountain at the Telstra Tower up there, and you can see the whole central tablelands of New South Wales. That is beautiful, but not everyone gets to go up in that tower. And there is a very, very clear message there, isn't it, Dan? Thanks to our officials. And when it's weather like this, look at that raincoat. That looks like something you could take down to Antarctica and remain warm. Well, next stop, Tasmania. Just beyond that is Antarctica. So a big thanks to all of our volunteer officials. And while we're at it, that bit of scaffolding just in the background of that shot there reminds me we need to thank our cameramen, because they're sometimes 20 foot up off the ground in the wind. Matt Dunlop, part-time cameraman, nodding in here as well. He's been blown off the face of the earth and sometimes blown off a 20-foot scaffolding. You know you're alive taking pictures at motorsport when that happens. So we thank very much those guys and girls trackside.
I was staying with a couple of the cameramen yesterday with the Blendline TV crew, and they were just there for literally hours at the heater trying to dry their shoes and their socks out and their jackets. ahead of today's action. Yeah, certainly the heaters were on all weekend. All night long. It looks like we're going to go another lap under safety car conditions, which is a bit of a shame, but we've still got a few minutes left in the book, of course, in the Victorian State Racing Championship. Timed races these days, 20 minutes today, plus 1 lap for every single race. As we look at the order, so race leader Miles Lacey comes across the line in the lead in the pretty new still Praga. Newton in position number 2 is in a Radical, and then in third position Hughes is in an older spec Radical.
Really interesting to note, John Paul Drake, he is running right down the extreme left of the track, which is very wet, so I wonder if the wet tyre was starting to tear up a little bit, or he's starting to feel some squirming underneath the wheel. He's got Garnett Patterson, a international sports car and open wheeler racer extraordinaire is Garnett these days. He's got Garnett in his corner, so that'll be the sort of thing that he'll be feeding back into JP's earpiece there. So he'll be saying, yeah, look, mate, if the tyre's starting to feel a bit squirmy, you've got to cool it down, because we might get 3 or 4 very fast laps. And on a wolf like what he is racing, it is certainly very, very susceptible to having tyre damage. They do run quite a soft, wet tyre, obviously, to react with the conditions. You need to do that, but when it starts to dry, you start to become a bit compromised. And JP has to try extra hard, because he has been very successful, and the balance of performance has sort of swung into his radar just about more than anyone. The real interesting fact is going to be here is that car there, the Praga, and then that car there, Jason Macris, along with Mark Lauke to swing through. And it would be interesting to see once they get on the straight after the second flying lap as to how much Macris can actually use the advantage under his right foot and power on through. And I'm pretty sure Mark Lauke will be glued underneath the rear wing there, slipstreaming down to take on with Jason Macris.
Yeah, 2 former champions in position 9 and 10, so yeah, look for both of those to come through. Macris, of course, the championship leader, so a real costly spin early in this race, but the 44 machine will be one to watch on the restart. Of that there is no doubt. As well, John Paul Drake second in the championship, P5 at the moment. It's been a relatively quiet weekend for him so far. He's taken 3 race wins already this season, but so far in these conditions he's just remained in and around the top 5, just collecting the points. You can make yourself look a real fool in conditions like this, and we saw it on the opening lap of the race. But we are set for a restart. Short has been recovered and we are underway. A nice early restart there from Lacey. He's gone very early on the power, full throttle into the final corner, and he's got a superb restart. But look, they are going with him as they come across the line. The top 4 are separated by absolutely nothing, and he's going to have to go defensive from not 1 but 2 radicals down into turn number 1. Look at Hughes with the run around the outside. He's trying to make the move up the inside on Newton, but can't quite make it stick there.
This is a great start there. Everyone was very, very focused on the back of Miles Lacey, and I reckon they saw the throttle position change and they all went with him here. Fantastic restart from these front 3 cars. Different cars, even the Radicals are different specifications between them, but the Praga clearly a closed top car and doing a brilliant job here. Just watching in the background for who might be the movers and shakers. That's the SR10 Radical in position at number 2, and of course Tom Hughes, the next car coming down there as well. So he's very new to racing and doing a very good job in the Radical SR8, the older version of the Radical. The SR10 is a newer addition, and it's certainly doing a very good job with Julian Newton at the wheel. This car here, the WX10 West with Paul Trengo, probably the most experienced racer in this field actually. Mark Short might have him a little bit on that, but in open top cars and a big swerve there from Tringo. He's looking for the grip. There's Piavides And here comes Polakis as well in the background there. He's not been able to match the pace of Miles Lacey, which I would suspect is not expected of him to do that, because Miles is an international professional race car driver, knows the Pragas very, very well. Have a look at this. They start to bunch up. It's Trengove right on the back of this front three. And this is amazing stuff. He's just being left in a straight line, and that is testament to, it's only a 1.1 litre normally aspirated chain-driven car, the West WX. And we got, oh, look at this, around the outside, Thomas Hughes. Wow, he set that one up all the way down the straight. Trengove goes with him wide right round the outside. That is getting beautiful grip, that West. The Radical should put the power down now. 2.2 litre V8. They still haven't slung the big block into the back of the car for Tom Hughes. His dad, of course, racing this car from time to time as well, but Dad has seen the light and gone, well, the boy's doing very, very well. Acquitted himself magnificently in the wet yesterday. But Trengove, flash in the pan almost there, Dan, wasn't it? He's just dropped back now, and Julian Newton's having a go at him.
He's taking the wet go-kart line, which appears to be working on some corners, but not others. Southern Loop and Siberia worked a treat, but he lost a lot of time at Honda Hairpin trying to do the same thing, but it just doesn't have the straight line speed, does it, compared to those machines around it. It really is obvious up through the fast section, through Hayshed, and then over the top, down the hill, into MG. Hughes yesterday, a PB result coming into this weekend, hadn't finished inside the top 5. Well, he certainly put that to bed with a fantastic second place finish yesterday, and now he can taste the blood, he can taste the victory. It's just within his sights. We've got 9 seconds, 8 seconds. I think we might just make it to the line. It's going to be close. I think we're going to go 2 more laps. Yes, with 2 seconds to go on the clock, so 2 more laps of this race. There's time for Hughes, of that there's no doubt.
Got to say I'm pretty happy about that, because I want to see 2 more laps of these guys, because the rain is just starting to appear again at the bottom end of the track. Here's Piavides running in 6th place, just going through turn 1 and heading up towards 2 at the moment, and he has got, that is John Paul Drake just in front of him. And John Paul Drake is just trying to use this car in a very, very strong way. So we're going around this lap. The next lap will be our last lap. Under brakes, Piavides down the inside of John Paul Drake. I tell you what, without that balance of performance, that manoeuvre with the Aprilia engines, Wolf would never have come off. The Peugeot, turbocharged Peugeot power plant that John Paul Drake has behind him has been nobbled back to 64% throttle only. So he is starting to feel that, and I guess that's what the balance of performance. You can argue the twos and fros for balance of performance no matter what way you look at it, but it certainly gives Piavides an opportunity to race with a champion of this category. Been around a while himself, Piavides. John Paul Drake, the supermarket man. And I've got to say, one of the more entertaining LinkedIn pages you'll ever see, and podcasts he does with Mr. Dusty Media, and a very, very individual look at the world. Here is Jason Macris. Now, where's Jason? He's now 9th. Again, just struggling here a little bit this week, and I'm pretty sure the Queenslander would like some dry running. He'd probably also like about 20 more degrees of ambient temperature to feel like he's at home.
Yeah, he just doesn't look, he looks like a fish out of water at the moment, doesn't he? He just does not look comfortable at all. He's being absolutely hounded left and right by car number 23. A bit of a different looking machine, that one, the Furman F1000. Doesn't have the straight line speed of that car, but it makes it up in the corners. You know, it's effectively a proper open wheel type machine. Or the Praga looking a bit sideways there, our race leader Lacey. The margin is just 0.7 of a second, but Lacey set the fastest lap of the race last time through, a couple of tenths faster than Hughes behind. Hughes behind, so it looks like he just about has the answer for him at the moment. And there is now just half a lap remaining. Look at how black it is over the back of the hay sheds towards Siberia. It is so dark and gloomy out over the ocean at the moment.
Yet the pits have got sunshine in them, so there's a juxtaposition from each end of the track. Hughes now holding on to P2. Julian Newton peppering the back of the the Hughes Supercar Services Radical. First 6 cars covered by 5.9 seconds, so a little bit of dry running has condensed them up. There's definitely a dry line around the top of the track. Checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be 2 from 2 for the Praga in the Australian Prototype Series. Runs to the line. Miles Lacey will lead home again. Tom Hughes, which will be Julian Newton, and Trengove into P4. Piavides, and there is John Paul Drake making it home in 6th place. So a lot closer contended there as well. Here's the Mirage Marina driver, Jason Macris. Now he looks to be on a massive defence there at the moment with Phil Andrews in the Furman. They've got a lot of these 1000s, F1000s running over in Western Australia and a bit of a domestic state series over there, and every now and again we'll see them join in with the Prototype Championship. But the big V8 opens it up, and a nice look down the inside here. Macris opens up the throttle, and it's just cubic inches that takes him to the line there.
Andreas punched the steering wheel in frustration there because he was ahead, exiting the corner. He got such a good run around the final corner, timed it to perfection, but then Macris just put the foot down and blasted back past again. You can't beat straight line horsepower sometimes.
It's like Jason Macris is bringing the Harrow-sized bat, and Phil is bringing a rounded bat to the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jason is bringing the biggest bat you can choose out of the rack, and that's a pretty cool way to do it. As Jeremy Clarkson says, solve the problem with more power, and that's what he has done. Mark Lauke in the end had a bit of a lonely second half of the race, quite an eventful first opening, and I really can't wait for Mark to get a race done without him spinning there. It's just been punctuated by numerous spins throughout this season, so the champion, multiple times champion in this category, does a tremendous job. There goes Jason Macris, and there goes the F1000 back in the pits. Up next is the historic touring cars. You're at round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers, see clearly. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Back at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, one category goes off, the next one comes on. It's quick fire racing action, and that is why we love the Victorian State Race Series this weekend, brought to us by Trico windshield wipers. The historic touring cars are heading down the lane, a good field of historic touring cars here this weekend. I'm Dan McCarthy, remaining in the box, and jumping alongside me, you'll remember his voice from Formula Ford earlier on in the day. It's Matt Dunlop.
Hello, Dan McCarthy. It's great to be back in the box once again. Really excited for this historic touring car race. It was an absolute cracker yesterday. 9 cars in the field. It turned out to be something of a 2-class race with the 2 very different characteristics of car, but what we ended up with was 2 brilliant battles. Basically, one field of Camaros at the front with a very eager Valiant Charger hanging on there, driven by Glenn Miles, and then further back we had a pack of Mustangs being challenged by an XU1 Tirana. Awesome stuff to see. It's part of the reason we love this sort of style of racing so much, because we can get these old muscle cars thrash around tracks. Quite different characteristics between some of these cars, but they can really, really put on a really good fight. So this is going to be a great race in changeable, tricky conditions here this morning at Phillip Island on this Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with those remarks. Looking at turn 2, I'd say that's probably one of the drier corners on the racetrack at the moment. But it's this sort of back section closer to the coast, Siberia, Hayshed, those sort of corners that look the wettest at this particular moment in time. Looking at the weather for the rest of the day. It's just scattered showers throughout, so it's going to be really difficult to read things, and drivers are really going to have to just feel the conditions through the steering wheel and see exactly how they're going. We've got a hand up. Is he going to come straight in the lane? Yes, already. Trevor Talbot is out. The Camaro comes into the pits at the, well, not even the end of the warm-up lap, halfway through the warm-up lap. So that's a notable story straight away.
What a shame for Trevor in the number 76 Bumblebee Camaro. He was rapid on Saturday morning in qualifying, took pole position, had a really rough race yesterday though, was not able to take a whole lot of pace around the track and has just packed it in there. So we're not sure what's going on with that car, but that leaves us to a field of 8 runners here for race 2 of the historic touring car series. As we run through the grid now, on pole position as a result, we will have Brent Trengrove, who barnstormed the field yesterday, smashed him, absolutely killed him, was well on his own league today, with Dominic Leo coming up trumps in what was a really good ripping battle for second position. That's the first row. Behind them, we've got Jeff Mundy and Glenn Miles in the Camaro and the Charger, respectively. Trevor Talbot leaves a vacant 5th spot on the grid. Next to that, we'll find Stephen Pillikers in the XU1 Tirana, and behind him, we've got Darren Jones in the number 5, Peter Muehlman in the number 43, and William Trengrove in the number 64. Mustang, and Mustang.
Absolutely. It's like supercars in the modern era, but we've turned back the clock, and it's a shame that we've lost a couple of runners already throughout the weekend, but we do see that in historic touring cars. We start with a bigger field, and as the weekend progresses, we do slowly lose a couple, but that is historic racing down to a T. These are pretty much as they ran back in the day. It's not like Touring Car Masters where they've got NASCAR engines in them and big powerful engines, different suspension, they've been lowered. This is pretty much as they ran back in the day, albeit with a few modifications just to make them that bit more reliable.
One of the beauties of this category is even if we do have a relatively small field, they still put on sensational racing. Those of you who happen to be at the track for round 3 of the series, which wasn't broadcast here at Phillip Island, we only had 4 cars in the field, 3 Camaros and a Mustang, but the racing was sensational. They were banging elbows, they were banging fenders all day, and I can't wait to see more of the same here today in race 2. The green flag is up, and the 5-second board is waiting, and the red lights are on, Dan McCarthy.
Certainly are. Away we go. A better start for our race winner yesterday. Trengrove just got the power down that little bit better. And I note that everybody went straight to the middle because there is a dry groove right down the centre of the road. So if you got a better start and you were able to get onto that, you broke away. Leo was one that didn't. And as a result, he has fallen from second straight away down to position number 4. A great start from the Mustang. From further down the field all the way up into the top 3 already. And this was a real quiet achiever yesterday. The number 14 of Pillikers, the little Holden Tirana, the XU1, in wet conditions, was able to take the fight to the big thundering V8 powered cars, and already we are seeing it again. He's up the inside and trying to take 5th, but further up the field, oh, big lockup for the other Trengrove out there. There are 2, and he's come all the way from the back of the field. William Trengrove into 3rd, and even having a look at 2nd position.
Dominic Leo is probably having a look at that Mustang in front of him thinking, what's that car doing here? That was miles behind me yesterday. But now William Trengrove in that number 64 red Mustang is on an absolute tear. He's sitting on the back of the number 22 of Brent in front of him. But now we're seeing that it's starting to peter a little bit. Oh, my apologies. That's Jeff Munday in 2nd position, actually. Geez, wasn't he fun to watch yesterday? Sliding the car all over the place. Loves a bit of oversteer, loves these sort of conditions, and he'll be relishing today as well. Just that little bit of dampness as we see Dominic Leo going around the outside. A nice and easy move into MG, but I don't think Trengrove's going to make it easy for him. He's going to hold position around the outside of MG, hold that line, and he's going to actually take that spot back as they go into the penultimate corner.
Absolutely, and the Valiant Charger is sitting in there as well, watching Glenn Miles trying to pick his route. Do I go left? Do I go right? It's battles aplenty up the front of this field. The top 5 are absolutely flying, and it's side by side between the leaders onto the pit straight. If it was the final lap, that would be very much a photo finish. The margin, 1/100th of a second at the end of lap number 1, Munday and Trengrove, and it's going to be the race winner yesterday, Trengrove, that holds on around the outside at the first corner. Brave stuff.
Just making a lot of use of that drier, well, not that dry line, but that grippier line in these conditions around the outside of turn 1. Turn 2 we've seen so far today has been very, very open to a lot of different racing lines as well. So as a result, you can see Jeff Monday running it a little bit wider on the exit there. That's the Camaro with the black stripes. The one in front of him, the all-red Camaro, the number 22, that is Brent Trengrove. He was our race winner yesterday by daylight and then some. And Dominic Leo, I think, who finished second place yesterday, is trying to find himself back up into that position once again today. Having a real good look into Honda, doesn't get it done, gets a real shaky on exit, holds it together. Gee, that was a close one.
He just about caught that before he sideswiped Monday. That was a really good a good save, more like a rally driver, Scandinavian flicking it, just trying to catch it there. But these two certainly have some horsepower under the right foot, and we saw it to great effect there. But they go into Lukey Heights for the second time. It's great to have corner names at this circuit. There's too many circuits these days. Turn 1, Turn 2, Turn 3. Lukey Heights, MG, Southern Loop, Siberia. Everybody knows the corner you're talking about because of its name.
100%. It gives a track so much personality when you've got names like that. You being an Englishman yourself, you know, Silverstone's a perfect example of that. So many iconic corner names. I could probably remember every single one, even though it's such a long circuit these days. And that's what we love about Phillip Island as well. We saw there, something I noticed as they were cresting Lukey Heights there as well, is just the difference in setup between the number 68 of Jeff Monday and the number 84 of Dominic Leo. Jeff Monday is running a much looser car. The front of the car rolls so much more. You can see it there as they go through turn 1. There's just really squats over on that compressed side of the car, whereas Dominic Leo has his a lot more rigid and tighter up in the front end. So I think a lot of that comes down to just how these two drivers like to wield these things around the track. Jeff Monday likes to slide it a little bit. He likes it floaty, and I think it suits him really well.
Yeah, the body roll, though, does promote a lot of understeer, doesn't it? Whereas Leo gets a lot of oversteer from his pointy car. He makes the move, though, up the inside into Stoner Corner. And that was all because he was able to get the power down while the car ahead was understeering all the way through the Southern Loop. But these are the corners where Leo doesn't look quite so strong, sideways out of a lot of them. But he's done a nice job there as they swing it through Siberia. Their fight has allowed the race leader Trengrove to pull away a significant 2-second margin. However, now Leo does not have a car ahead of him. He is in second place, and he will be wanting to hunt down the race winner from yesterday. But Trengrove last time through a 1:53.3. That is a fast lap time in conditions like this here. Up the inside, or lock up. He's got it just about saved. That was all locked up, chirping left and right, all the way down the hill. But Monday caught it.
Both feet on the brake pedal and maybe a heel on the clutch to stop the thing from stalling. That thing was not going anywhere in a hurry, but it was all over the shop, so he did really, really well to pull it up, but you can see how much momentum it's cost him. He's already lost a heap of car lengths there as they make the run through the final corner to start lap number 3 of our green flag action. We still got quite a bit of a gap at the front. Brent Trengrove trying to pick up right where he left off. He's 2 seconds plus GST ahead of Dominic Leo in second place, who himself has made a little bit of a gap on Monday behind him. We take a look now at Glenn Miles, who had a really, really good run of it yesterday, mixing it up with all those GM cars in front in his Valiant Charger.
It was a great performance from him yesterday, really, really strong, and it's been a good solid start to this race as well. He's within touching distance of those two ahead. One of them make a mistake in conditions, these sort of conditions, he is there to pounce for certain. Fastest lap of the race last time through for Leo, and let's not forget he had to make an overtake midway through that lap as well, so I'm going to be fascinated to see what he can now do in clear air. This is his first lap free in position number 2, so what can he do up against the race leader Brent Trengrove? It's really nice to see. We spoke a bit of yesterday about the variety in this category. The good old Valiant out there is really, really nice to see.
I think the Valiant tugs on the heartstrings for a lot of Australians, of course. You know, one of our homegrown, I guess, home-built muscle cars built in, I believe it was Elizabeth plant in South Australia, those Valiants back in the day. And they're just such an iconic part of so many, you know, childhoods, families growing up. I remember Mum telling me about the Valiant that she used to have, and I'm still disappointed with her for selling it on. But it's great to see them out in action, especially these, you know, beautiful Chargers out here roaring around in Phillip Island, for instance.
Yeah, 100% into MG. We are here at the glorious Phillip Island Circuit. So much history at this particular venue. As we look a little bit further down in an all-Mustang fight, this is the fight for position number 7 on the road. 7 and 8 at the tail of the field. And look at this, Lumen goes defensive and around the outside all the way. Nice pass there with the white stripe down the middle. Car number 5, Darren Jones, a superb pass.
I think that was a little bit too defensive there from Peter Mueller. He just got right in the anchors. He thought, oh, I'll be safe here. I'll just shut the door on the inside. And by shutting the door, he opened the window. And the number 5 of Darren Jones just slipped right in front of him, cut his nose off, but not too drastically there. Still very respectful racing. Plenty of space for him to jump in front. Really good move around the outside.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Normally, if you go defensive, you sort of go halfway to the inside, but he went all the way to the inside, and it just allowed too much racing room, so he swung it around the outside of the car, down the hill into MG. Look at the flames coming out the side of this Mustang. There was a Charger that had flames out earlier as well, and again it just harps back to the V8 supercars of yesteryear as well, with flames coming out the side.
It just never gets old seeing a V8 just chucking fire out of the side of the thing as it roars around a track. We all love seeing it as kids, and you never ever get tired of it no matter how old you grow, and that's one of the reasons why, you know, categories like this just have so much of that allure. Both of those Mustangs still keeping that battle, but it looks like the number 5, Darren Jones, is trying to build a little bit of a gap now over Peter Mueller behind him in the number 43. Not sure where William Tremgrove is. He's having a bit of a lonely race to himself in the middle of these two packs at the moment. He had a really good start that we saw earlier, off like a rocket, got straight in that groove, but he's settled into 5th position now. As we go back up to 2nd place, this is Dominic Leo. He's got a huge gap behind him now. It was almost 3 seconds when they crossed the stripe last time, and that looks to be even bigger. I think he's almost closer to Brent Trentgrove in front of him than he is to Jeff Monday behind.
Let's have a look as they come across the stripe. Trentgrove, fastest lap of the race last time through, but only a 10th faster than the man behind. Trentgrove and Leo are matching each other, and Monday is dropping back. It's very much a 2-horse race up the front, and in fact, is Miles catching? He is. Miles is steadily catching up to Monday, and at that rate, it'll be on the final lap.
It certainly will be. We've got just under 4 minutes to go in this race, so still a bit of time for things to shake out, still a bit of time for battle packs to close back together. And this is that GTR XU1 Tirana we were talking about that was having such a good run yesterday, really punching above its weight against those Mustangs, and it's now well clear of them today on the first historic touring car race of this Sunday here at Phillip Island. And I just love seeing those Tiranas roaring around.
You see it, you instantly think of the late Peter Brock, don't you? The car that really made him famous, the first Tirana that he really drove before, of course, moving on to the A9X of the late 70s, where he won Bathurst after Bathurst after Bathurst with Jim Richards, and then as well with Larry Perkins when they moved to the Commodores by then, of course. So yeah, a real great history, Australian history. Of course, the 1000 next weekend, hard to believe it's come around so quick this year.
It's interesting to think, I just sort of had this thought, you know, you see these muscle cars racing around here at Phillip Island, and you think about the fact that these big heavy Camaros, as much as they're dominating the field here today, they were never really a factor at Mount Panorama, which is considered one of them, if not the fastest track in Australia. And it's because you have to be so light and nimble across the top of the mountain. That's the reason why we're seeing, you know, a lot of good results from Mustangs and even Mini Coopers and other cars like those Tiranas, like those small, nimble Tiranas. So it's such a beautiful track, and Bathurst Fever is hitting fever pitch this time of year, isn't it? Only 1 week away.
Coming back to your point that you just made about the Camaros not being that great around Bathurst, last year was the first time a Camaro won at Bathurst after all those years of trying. It wasn't until 2023 they broke through. There's certainly not going to be a Valiant out there next weekend, but we get to enjoy it under the sunlight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. I was saying about the fact that at the rate that he was catching up to Monday, he would catch him by the end of the race, and he has done so. He was comfortably faster last lap, over half a second faster, and the gap is now nil. Up the inside defensive for Monday. He's going to force the Valiant driver to go the long way, whether it be round Honda Hairpin or at Siberia. He's going to have to fight for it if he wants to make his way through, and that is exactly what he's going to do out there on this race circuit. This is really good, some really good historic touring car racing that, you know, you sort of said earlier in the year we had a small grid, it was still good racing, but this has been the best racing I've seen in this category for quite some time.
100%, and I think this number 16 of Glenn Miles really doesn't have to push too many boundaries here to get this move done. Just as long as he keeps filling the mirrors of Jeff Monday's Camaro in front of him, he'll find a way to make it work, but Jeff Monday will have to put in a great defensive performance to keep that number 16 Valiant behind his number 68 Camaro. He was driving quite well defensively yesterday, should be said, attacking and defending both at the same time to maintain his position as best as possible in what was a very, very tightly contested battle for second position. So really excited to see how this one shakes out. There's still just over 30 seconds to go as they take the stripe this time by, so we've still got a bit of running to go, especially considering as the leader, Brett Trengrove, is quite a fair way up the road at this stage. Dominic Leo has actually closed up the gap by about 0.4 of a second last time by as well, so I wonder if anything will shake out there. There's still a bit of a gap to go, but meanwhile, we've definitely got a battle here happening for third position. This is the last spot on the podium for today's race. Glenn Miles is desperate for it. He just missed out on it yesterday, and he's certainly in with a shout today.
Again, look at the body roll of the number 68 car, taking a unique line just to try and keep the momentum up around the southern loop, taking a real wide, swinging, sweeping line around there, and it leaves him vulnerable down here at Miller Corner. Down through the gearbox goes the Valiant Charger, and he makes the position. Great pass, really, really nicely done. Made that look easy. It certainly wasn't. Had to swing it right to the inside. He was left a car width and nothing more, and he took it and he got it done under brakes down through the gearbox and made it stick.
If you open up the racing textbook and flick through to B for block pass, that is the image you'll find in the textbook, because that is the epitome of a perfect block pass, especially into a corner at Honda, where in these cars, because they're so, you know, inherently unstable compared to modern racing cars, you do have to put a lot of energy. This corner is another example of getting the thing lined up straight and narrow before you jump on the brakes. If you've got the weight too much on the right-hand side, when you're trying to set up for that corner and you jump on the anchors, you're rotating. There's no question about it. So it's a really good balancing act that these drivers have to maintain when they're going through corners like that. When you can pull off a pass at the same time, that's what makes a great driver.
Yeah, Monday tried to take that place back but couldn't. The understeer washing out the corner for him, and he lost a lot of time. This textbook about the block pass, I think I might need to buy this textbook off you. It sounds like quite a good read.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, down in towards turn number 1. The speed of Monday nearly allowed him to get back through up the inside, but the door was slammed shut by the number 16, now up to position number 3, and doing a mighty fine job. Glenn Miles out there again in these conditions, a real leveler. It enables him to take the fight to the more powerful machine. As I see on the screen, Jones has been slapped with a 5-second penalty. I assume that's for a jump start infringement. That's the only thing I can possibly think of. But that moment will drop him back behind the Mustang, those two that we saw fighting earlier on in the race. So a costly mistake there.
Indeed, a costly mistake. Back at the front here as we see this battle for third position raging on. Jeff Monday, the number 68, he really strikes me as a driver who, when you dangle a carrot in front of his face like that, he just comes alive. He's lit up the rears there on the exit of Siberia. We'll keep an eye on him as he circles around, but in the meantime, out in front once again, unchallenged, is the number 22 Camaro of Brent Trengrove, with those blue headlight covers, the blue Chevy badge on the back as well. This thing has been a beast all weekend so far. Wasn't the quickest car in qualifying, but that's not where you get the points.
Oi.
As we look back here. Quick snap back to the battle for third position. Monday's trying his darndest. Let's see how that one shakes out as they round the final corner. The checkered flag, though, is out for Brent Trengrove. He does take the 2 wins from 2 races here at Phillip Island to set up a front row start once again later today. Dominic Leo will cross the line in second position. Bit of a lonely second position as that gap ballooned out quite a bit. I think he just took his foot off the throttle a bit, and Jeff Monday is not able to get past Glenn Miles, who gets his Valiant Charger onto the podium for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, that sort of half-look twitch thing we saw at this particular part of the course cost him dear, cost him a lot of momentum. As the Tirana, he's left the door well and truly ajar there. I'm not sure if he's trying to get a nice run on the wet line. It appears to have worked for him, but it looked like he was leaving the door well and truly open. He wasn't. He was using his nous, his racing intelligence, to keep that position. And it's going to be a drag race, though. Although the 14's got quite a margin, I promise you this is going to go right down to the wire. The Mustang has so much more poke in a straight line. He's going to steal it. He has stolen it. Great run, but that just shows what the Tirana is up against. And this is all happening on the final lap. Oh, a big moment. A huge lockup for Jones, who decides to go off at Miller Corner. Maybe perform a donut down there while you're at it. But yeah, that was in far too deep under brakes. And he is still down there stationary at Miller Corner, but I reckon he missed his braking point there.
He may have been trying to make up those 5 seconds as much as he possibly could, but he's lost them and then some in the effort there. Quite fortunate that he didn't collect anyone as he was trying to gather it all back up again on the brakes there. But just confirmation of the final results once again. Brent Trengrove, 2 wins from 2 races ahead of Dominic Leo and Jeff Monday in 2 other Camaros behind his. Glenn Miles actually finished in 3rd position on the road there in the number 16 Valiant Charger, and it was William Trengrove who, unsighted on the cameras, crossed the line in 5th position in that Mustang after a rocket start. So I can't wait to see what he can do off the line later this afternoon. We'll have historic touring cars back on track once again at around about 2:30, maybe 2 o'clock. I'm trying to read our schedule here. My eyes aren't the best. 2:30 p.m. indeed. We'll see these ones back on track, but don't go anywhere because we've got so much more racing in the meantime, including MGs and invited British sports cars up next. Don't go anywhere.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Very big thank you to Trico, and it's written right on the dash right there. And that is riding on with Vince Gucciardo out there on track at the moment. So looking the goods, very much so in car number 12. MG and invited British cars out on track. I'm Darren Smith, right next to me, John Makem, and a little bit of history just unfolding with these two cars leading this field round. In fact, locking out the front row, John.
Yeah, it's pretty cool because stalwart of MG Racing from yesteryear, who's not with us anymore, Peter Bennett, actually has owned and driven both of these cars in the past. Cars out of New South Wales originally with Peter in it, and I believe Ingrid Bennett is an avid watcher of Blendline, so a big shout out and hello, and I hope you're enjoying the fact that you've got two cars you might recognise on the front of the grid. And it looks to be a drying track, so this may test some of the boys' choice of tyres. I believe Phil's gone out on wets. The midgets are on dries, but that was as of about half hour ago, so it may well have changed.
Yeah, they're hardly quick change arrangements on these cars as well, but certainly Phil, will, if he's on wets, we'll try and see if we can see if it's got a treaded tyre on it. It'll be pretty obvious by the time he picks up. Callum Brannigan will certainly have a look for that. And I think he's on slicks, actually. Is that what we're saying? He's on slicks. So, well, that will be very interesting whether anyone can get near him. It's bathed in beautiful sunshine now, but I'll tell you what, the weather's changing minute by minute here at the track. Let's have a quick run through the grid. Phil Chester to Damien Meyer on the front row. Michael Trathen to Paul Vernell. Good run yesterday for Paul into P4. Chris Gidney. Then it's Vincenzo Gucciardo. Vin to his mates. Chris Ralph, then Rodney Wells, Anthony Vollebrecht to Richard Vollebrecht, Gary Gibson, James Dodd, Richard Milligan, Gordon Bunyan has withdrawn from the weekend, Danny Siama, then we go down to Adam Aliff and David Bajent rounding out the field. Splat Engineering and Shannon's Insurance supporting the MGs here today. Field is set, green flag is waved. We've had pretty quick turnarounds off the start from the green flag, waiting for the red lights to come on and go out. They're on. The 13 just getting a little bit early on the clutch take up there, but gets away nicely and puts the power down. Both the ex-Peter Bennett cars drive down into turn one side by side. Phil Chester not being able to cover off the speed of Damien Meyer. In fact, Phil Chester has just missed a couple of cogs in the gearbox and gone back, and he has got Paul Vernell ranging up in his mirrors. This will be a big moment for car number 8 to be right up under the rear bumper of Phil Chester in the Monty power car. He gets it all going again, the car number 72, and that number just about takes up the entire side of that car. The Monty power entry of Phil Chester currently in P2. This guy here, Damien Meyer, has just done a brilliant job getting off the line there, right on his grid spot just after he'd taken off his wet. He's used it to his distinct advantage, and have a look at that. When you think you've got it done, there's Michael Trathen right in your mirrors, sitting in behind your shadow, ready to take you on. They all stream down through turn 4. Got the Triumph in the mix there as well. This is a good battle. This is where we saw all the battle yesterday in the wet weather, was in the mid-pack. Just getting a good look at Rodney Wells there in that, I'm going to say gunmetal grey and green open top or roadster style of MG, doing a great job. But have a look at the white closed vehicle just in behind here. This is going to be another good battle. The advantage yesterday was it was a nice dry seat inside the cockpit there for Chris Gidney, but certainly taking the battle up to them.
The MGFs actually, sorry, the MGZRs, the closed white car there and the yellow one behind, they're notoriously slow starters off the line, and they tend to get swamped a bit. This particular white thing of Chris Gidney's got a lot more torque and power in a straight line, so it'll take the MGB quite happily. I did notice Richard Milligan starting off the back of the grid for an indiscretion yesterday, so he'll be chasing from a long way back in the ex-Mort Fitzgerald car. So
Terrific looking vehicle too, steeped in history in the Victorian Championships, was Dr. Mort. He brought fans to the track on a regular basis to watch that particular car racing, and it is coming down the straight now. Car number 10, a beautiful version of the MGB GT type of car, but we're giving a good look at the number 19 of Chris Gidney. Was fast yesterday, and Chris starting out of position at number 5. His best lap time out of yesterday was a 2:19. Just ahead of him, Paul Vernell in the very similar sort of car, the ZR, a 2:17. So Paul did a good finish. That's Paul there in the car 8, and got the MG ZR number plate on it there as well. And there comes Vollerbrecht. So all streaming on through. Vince Gucciardo. Great to see Vince back in the MG product after having a foray over to the Porsche in GT4. He's done himself a very, very good job on the national GT scene, which has really turned a page over the last 12 months, and in season 2025 will certainly turn a very big page as they take over the running of that level of national motorsport. But Vince in on the ground floor with GT4. But certainly back with all his mates racing in the
He is,
MGs.
and he's a happy man to be back playing with the boys. Looks as if the surface is a lot drier today, and a lot of the boys yesterday were complaining about how different the surface and how wet the surface was. We're very happy to have Shannon's on board, our round sponsor today, and gone for the lead there is Phil Chester over Damo Meyer, so he's probably figured out that he's got a lot more grip than he thought he would to begin with, but Damo's going to give it to him because you can put a midget wherever you want to in this place. It's fantastic. It's such a wide track, the midget's so small, inside line, outside line, not a problem, but there's no replacing horsepower that Phil's got a hell of a lot more of. And you notice there that quite happy to get inside on the paint. Here comes Damo, he's going to have a dive at him, does it really nicely, but using all the track there. And yesterday there would have been nowhere near that painted surface because that was a one-way trip to the grass, which a few boys had yesterday.
Well, this is the driest we've had the track since racing started yesterday. It was certainly in good conditions during qualifying yesterday morning, but as you can see now, the track is all but dry. And it's only sort of 25 minutes since we last had a shower here. So add a bit of sunshine and the place dries out magnificently.
Oops.
Oh, Paul Vernell out having the time of his life, having a fun race here, just like Vince Gucciardo has done in the Shannon's MGs. And he's torn the guard off that. That's a real shame with Paul. He's running to the first line of defence, but he's had a big run across the gravel. And that's testing the fitness with the full race suit and the helmet on. So we'll have a safety car. He's going to have to make his way all the way back over that gravel trap. That's like running on soft, dry sand across that gravel trap. And Paul just finding his first point of safety so that if anyone else comes in, he's well and truly out of harm's way getting to the flag point. But we've certainly gone safety car, and Paul's definitely making his way over to a safe point. And
looks like he's running back to the pits.
Yeah, this is kind of Martin Brundle-esque, isn't it, of the Grand Prix?
Yeah.
So here we go.
Oh no, he's hit
that
something.
guard was already torn up in the air,
Yeah.
wasn't it? I wonder if he's had a tyre let loose or something.
Yeah,
the tyre's wrapped around and torn the guard off.
I think you're right. That looks like that's what's occurred. So
I did see that was sort of the end result of it, and I dare say Paul's running on a bit of nervous energy there as he bolted all the way back over to the flag point. But certainly not ideal. Paul's put a lot of work with Phil Chester, who's leading this race in the last 2 weeks to make sure that this broadcast got to air, and they're the vital link to our fantastic new sponsor in Trico windshield wipers, and do a tremendous job. Here we go again. Yeah, there's really there's no contact with anyone.
No. That'll get your attention right there because that's a
will.
very fast part of the circuit.
And left front here is under extreme load there, so it will be interesting to see what has happened there. There's only something, right front, extreme load. There's only one thing that will tell us the story, and that will be speaking to Paul at the end of it. But the tyre looks to be on the rim still, doesn't it? I wonder if there was some debris or something on the track down there as well that might have just
It's unusual
flipped him up there, but it is definitely unusual that the guard had flipped up in the air like that, and then off he went. So on board with Vince Cicciardo now in the GB Galvanising ZR, Trico emblazoned across the dash there. So, as I said, touching on the great brown sponsor for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, and round 6 at Calder coming up on the 26th and 27th of October. Join us there with Trico windshield wipers and our great season partners at 888 Home Loans. If you're looking for a bit of a health check, get the pulse of what the home loan industry is doing, make sure 888 Home Loans are at the top of the list. Check them out and then engage them with your business. As we've just got the MG field, the Shannon's Insurance MGs here this weekend. MG and invited British cars just under control of the safety car after Paul Vernel has disappeared off the track there at quite high speed too, John. That's a pretty fast bit of the track, and I remember many years ago, before that massive sand trap was there, Wayne Gardner going off there and just absolutely destroying the Commodore. But the wall was right alongside the track back then.
Yes, I had a discussion with that wall many years ago, and it wasn't very friendly.
Never was it?
I didn't win the discussion at all. I was having a chat with Vince yesterday about his on-air time, and I said to him today that if you got any more on-air time, we'd call it a mini-series. So we got Damo Meyer actually following the safety car in first place from Phil Chester, and that'll make the Bennett family in New South Wales very happy, and I hope they are watching. There's some wonderful machinery on the grid, and it looks like the ex-Fitzgerald car in the hands of Richard Milligan's made his way up through the grid. This will help him in the restart because he's got so much
clearly
more
on wets too. He's looking for all the
exactly
what's left on the track of wet track down there. So he's driven right down the extreme right-hand side. There's no puddles left on the pit wall side, which is normally where you'll see the drivers looking to pick up the water. Was certainly where John Paul Drake was looking for it during the prototypes. But I tell you what, this battle between Damien Meyer and Phil Chester out in front is worth coming to the track for. And the onboard shot, if we had one there with Michael Trathen, would be absolutely amazing. And on this restart, it's going to be interesting to see Car 1, which is only a 1300cc, normally aspirated piece of kit that Michael absolutely wrings the neck of. He shows it so much love and respect in the garage, but when he gets out on track, he throws all of that love and respect out the window, doesn't he?
He's a very interesting character, Michael. I usually garage with him. That car is self-built. It's got a BMW 1100 motorcycle head. It does have fuel injection, so it's slightly different to what I have, therefore much quicker. But everything he does to that car, he does in a shed in East Bentley. He has got the most unusual vehicle transporter you've ever seen in your life that he built himself. But it's an absolute testament to his skills at how reliable and how quick that car is. So we look like we've gotten this thing onto the flatbed. Hopefully we don't finish under safety car, but it's time certain. Where are we at?
Just looking in the passenger side where there would normally be a seat, a whole lot of equipment sitting there. Looks like a small air compressor just sitting in the floor well of Vince's car there, doesn't it?
Probably a dry sump.
Probably.
That thing has had a lot of work done to it since Vince bought it. He got carried away and bought a carbon fibre bonnet. God only knows why, because he's probably saved a 1/15 of an ounce. But it looks good. And the absolute grin on his head when he comes back in, it's just, you'd pay money to look at it, to be honest.
Yeah, it actually, I got to say, the camaraderie in the pit and paddock, some series they tout that they've got camaraderie, and often you scratch the surface and there's tensions everywhere. And I won't say it doesn't exist in MG racing, but certainly everybody is there. It's the appreciation of the mark and the appreciation of the history of the car that they've got, whether it be only 10 years old or over 50 years old.
True.
And even not just MG, it's the Triumph people there that mix in there as well. And it would have been great to have had Keith in the stag here and the rest of his family.
Yeah, we're a bit skinny on the ground for the IBS guys this week. We only got really one out there, so there's a bloke getting a trophy for driving around in circles. But the last event at Winton, half of the field, including my car, had a part from a competitor in their car to keep them going. And I had a bit in someone else's car, and it just did this dirty great big circle, and it didn't matter if it was modern, old or whatever. The ability to go, hey, has anybody got a whatever, and they are so quick to be giving it to you, and it usually costs you absolutely nothing other than a drink on the Saturday night. I had a situation where I sheared a rose joint at the Bend, and where you're going to find a rose joint at the Bend on a Saturday afternoon, I had no idea. And Phil Chester comes walking down the pit lane. He goes, "Here, pick one." So got my front left, which was facing east-west rather than north-south, back into one piece, and I got to compete for the end of the meeting, which was fabulous. And that just happens week after week and round after round. It's absolutely wonderful.
It's at this level of motorsport where everyone works so hard just to get to the track, and if you're at the track and something's gone wrong and there is a method to fix it, the way the community rallies around and supports it, and that is something I sort of touched on with them. But most categories you'll see people help each other if they've got a part in their van, their ute, their truck, whatever it might be, or even at home. They'll rally around to get the race car on track, because you've got here and going to be here until Sunday afternoon. Let's make it all happen. So we are on the time certain clock here, and that has just ticked over. So I would suggest the checkered flag will be shown to the entire field under safety car next time around. So the points will go to Damien Meyer. We certainly had the best part of the allocated time under racing conditions, so I would pretty much assure that will drag us out a result from this one. But it's almost like a mobile Shannon's parade at the moment, isn't it? The Shannon's Insurance Parade held at the Festival of Speed up at Winton recently was very well attended, but sadly these race cars like to run with wide open throttle, not slam shut.
Exactly
don't they?
right. The last time we were down at Phillip Island, one of our races, I think we had all bar 2 laps under safety car. And I came back in, and my wife was really pleased on the fact that her instructions are to me, come last and go slowly. Well, I achieved both of those, and it wasn't the highlight of my weekend, but I was in the good books when I got home.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Maybe get buy the wife a ticket to the Gold Coast next time you're racing, and you don't have to come last and go slow.
It's an international airfare that makes my world function properly. I would like to thank all of the guys standing out in the corners. We get a great deal of joy doing what we do, and without the people that help, the people that just stand there in the cold doing all that they do for us, thank you so much. And for every person that helps a race car get onto the track as pit crew or whatever, thank you. You're so important, so special to us, and we just love that you come and help us out and do our thing, because it's a very individual thing to sit in the race car and drive around, and you might be getting all the pleasure, but people who are watching get pleasure too.
Fantastic, John. We're going to finish this under safety car, and we'll just run through the timesheet as they come down the straight, because we'll lose that pretty quickly. Damien Meyer will take the race victory from race number 2, and Phil Chester, I would have thought, might have been lining up for a late race run at Damien, but he'll come home in position number 2 in the multi-power MGB GTV8, also with support from Yarra Valley Towing. Then it is Michael Trathen, car number 1, all blue, and he's got the most important number of all, car 1. He's the reigning champion of the series there. Then it is to Rod Wells, Chris Gidney, Tony Vollebrecht, Ralph, Richard Milligan, who made it inside the 10, getting home in position number 8. I guess we'll never know where that car may have ended up in that race, but certainly that's where they finished up. Then we went back to Vince Gucciardi, Vollebrecht, Danny Siama, Bajan, Aliff, Gibson, Dodd. Paul Vanel only got 2 laps out of that one there for the MG and a divided British race. We've got the final race for the weekend for the MGs, and they are coming up at 2:30 this afternoon.
I look forward to joining you then, sir.
John, thank you so much. Great to have someone from the inner sanctum of the MG and Invited British Racing here talking us through it. Saloon cars are on track next. Talking about on-track mayhem, let's see if we can just calm these guys down a little bit for half a lap and then let them loose. Back in a moment, your trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Trico windshield wipers, see clearly. Back in a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Bonkers and carnage are probably the two words I'd use to describe race 1 of the Victorian Saloon cars yesterday. Conditions are incredibly, for the first time today, dry. An entirely dry racetrack out there on here at Phillip Island. I'm Dan McCarthy, jumping back into the comms box, and alongside me once again for the Victorian Saloon cars, it is Emma Dean. Emma, finally, sunny conditions.
Yeah, Dan, couldn't be better. It's nice to see the guys throwing the cars around, getting some warmth into those tyres. Yesterday they could only manage 10% of that manoeuvre.
Yes.
I was down in the pits earlier and talking to Lowndes and Kane, Baxter Smith, and talking about visibility yesterday. They couldn't see any dark cars until they were on them or the car was on them. So like today, sunny, you can see every single car, and you've got great racing conditions, dry-ish, mainly dry track. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Our pulse sitter from yesterday came back Smith, Kevin Stoopman, said he pulled in. I thought it was a mechanical issue. He said, nah, I've been doing this for too long. I just thought, nah, I'm just going to bring it in. I'll end up damaging the car. I'll push too hard, spin around, do damage. So he thought I'll come in. So he starts second last position on the grid. There he is, the red machine going through now. And behind him is Andrew McSwain, who did half a lap and had 2 spins off the circuit. And so he spun at turn 1, got pulled back onto the circuit, and then spun again down at Miller Corner. And then he called it a day. He said, no, I can't. I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to wreck my car as well. So he also thought that it would be safer and a more viable option to come in. The rest of them, though, did take the checkered flag, albeit with several incidents, accidents, spins and all sorts. So I'll talk you through the grid. Adam Lowndes won the race yesterday, and we'll start from pole position. He just waltzed off into the distance. Nobody could see him. It was a dominant display from him. Jacob Prestipino finished in position number 2. Notably, he was caught up in an incident with Travis Lindorf under safety car conditions. Prestipino aquaplaned down to turn 1 and ploughed into the back of Lindorf under safety car. Such were the conditions. It was more like a river than a racetrack yesterday. Lindorf recovered after an off-track excursion at Miller Corner to finish in 3rd. That is where he will start. Ahead of the first of the Fords, Kane Baxter Smith. Reigning champion Daniel Johnson will come out of 5th ahead of Kerry Bright. Justin Shembry got his best result in the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship yesterday and will start out of position number 7 ahead of our EAVN class winner from yesterday, Darren Kritzis, who comes out of 8th. Brett Tate had a wild moment at Lukey Heights and slid all the way down the hill to MG. He comes out in 9th ahead of EA Falcon runner Christopher Jackson, and then our two at the tail of the field are DNFs from yesterday. The two red Falcons, Kevin Stoutman and Andrew McSwain. Look for both of those two to make a charge through the field in this one. As you can see, grid positions are dry. There's a little bit of a wet patch just to the left as we're looking at it, next to Adam Lowndes, but it looks to me like nobody will have a disadvantage or an advantage. It all looks pretty dry.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. The guys were saying that at the approach of turn 1 yesterday there was a tiny bit of a river, but that doesn't surprise me that the whole track wasn't a river.
Oh yeah, completely agree. Completely different conditions today. Well, who knows what the weather will be like for race number 3, but for now it is dry and we await the lights to go out, and they have. Very equal start from the two on the front row of the grid. It's 3 wide. Further back as Stoutman and McSwain go either side of Christopher Jackson down towards turn number 1. It's going to be Lowndes that leads. Prestipino in second, but came Baxter Smith from 4th on the grid around the outside of Travis Lindorf. And looks to the inside. Oh, an impressive move, and there's contact with Jacob Prestipino. Prestipino keeps it facing in a straight line. There's more contact all the way around turn number 2. Incredible. Look at the damage there on the front of Prestipino's machine. And Lindorf was running out really wide there as well. What an incredible start to the race.
Yeah, I've got no words, Dan. The matchup between Kane and Prestipino is going to be one to keep your eyes on.
Lowndes locked up, ran wide, and Baxter Smith, as a result, is having a big look. But what a start from Baxter Smith. Certainly got the elbows out down at turn number 2. But our championship leaders just come into the pits. Travis Lindorf has just come into the pit lane, so a mechanical issue for him. Prestipino's now coming under pressure from Daniel Johnson at the hay shed. You can't go too wide around there, surely. And DJ just about slots back in behind. But look at the damage to the front of Prestipino's machine as they head down the hill into the MG corner. Prestipino ultra defensive. But up front, it is Adam Lowndes that leads from Kane Baxter Smith. Look at the start from Kevin Stoutman. He's inside the top 5 already.
The Fords are making the most of their straight line power already today, Dan. Daniel Johnson and Kane Baxter Smith giving everyone hell.
Here they come onto the pit straight. 1 and 2 nose to tail. 3 and 4 nose to tail. And McSwain as well is up to 6th position, ahead of Kerry Bright and Justin Shembry as they go too wide into turn 1. Baxter Smith did this on lap 1 and he's done it again on lap number 2. But can Adam Lowndes hold on around the outside at the second corner again? Baxter Smith using all the road on the inside. Up the inside at turn number 2. They're nearly touching side by side. Great racing between the two of them through the southern loop, and on the exit they're still side by side. 3 corners in a row through Stoner Corner. Now who's going to relinquish? Who's going to be later on the brakes? Who's going to yield? Down at Miller Corner, nobody is the answer. They're 3 wide further back. Lowndes just about holds on, but he had to fight hard for that.
Wow, Kane gave that everything, and you wouldn't know that he's on 5.5 cylinders this weekend.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, he's been having niggling engine issues, but as you say, we can't see that. Oh, you don't want to go on the grass. That was close. Right, this is what happened at the start of the race. Look, just Jacob Prestipino has a nose there. It's certainly there at that point in time. Baxter Smith fully up the inside, quite far up the inside, but there was contact. It just nudged Prestipino wide, and then Prestipino tries to close the door, and as Kane Baxter Smith comes through on the inside, it rips the front bumper off Prestipino. What an incredible start to this race.
Wow, I don't actually have words, Dan.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it? Further back, we look at Brett Tate coming over the hill, but here comes Kevin Stoutman. He's come from the back, he's in the top 5, and now he's hounding the reigning champion Daniel Johnson. Car number 1, Mr. Consistency in position number 4. And Kevin Stoutman is all over him. Swings to the left-hand side. I think DJ might have botched the gear change a little bit there, and it nearly caught Stoutman napping. And he had a big moment trying to not run into the back of the yellow Falcon. That made his life very easy.
How aggressive are the Fords being at the moment? They're not giving anything away.
I think it's because the rain might come back for race number 3. So, as the saying goes, they are literally making hay while the sun is shining.
Exactly.
As they go around the southern loop. Jacob Prestopino, he was the man all over the road attacking everybody yesterday. This time, he is taking the punishment. He is taking the heat out there on the circuit. There's contact. Off goes Jacob Prestopino under brakes. Stoopman just clipped the tail of the youngster. 360 through the grass and back out the other side. Oh dearie me. They are fighting for absolute sheep stations this morning. I don't know what they had for breakfast, but the aggression has been turned up.
Well, he could get a job with Jim's Mowing after that one.
Oh, certainly could. Certainly could. Quite a few drivers could, though, this weekend, couldn't they?
Absolutely.
So, Stoopman now up to position number 3. But I'm sure the Prestopino family and Jacob Prestopino won't be too pleased about that particular manoeuvre as they head down into the MG turn. Oh, Stoopman getting a little bit sideways. That's going to affect his run all the way now down towards turn number 1, because the final corner is a fast sweeping left-hander as they swing it in. Both of them have their headlights on. This has been a proper saloon car race, hasn't it? A real brawl out there.
Yeah, I'm loving how aggressive these guys are being. This is the replay of watching Stoopman. I think he gives Jacob a little bit of a tap there, and then he goes mowing. Oh, God, you've got no control in those situations. Absolutely none. You just got to let go.
Yeah, it looked to me like Stoopman was trying to go to the inside. Prestopino was pretty early on the brakes, and there was contact made into the braking zone at the Honda hairpin. But out there on the circuit at the moment, it's Lowndes that leads the way, but he's coming under fire from Kane Baxter-Smith, to people that know this track very, very well. A lot of history here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and you can buy that book down there in the lane. The Turn the Page, Phillip Island Bookshop. Oh, a big sideways moment there for Baxter-Smith. But yes, that book, the history on Phillip Island, can be bought. Travis Lindor's sister runs a store at Phillip Island, and she's selling a lot of motorsport books down there in the entrance to the paddock.
Oh, good on her. You did mention that yesterday. Yeah, it's a good little spot.
Certainly is. So yeah, you can buy the books down here at the racetrack today. We look back at the fight for position number 3. It's Stoopman and Daniel Johnson, 2 veterans of the category as well, going at it. It really is the wise heads that have risen to the fore in this race this morning. And they're side by side. Stoopman's closing the door. There was just about a falcon's width there for DJ to stay around the outside. He's got a nice run, a nice line out of there, swinging it around the outside. He's got the momentum now going into the final corner, but it's hard to make a move up the inside there. You need to be pretty much all the way up the inside at the final corner.
It's not where you want to pass. I mean, you can, but it's not where you want to pass. It's too high speed, and you need to set yourself up for the straight 1 and 2.
I think for the first time in this race, we can take a
breath.
Yeah, exactly, a breath. We have not had any time to do that in this absolutely bananas saloon cars race this morning. It's Stoopman in position number 3 in the 111 Automotive Falcon. He's got nothing to lose championship-wise. He's had a difficult first 2 rounds, even missed a round as well. So he's just out there for race victories, out there for glory this weekend. Those around him have to think championship. But this is a good comeback from him from the very tail of the field to be inside the top 3. But we've got to talk a bit more about Travis Lindor, the championship leader. After a DNF in race 1 of the season, he finally worked his way back not only into the fight, but yesterday, after the non-start for Karen Pridmore, took the series lead. And it just shows how quickly things can turn. It's him today with the DNF, and that looks like it might mean Adam Lowndes. If things stay as they are, we'll take the series lead back off him.
The conditions yesterday also played into a jumble of points as well, Dan. It's really thrown a few things in the air. And Karen Pridmore's DNF played into Daniel's hands as well. So we'll see what happens after this, and it will certainly be on for race 3 as well.
the inside. DJ having a big look. Stootman had the pace early on in the race. He breezed past everybody, but since overtaking DJ, he's really been struggling out there, and he's coming under relentless pressure from the yellow Falcon, the Team Johnson Racing Falcon, with his headlights on. Stootman understeering. You could see the car just not turning in how he would have liked going into the final corner, and that's going to affect his run all the way down this incredibly long pit straight. As they go over the crest, they can see only the sea as they head in towards turn number 1.
Pretty cool under pressure, Stootman. No, Daniel's not backing off at all, not giving him anything. So the battle of 1 and 2 and the battle of 3 and 4 is pretty exciting at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. In position number 5, a lonely position number 5 is Andrew McSwain, but I think he'll take that after yesterday. I just saw the front bumper of Prestopino, which is out there in the gravel trap at turn number 2. I just caught that in the corner of my eye. Let's look at the front. The lap times out there. It's pretty tight between Lowndes and Baxter Smith. It's the same as these two, Stootman and Johnson as well. Or Stoopy getting a little bit sideways out of Miller Corner. In these cars, though, you've got to try and keep the momentum up, haven't you? You lose time sliding.
Yeah, horsepower's everything, and getting that flow right is perfect. So, coming out of your slowest corners, you really need to set yourself up so that you've got maximum speed attacking everywhere else afterwards. So getting it wrong at turn 10 will set you up for a slow southern loop, Dan.
Yes, correct. Some drivers, the Brad Vaughns, who of course is racing in Super 2 these days, he uses a brake and slides it to help him rotate going into the corner, but he's silky smooth on the power going out of the corner. So you can sort of slide, not Scandinavian flick like a rally driver, but a little bit of a slide for certain drivers helps them rotate the car mid-corner so they don't get the washout of understeer. But this fight is closing up, so a bit like Stootman, McSwain has come marching through the field early on in this race, but as the race has settled down, Bright is slowly catching him up. Kerry Bright last time through a 53.5. That was over half a second faster than the Falcon driver ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 seconds, 2 seconds between them. But Lowndes has stretched his lead on Kane Baxter Smith to 9/10, almost a full second there, which is like a year in racing. And then you've got the gap between Stootman and Johnson. Ooh, that's down to 5/10. That's even closer.
Yeah, it is. And Prestopino's coming as well. He's in position number 8. He's recovering after his hairy spin at this corner. As here we go, Stootman forced to go defensive down into Miller Corner. Is DJ going to go all the way around the outside? No, he had a good try. He knew that if he could stick around the outside there, he'd have the inside for this corner, Siberia, but he wasn't able to do so. Oh, a big kick of oversteer on the turn in there for Kevin Stootman. That's pushed him out wide, and that's allowed DJ to come alongside on the run towards the hay shed. Great respectful driving from both of these two as Johnson has the momentum through the fast left and then the right at Hayshed, named because there used to be a Hayshed there. It is no longer there, but the name has remained as they head down the hill. Such a hard braking opportunity. DJ's doing it again on the outside. Stootman shows him the edge of the road. He goes, no, sorry DJ, you're going to have to think of a better way past than that. He closes the door on him. But again, it's hard racing, but it's clean racing.
Neither of them are in the Christmas spirit. Neither giving anything away at all. Totally stingy. Daniel is trying everything to show the nose, and Stootman just shuts the door on him every single time. Let's see if the pressure works for Daniel in the next couple of laps.
Again, Lowndes a few tenths faster than Baxter Smith. I just think that might have broken the camel's back there on that particular lap through. But it's a bit of Noah's Ark, isn't it? 2 by 2, the top two fighting. Third and fourth we're seeing on the screen. They're fighting as Stootman gets it sideways. Oh, goodness, good catch. But that's going to affect his run all the way down the straight towards Stoner Corner. You can visibly see how much DJ is caught up there on the run to the iconic Stoner turn, and it forces Stootman to defend down into Honda hairpin. In fact, I thought Stootman was far enough in front there that he didn't need to defend, but he did anyway. And DJ now having an attack up the inside into Siberia.
Oh.
Stootman's looking for a late apex, a good drive out the corner, and he has got just that. But DJ looks to me like he's able to hold an apex a lot earlier. Stootman's having to try a few different lines with the understeer in his Falcon. He's really trying to fight the car setup at the moment to try and make the same lap time that DJ seems to be doing easier.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. He's struggling for grip and control out there a wee bit, and it's just, you know, it's a testament to both drivers, actually, that this battle has been so close for so many laps.
Yeah, it really, really is. It really has been an all-Falcon affair that we've been seeing from position 2 all the way down to 5. But it's a Holden leading the way. The General up the front. Adam Lowndes in position number 1. I can hear tyres protesting. I think Stootman again getting a bit of understeer wash through the final corner. They're coming up to the lap traffic of Kreitsis out there on the circuit, and I note as well that Christopher Jackson has also gone down a couple of laps, so he's stranded out there, I reckon, on the racetrack somewhere. I haven't quite seen him. Maybe he's come into the pits, but yeah, interesting that Christopher Jackson is not circulating, only completed 4 laps.
This lap traffic might play into the battle between Stootman and Johnson if it catches up, or if it catches them, and it might play into the gap between Lowndes and Baxter Smith as they weave their way through. And it's the only competitive advantage that they've probably got at the moment to close that gap.
There is Christopher Jackson, so he's back out there on the racetrack. He's 2 laps down. Oh, Prestipino, he's gone off. Is that down at turn number 1? I think it is on the outside on the run towards turn number 1. So not sure what has happened to Jacob Prestipino, but it has been a horror day for him so far.
It has been. I'm struggling to see what's going on there. I wonder if we've got a replay to watch. But it's playing into everyone else's gap leads at the moment.
Prestipino had just got through on Tate and was catching up to Shembry, but to no avail. His run has come to an end there. I'm just looking, checkered flag is being prepared on the start line for this man, Adam Lowndes, in the Pro Plum sponsored car. It's been another great display from him. Baxter Smith went with him early, but Baxter Smith could not continue to keep that pace up. It's been so consistent from Adam Lowndes in the mid-50s all race long. His last lap, a 150.6. What a great performance. It is now 2 from 2 for Adam Lowndes here at Phillip Island. Came Baxter Smith aggressive, made his way up to second ahead of Stootman from the back of the grid in third, and Daniel Johnson. What a race between those two for position 3, and in the end it went the way of Kevin Stootman. We see further back our VN and EA class winner crossing the line there, and then Kerry Bright, who is behind Andrew McSwain going into that last lap. But what has happened to McSwain? He has lost quite a lot of time there and a position, and he's only just ahead of Justin Shembry in the end. So on the final lap, McSwain lost over 10 seconds, well into the 2 minutes. And Jacob Prestipino, something's failed on the right front of that car. It's certainly very low. Is it even got a wheel? I'm not entirely sure. That looks really low on the front left.
It does look like something's come to grief on the front right there. What a shame for him. He's actually thrown everything at it this weekend so far.
It is a wheel.
Yep. Right.
So it did 7 laps fine, 7.5 laps even, but it decided to part company. So Jacob Prestipino has got 3 wheels on his wagon at the top of Lukey Heights, and he's brought that to a stop as best he can. But rather than dragging the whole front right corner around back to the line to get a few measly points, he's decided to stop at the top of the hill. A good decision there from young Jacob Prestipino, but what a shame, a disastrous start to the day for him. And that team will have quite a bit of work to do between now and the next race. The Saloon car's set to come back out again at 2:55 local time, and looks like Jacob is going to jump out of the car. He is in need of a tilt tray. Here's a replay. There goes the wheel all by itself, and it just looks like it has parted company up the run towards Lukey Heights. How strange, though, that it's done 7.5 laps and then parted company now.
Yeah, I couldn't comment on why that would happen now, Dan, but 1 is a lonely number, and he's up there stranded on Lukey Heights waiting for the recovery vehicle. Not ideal, but he's thrown everything at it this weekend, has Jacob, and he did an amazing job yesterday in terrible conditions.
Here are the results then. Adam Lowndes taking his second race victory of the weekend. He'll be looking to see if he can make it a clean sweep later on. And of course, as well, with that result, Adam Lowndes now takes the championship lead in the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship. That's the results from yesterday's race. With Jacob Prespino finishing second. He's not finished second in that one. He is on the back of the tilt tray and will be brought back into the lane. Very disappointing end to his race, but there he is, just on the left-hand side of the shot. The iconic yellow gloves that we always see working away at the wheel. I noticed as well that he spun off on that last lap at turn one, so maybe there was something going wrong there and caused him to go off down there on the final lap of the race. But nevertheless, Prestopino, a DNF in that one. There are the results then. Came back to Smith, finishing the race in position number 2. A real hard charge from him. Very aggressive. Got the elbows out on lap 1. He beat home Kevin Stookman, the wily old fox, coming from the back. Daniel Johnson in position number 4. He threw everything at Stookman, but couldn't quite make it stick. Kerry Bright came home in the top 5 in that one, ahead of Andrew McSwain, a change on the final lap. Justin Shembry matches his PB result and finishes in 7th, ahead of Brett Tate. Prestopino, a DNF, and then Kritsis and Jackson, the 2 older spec cars. But we're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. Up next, we turn it up with V8 machines and all sorts as well. But Vic V8s are joined by the Victorian Sports Sedans. They'll be up in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. Brought to us this weekend by Trico Windshield Wipers, see clearly. And of course our great mates at 888 Home Loans. You need your home loan health check done. Make sure it's 888 Home Loans that are doing that health check for you. Keep them on the tip of your mind when you're thinking about any of home loans, and give the great team at 888 Home Loans a call. And I tell you what, this weekend you'll see the 888 Home Loans sign so well with your new set of Trico windshield wipers see clearly. A bloke who is going to be seeing a whole lot more clearly for this particular race than what he was yesterday in that horrendous conditions. Sadly, I say, Travis Condon, welcome to the commentary booth. It's not your ideal way to spend Sunday morning, is it, mate? You'd rather be out in that green Corolla Sports Sedan, yeah?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we had a bit of an unfortunate day yesterday and something we didn't see coming. You know, there was no way you could prevent something that happened. We got a split in the block and hydraulic the motor and made a really big mess of it.
Now, I always say this is the best permanent race circuit in Australia, but it hasn't been too friendly for you in 2024, has it? Because the last time out, you caught fire down at Exeter Turn 4.
Yes, we haven't had much luck here as of yet.
Having said that, you went home, you rectified whatever the issue was, and you came back and you won a race.
Yes.
So there's some grit and determination about Travis Condon, isn't there?
Yeah, look, I don't like giving up. That's a definite about that. And if you've got the tools to be able to fix something, then why wouldn't you? You know, you pay good money to come race. You know, we've got sponsors that I want to uphold and show and get out there. So you don't do that by sitting in the garage and just looking at the car.
Now, just before we get back to the Sports Sedans Vic V8s on screen now, you're heading to Bathurst for the Bathurst International. You've been there before, and you're on a bit of a sponsorship drive. Here's your opportunity.
Oh, 100% we are. You know, it's very hard as a budget racer to get to the mountain. We need as much sponsorship as we can get. You know, we've got a big opening on the doors. Got a big opening in the piston at the moment too. But you know, which is obviously another expense. But we're going to push as hard as we can. You know, tomorrow I'll pull the block apart and if anyone wants to get on board, then, you know, just get in contact with me on my socials through Soda Blast Racing. And don't forget to follow on YouTube as well if you can.
I've got to say, it's well worth following Soda Blast Racing. Lots going on there and great content that you put up. Yeah, it's fun stuff. It's not not to be taken too seriously.
No.
It's just a bloke out there having some fun. Talking about that, let's have a good look down this grid sheet because there's some blokes, unlike yourself, Trav, that are about to have the time of their life out there on track. But you know what it's all about. It lights the fire in your belly and keeps you coming back.
Look, 100%. You know, it's looking at this grid sheet here. My name's on the top. Unfortunately, not out there in the car. But amazing to see some of the guys that have really got up the front there. I mean, Brett Dickey to be in second there. He had a really good race yesterday, and watching that was really good to see. Dean Cam, you know, it looks like he's got his tyres, wet weather tyres sorted now. After the last round, he wasn't having too much success, but he was a rocket ship yesterday in that Corvette.
Dean knows his way around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He's been doing it for over 30 years with various different steeds under him. He'll be out of pole position in car number 66 for 5-star fencing. Brett Dickey right alongside for Bollard's Direct. Francois Habib, reigning champ, in car number 23 out of position 3. Can't wait to see him bring the purple Phantom Falcon back out. Brian Finn, the first of the big V8s in the field there, out of position 4. Mark Kakuri, another big V8 with Ben McLeod, who charged from the rear of the grid. Twice in 2 race meetings here at Phillip Island, he's had tyre issues. This time around on Friday, it was a rear tyre, and he is absolutely pushing very, very hard to the front. Greg Lynch, both Sports Sedan and big V8 entrant there out of position 7. David Hender in that magnificent Ford. Boy, that has got some mumbo under his right foot, that Falcon. David Ratcliffe to Arthurban also. Chas Talbot in the yellow and blue Camaro Sports Sedan. David Shaw in the Falcon Sports Sedan. Peter Owen in that blue Falcon. Mark Pesaveno back to Adrian Reed. Now, this car's got equal amount of interest as a V8 powered Corolla, hasn't it? This turbocharged Mini is an absolute engineering masterpiece.
It really is. Yeah, when you get a chance to go down into the pits and have a look at it, it's really an amazing bit of work.
John Ippolito will be out of position 16, a position not too familiar with him. He likes to be further up inside the 5, and I'm pretty sure we'll see him doing it. Aidan Munger, brand new to Sports Sedans this season, and is absolutely doing a terrific job learning the craft, learning the category. Kenneth Christie in the BMW, Tegan Collins in the V8 powered RX-7, Anthony Monday back to Darden Brown, Gary Finnemore in the round sponsor, the Mentone Premix. Get Exposed. I love that company's logo. It's a Bricky's bum on a pair of pants.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
A good one there with him. Gary Vella, Alan Argento, Trav Condon is right next to me, and David Ramsey rounding out this field. A really, really good field, mixed up with the sports sedans and the Vic V8s. For all intents and purposes, from a distance, they all look the same anyway. But it is two thoroughbred sports sedans across the front row of the grid as we just start to see a couple of droplets of rain. They're on slick tyres. Let's see if the turbocharged 4-cylinder dandy engines built power plant from Brett Dickey and the Bollards Direct car can take it up to the 5-star fencing car of Dean Cam, multi-championship winning. It's like a pro stock drag car off the line. Revs rise. Francois Bibb was nervous to get away with it, and Dean Cam stays true to himself and gets that power down. Dave Hender comes down with it. Have a look at the Mini, gets it well away as well. The coupe there. And that's Gary Finnemore. He gets his way weaving through the field as well. The Mini just looking like it got off the line nicely. Missed it getting through the gears, but a big flame out the back of the Mini as they go into turn 1. Our leaders already into turn 2. Dean Cam with Brett Dickey, the guy that has taken on Pikes Peak for a couple of years in a row, is really acquitting himself there in the Project Import team very, very well, and a welcome Aussie every time he hits the shores of North America. But have a look at this Honda chasing down Dean Cam. Dean knows what a Honda sports sedan's all about. He had one for some time, but it had an SB2 power plant in it. Some beautiful cars out there just settling themselves down. Your mate Ben McLeod is trying to take it up to him there, Trav.
Yeah, you can see that. Look, it's great to see Ben back out there after having that big accident on Friday. You know, he's put in the hard yards, and he really deserves to be up the front as well. It's great to watch all of these guys have a go. Even Johnny Polito, you know, he had a bit of a problem with the rear wing the other day, which he's managed to get up on top of, and he's pointing right up to the front as well.
This car 51, and obviously the Lap of the Gods livery on that car. It's not that car, and Greg Lynch, that's not even a HRT car. That is a tribute car as well, built as a 4-pan sports
So
van.
he's
And
got a
there is
bit of a
some
problem
smoke coming
there.
out of the back of that.
So I wonder whether he's had a bit of a tap on the back side of the car, because
Yeah, that's not looking good. That looks like it's oil coming out of the middle of the car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And we're also getting a little bit of rain coming down there as well. Geez, Ben's car, I've always liked the way he prepares that car. He prepares it within a millimetre of its life with the guys at Maverick Performance, Jared McLeod and the crew there. But I do like the black bumper. It looks like a Gardner. It looks like a Gardner supercar.
When I saw it come in behind me yesterday, and I went, that looks very, very aggressive with the black bar. I reckon it looks tougher.
Oh, and I think it's actually matched Ben's attitude towards it this year as opposed to the last couple of seasons. He's getting a little bit more aggressive out there on track and wants to get some more results. Here's Chas Talbot. And yeah, if you used to watch Formula 5000 in the 70s, this is exactly that same bloke. And now we are getting big rainfall. This is going to hurt the guys on slicks. We're just gone 11 minutes left in this race, and the rain is sweeping right across the property. This is going to be a very testing time. That smoke is increasing coming out of the back of Greg Lynch's car.
Yeah, I think Lynchy might have to pull over on this one, or he's going to end up getting mechanical black flag. But look,
so we are hearing through the communication channels that Greg Lynch will be being delivered a black flag. Just watching the officials down at the start line to see them get that prepared for him. So they're not doing anything yet. But let's look to the top of the hill here in the wet. There's coming around. There's John Polito going through on David Hender. So the big heavy Falcon, if it's on slicks, and I'm going to suggest it is, it will be the first one to start suffering with really no aero package. Ippolito running wide there as well. And the 51 following. Chas Talbot goes round trying to get the power down in the Camaro, and Hilbert blocked half the track coming around through turn 11. So if anyone's trying to flow the car around onto the main straight, they'll come across a yellow and blue Camaro stricken on the inside of the track. 3 wide. The rain coming down now. This is some Vic V8s going head to head with each other, and there is reality right there on the screen, Trav. How much would you like to be out there now?
look, to be honest, I think if they've got the temperature in the tyres, they'll still be able to hold on and hold that sort of pace. I wouldn't be too concerned about it at this stage, as long as they got those tyres up to temperature.
What's your thought on the human condition out there at the moment? How, would you be gritting your teeth and just getting on with it?
No, I love it. I don't care. I'm happy to drive sideways. I'm happy just to drive.
Chas Talbot replay there, loops it round the 12, just off to driver's left. There he is, hasn't been able to get back on. Yeah, once you get out in that wet grass, there's no way if you've got slicks on, you're going to wheel spin your way back on. All you're going to do is waste fuel and clutch. John Ippolito's
Johnny's
gone
out in the
off
kitty litter.
at turn 2, exit of 2 by the looks of things. No, that's actually turn 4. Coming up to turn 4 there, so John manages to get it back on. He's lost a whole handful of spots down there, and that would not have been a nice ride to head off down there, but gathers it back up, and number 42 stays in the game.
Yeah, that rain is starting to come in pretty hard now, so I think you just got to keep that in mind and hold off the pedal a little bit and try and just maintain your spot.
It's all about seeing out the next 8 minutes and 9 seconds, isn't it? It's all about just riding it through. Ben taking it very easily under brakes down into MG. There's Greg Lynch. Now you can hide the smoke coming out of the back of that to say it's spray at this point in time. But Dean Cam leading Francois Hobie, Brett Dickey, Brian Finn, Ben McLeod, Greg Lynch, John Ippolito. Car number 44 on screen now. That's John. So that's Arthur Van Orso. Peter Owen there as well, and they're coming around, and that's Argento in the number 10. So we're looking 13, 14, 15, 16 on the road here. BMW coming up in sports sedans. It's been a while since Shane Woodman, who won the championship at 2014 in his BMW. Great to see another BMW returning to the sports sedan ranks in the Groove Train Eastland QP Lubes National Blind Supplies Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Doing a terrific job. Now the sun's coming out. There you go.
That's typical Melbourne for you, isn't it? So
and we're not even near Melbourne. We're in Gippsland.
You just gotta hope and wait and don't do anything rash.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's all about reading what's in front, directly in front of you sometimes, and going and responding to it. As we've got this group here being led by Gary Finnemore in position number 13. He's got Argento, Owen, Christie in that BMW. I just touched on. Great to see a BMW back out in the sports sedans, the BMW F80 M3 3 litre. Car number 154 running wide there on his P plates, but the BM Performance Centre emblazoned down the side here. We've got Argento going through on Gary Finnemore, the round sponsor, Mentone Premix for the Vic V8s. And coming into turn 4, and a big wide Falcon coupe with a BMW. And we're spanning at least 3 decades or 4 decades between those two competitors, those two vehicles anyway.
He's doing really well in the BMW. You know, I've been watching him. Obviously, he's joined the field, and he's really respectful driver and respectful in the pits. It's really good to have him on board.
That's what we were saying about Ben McLeod about 2 seasons ago, and he's just turned up the wick and wants to start winning races, doesn't he?
yeah. When you get the thirst, it's there, isn't it?
That's right. Yeah, you get the sniff of that podium, and it's like all the politeness goes out the window. We're racing now, and full credit. That's what you come to the track for, that sort of thing. But getting to have a bit of a look back through the Vic V8's field. He's car number 39. We're just sort of looking back through the field, and that's Mark Kukuri. Always features in the results, and I think it's Vella just in front of Mark Kukuri. No, it's Arthur Van Orso. There's Lynch continuing on his way. I haven't seen any black flag come out for him. We heard the officials talking about it in the background. They're obviously observing that car.
It's going pretty wide.
Whoa, it's loose down at turn 1, and Mark Kukuri just hanging on it. Van Orso there, and they've got Johnny Polito in the mix there as well.
He just wound up those 2 cars on the inside on turn 1, and it was a really good move. He went pretty deep under brakes on that.
Well, there you go. There's a more of a floor pan sports sedan up against the Vic V8, which is an ex-Commodore Cup type of arrangement. And wow, the Auto Cure car got a little bit lively underfoot, exiting turn number 2 that time, and just gathering it all back up. Johnny Polito doing the sponsors proud. He's got the Trico windshield wipers absolutely working overtime out there. They're probably hotter than the tyres at the moment because there's not a whole lot of rain down there actually at the moment. Ben McLeod now, and he's currently sitting in P5 there. David Hender was in behind, but that looks like Ratcliffe that's weighing in on that there. And I've got to say, I don't think I would ever have said it because I thought that red Commodore always looked awesome, but I'm really liking that black front bumper.
Yeah, I think it looks great. Benny, we decided you need to change it.
Yeah, that's it. The executive decision's been made. There's nothing worse than a sports sedan driver become commentator and telling the rest of the field exactly how they need to dress their car up. I reckon yours should be bright green and it should be a Corolla. Oh,
that's
exactly
a good
what
idea.
it is.
We should make
Who
it
thought
wider.
of that? Down the straight goes Ben McLeod, featuring in the points for this series. Here is that Mini we touched on in the warm-up lap, actually. And I tell you what, you could just about fit that thing under the bonnet of the Falcon chasing him behind, which is the
Dave Shaw.
Dave Shaw on the 94. Have a look at that number 6 just climb the hill. Big shout out to Chris Neal and Ron Simmons and all those guys that used to race Super Minis back in the era. 55 or something years of sports sedans and Minis have featured in the many early years, right back down through the fields.
I always worry about coming up beside the Mini. I reckon he's going to burn my paint off someday as I go past. Like, those flames are amazing. It looks great.
How to go 5% faster, have a big flame out the side. You want to invest in one, mate, you should get one.
I tried it, but I stuck it in the engine bay area.
Yes, you did, and that attracted a whole lot of attention. The slower you went, the more attention it got. Going to draw alongside here. This is the aptly named David versus Goliath battle, and the turbo ooh, that looks like one of the Commodores.
It looks like Lynchy has obviously come in and hasn't been able to have a look at that oil problem.
Just looking at his too, he's lit up as in pit lane there. So car 22 will play no further part in race 2 for the weekend. A guy that has won races here in sports sedan trim and was hoping to gather points this round. Have a look at this now. This is a great battle. We've got Francois Bibb and Brett Dickey. Brett will wind it up. The turbocharged car comes into a straight line in his own words. And we can quote him. They have running a very conservative boost program here this weekend. They want to get the car through 3 races, and it's all about the wheel spacer. And I mean the head between the headrest and the steering wheel. And Brett's having to do all the thinking. Just watching that coupe running out wide there, just putting a lap on him. So a couple of purpose-built race cars here. This Prelude has been absolutely magic up until this weekend for a couple of seasons, running in the black and gold livery. Now gone back to what I like to call the Brawn GP livery that they've run with this car in the early days, and running very nicely indeed. In fact, the Bollard's Direct sponsorship sticker on the side in blue stands out really well on the white background there.
It's good to see Darden here too in his Datsun. It's you know, he's not one of the front runners, but he's always turning up and having a go, and it's great to see.
A lot of championships in the under 2 litre category has Darden. So actually, if you think about it, he's probably on equal sort of championship standing as our race leader Dean Cam as far as a class
per category
is concerned. On pound for pound type of racing. That's certainly that. We're down to 50 seconds on the time certain clock for this, so it'll be plus a lap. But the sun is now sort of baking at the bottom end of turn 2 where it was belting down, and the track's all dry again, Trav.
Yeah, it's dried up very quickly. It is very windy out there, so it's good to see. Dean Cam just going across the start line again. He's got a fairly big gap out to Brett Dickey now.
Here's a pretty aggressive bit of the race here. This is the BMW coming under fire now. This is Ken Christie, and then the 44 logging in behind Ken there at the moment. So this is a ripping battle in this pack. A couple of the Vic V8s really mixed up in it. Pez coming through there, and then the Argento Falcon, but the BMW coming out of Siberia, it is absolutely rapid climbing the hill and through the right, left, and then hard left-hander as we go back onto the main straight here. That's a position change there between Brian Finn and Ben McLeod, and that was done on raw straight line handling. That was some good run out of MG, but Ben McLeod, he is not walking away from that at the moment. He is right up underneath the rear bumper, and this is a couple of Commodores going at it very hard, pushing very hard in these changing conditions. Really got to get your head around when it rains and then the sun comes out. It demands some massive concentration, doesn't it?
100% it does. But it is a good little battle here. Bit of a swap over, and Finn might come back around him again.
Yeah, Brian Finn loves to have a race too. So these very two like-minded Commodore racers, and they're enjoying their time out there. The coupe just waving them through. Thanks, guys. Just I'll run my race here in the Vic V8s in car number 5.
What a beautifully turned out car that is.
And
also.
Ramsey, yeah, it is, isn't it? They do when you've got a car of historic significance, to go that little bit extra is appreciated by everyone, isn't it? So last lap board has been given to Dean Cam. He has got a 9.3 second lead over Brett Dickey. Brett Dickey has now eased the lead out over Francois Habib by a couple of seconds there as well. Ben McLeod, quite a big gap back now to Ben and Brian Finn, who are having their very own battle as they go past the stricken Chas Talbot. And this Brock VK.
Ben's got an issue. He's got a flat tyre again.
That's not good.
Is he pulling it up? Yeah, he's managed to pull it up. And
gee, I tell you what, Glenn Seaton and
staying
Greg
on the
Murphy
pace.
will have watched that and gone, gee, years ago we planted ourselves well and truly in the wall there.
Oh, no, stay off. No.
Oh, love tap. That's
a little
broken
tap.
the end plate off the wing.
I think Ben's suffered from a flat tyre again there.
Was that a wide open throttle stuck there maybe? I don't know, but he kept going through the sandpit, didn't he? He wasn't going to beach it. Here's our race leader for 5-star fencing, Melbourne-based racer, multiple sports sedan champion. He's been running this car for a long, long time. Had the Honda before that, and of course ran an RX-7 and a Commodore in club cars and improved production in the last century. But Dean Cam, an absolute legend in Victorian motorsport and a great guy to boot, gives a lot to the sport. And let me tell you, just by running this car at a racetrack, he brings a whole lot to it as Ben McLeod tries to get back on track as Cam takes the victory and takes race number 2 for the weekend.
Yeah, that's a great drive by Dean.
Travis right alongside me. Where do you reckon you would have featured, mate? Apart from obviously taking the champagne out in front.
Look, I don't think I'm going to be able to catch Dean Cam. That's a rocket ship in the dry, that's for sure. Look, I would have liked to have finished in the top 5 there for sure.
Tell you what, Brett Dickey, if he's telling me the truth, he's running low boost, and he's got that running well. When he starts to ease a bit of boost into it, it's going to be something else, isn't it?
Yeah. Look, I think reliability with that car is what's going to really get that up the front constantly. We all know that turbo cars can create problems, especially in hotter conditions. But having it settled and handling better, and it's just going to make it faster and more reliable by keeping the boost low.
Geez, wouldn't you love to go over to Pikes Peak and join him with a lap up that, or a run up that hill for a year or so?
Mate, well, I must say when I overtook him yesterday in the rain, I went, why are they paying him and not me?
Well, we know the Project Import people watch on from California, so a big shout out to them. But Brett's driven the Honda home into P2, Francois Habib into 3, Brian Finn into 4, Dave Hender in the Big Falcon, car number 53, ultimately home there in 5th. And sadly, Ben hasn't managed to get the car and ease it across the line, so that'll be a DNF.
It's a DNF, and unfortunately.
That's sad.
It's only 30 metres, 40 metres difference. Oh, racing can just kill you some days.
That's the heartache, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Well, Trav, you are going to obviously head home and mend the heartache of yesterday and get that engine out and aim at being a Calder in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, look, part of the healing process is getting that motor fixed, so our aim is definitely to be at Calder, and again, we'll definitely be at Bathurst. We'll do whatever we have to do financially to make it happen. If I've got to work 100 hours a week, then we'll work 100 hours a week.
And I do, like I said, get on that Soda Blast YouTube channel and have a look at what those guys get out there. Buy one of his hoodies. I'm not sure whether you've got any stock of them.
Hoodies and T-shirts we're doing, which all profits actually go to the Rising Sun charity, which is for PTSD returned veterans. So yeah, reach out if you want to get one of those. We try and help as much as we can.
Trav, thank you very much for joining us. We'll have a look at the grid or the result sheet before it goes. Cam, Dickey, Habib, Finn, Hender, Ippolito, David Ratcliffe, and that was it. It's disappeared off our timing screen. Sports Sedans will be back on later again today at 3 7:20 p.m. Until then, Travis, all the very best, mate.
Thanks for
We're getting that
having me,
engine
Darren.
fixed, and we'll see you at Calder, and we'll be cheering you on when you head to the mountain in November.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks for that. We'll be back in just a couple of moments, and we have got Porsche 944s coming out on track.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Race Championships, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers, helping you see clearly. It is a very clear day here at Phillip Island. 888 Home Loans as well on board as they have been. We can't thank those two enough for their continued support. We've got Porsche 944s on track very, very soon. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me in the box for the first time, I think we've commentated together, is Emma Dean.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful afternoon. It's turning out to be with the Porsches coming out on track, and just wanted to take a moment while they're coming out of the dummy grid and down the Trico Windshield Wipers pit lane. We lost a very special Porsche personality in the last week of Fitzy. I always knew Fitzy to be a Porsche person. He was Mr. Porsche when I became obsessed at the age of 5, and I had a chat to him a couple of times earlier this year, and he did mention that he was quite ill, and we lost him in the last week, and he would have been a key person in a lot of people's lives. So it's a big loss to the community. I'm sure we'll have some more tributes to come.
It certainly is. It'll be, I'm sure the 944 community will put on a great tribute for him, as he was so treasured in the Porsche community. And I guess there's no better way to kick things off by doing what Porsches do best and throwing them around a racetrack at full power.
Totally.
We can't starting to see the cars getting out on track. We've got almost a completely dry tarmac surface now here at Phillip Island. The sun is shining beautifully here, and the cars are getting as much temperature into their tyres as possible here. We've got a grid of, I believe we have 14 cars taking to the field in this 944 challenge race, race 2. We've had a couple of lost cars, Michael Westerway and Nicholas Carpenter not being able to take the start in race 2 here today, but we're still going to have a bumper field, and if Saturday's action was anything to go by, this is going to be an absolute belter of a race as they round the Southern Loop at the moment, just warming up as much as we can. We can see there was a lot of, earlier on in the day, a lot of running around the outside of these long corners like the Southern Loop, like Lukey Heights as well, because there was such a fast line in the wet. But now that it's dry, that has changed completely. So let's take a look at the grid and how they line up in this second race of the 944 Challenge here. Jamie Westaway, just going across the front of your screen there, is on pole position, having taken the race 1 win, looking to go for another clean sweep as he tries to claw up as much of a deficit as he can to the points at the top. Next to him on second spot in the grid is Adam Brewer, who's been super consistent week in, week out in the 944 Challenge Series so far. Cameron Bella lines up behind them in that lightning fast Cyan number 55 machine with Chris Lewis Williams. Both of those drivers sharing alternate championship leads. Cameron Bella currently leads the state series of the 944s, whereas Chris Lewis Williams, I've actually got that mixed up. It's Chris Lewis Williams who leads the state championship, and it's Cameron Bella who leads the club championship with a slightly different point system. So both of those guys will be going hammer and tongs in this round, race 2, brought to you by Butcher's Diner, who have been the round sponsor all weekend. Behind them, we've got Mark Verdino and Mark Torbitz in 5th and 6th. We see going past respectively. That number 50 machine of Anthony Westaway, backed up by this number 7 rolling across the screen right now of Carter Fox. He's just sort of treating this weekend as a bit of a shakedown. They've just had that car rebuilt, so he's just sort of, the engine rebuilt, sorry, so he's just sort of getting as much track time in as possible. And he's said to me that the main thing they're focusing on is just getting a full season tilt in next year and using these last 3 events, this round, Calder Park, and then Island Magic, where we'll see these Porsches again at Phillip Island, just as a bit of a test bed. Behind that number 7 car, we've got Andrew Jackman, Joshua Brisbane in 10th position. Michael Westaway will have a blank spot on the grid in 11th, which means John Vanoris will be lining up in 12th next to an empty spot. Peter Grant and Jack Atley in 13th and 14th positions respectively will be rounding out the grid. So 13 cars taken to the start here as they start to roll around on a beautiful sunny main straight here at Phillip Island.
Yeah, that beautiful zebra black and white livery of the pit lane clothing 944 of Jack Atley's came to a little bit of grief and tapped the ball just outside of turn 4 yesterday. Hopefully he's on track for a much better result today. And having a chat with the guys down the pit lane, they were finding that karting wet line yesterday, and the guys that knew how to do it or that were going for it found a lot of grip, surprisingly, in those conditions. Totally different conditions today, so I'm sure it's on for all of them.
100%. A lot of cars will be making changes to tyre pressures, switching from those green tyres to scrubbed tyres with a little bit less tread on them, so there's a bit more of a slick action happening there. Apart from that, there's not many changes that can be made to these cars. They are not bone stock, but they are as close as possible to being identical, which makes them such a great racing series. They're really well balanced cars, and the revs are building in them right now because the red lights have gone out. Jamie Westaway gets a pretty good jump, as does Adam Brewer, but Jamie Westaway nails the shift into 2nd position and will get the lead as they make the run down to turn 1. Adam Brewer might find himself under threat, and he does, from Cameron Bella, who slots in right behind Westaway. And I've loved seeing these two battle over the years, Cameron Bella and Jamie Westaway at the front of the field once again, but it's all on for young and old all the way up and down the field. Mark Verdino's trying to get in there as well, and Chris Lewis Williams does not want to stick around in 5th any longer than he has to.
How quick is that for a start compared to yesterday, Matt? Like that, we were watching them for a lot longer going into turn 1 and 2 yesterday. They're really on fire now.
They had all that spray to contend with yesterday as well, so they didn't really want to make too many rash decisions, but it's clear air in front of them now. They can see miles ahead. They can see that beautiful blue sky and the horizon out there on the Bass Straight, but they're all looking at that apex of turn 4 right now. That's the most important thing for them. Tony Westaway making a pass on Carter Fox there. Peter Grant, who had a bit of an excursion yesterday, still a bit of grass lodged in the front of that car, but is keen to make tracks as soon as he can as he makes his way past the number 35 of Jack Atley. Here's Tony Westaway once again. He's one of 2 Westaways on track today. Michael, his brother, out of the race unfortunately and out of this weekend, and his son Jamie is leading the way, trying to go for that clean sweep.
Yeah, like you were saying before, Matt, there's the cars are obviously all the same model, but it's all in the setup and the driver. So the conditions, these conditions will suit pretty much all of them, but yesterday's conditions suited a certain group of them. It's interesting to see what these guys do with setup, between wet setup, dry setup, etc. But it's really a great race.
They're a really good equaliser, this car as well, because with the setup, they're sort of hamstrung, and that all they can really do is, like, they can't really change anything with suspension geometry or anything like that. Fuel loading is all basically set in stone. You just put in your fuel for the race and that's it. It's just tyre pressures and how much tread is on your actual tyres. But so apart from that, that's what makes these cars great equalisers, as we see equal standing almost at the front of this race. Cameron Bella going around the outside. He had a lot more pace than Jamie Westaway. Got a great run of momentum off the last corner there, but Jamie Westaway just has the position and pulled that gap right back again. I think we're going to see some real strong drag racing all race long here in the 944s today.
Deja vu for Cameron Bella in the number 2 position there from lap 1 to lap 2, same outcome.
Absolutely the same outcome. Adam Brewer still trying to find a bit of pace on the outside there. A lot of different lines on the exit of Southern Loop. It's one of my favourite corners as a reason. It's a tricky corner to get right when you're learning it, but once you have mastered it, you can find so many different ways to find pace in different spots. Bella having a look up the inside of Westaway, does not have the space to be able to make a move done. Jamie Westaway is quite comfortable sitting in the lead, taking his traditional racing line. Doesn't have to block too much there. As they go into Siberia, everyone's keeping it nice and tight on the inside, especially Chris Lewis-Williams, finding a gap on Mark Verdino and slotting his way up into 4th.
Yeah, there's nothing in this, is there? The gap from 1st to 2nd is almost literally quite nothing. Matt, I'm just looking at this. There's not even 100th in it.
It's been such a competitive series. What a place to make a move that is for Cameron Bella. Finding an inside line that hardly was there on the inside of the hay shed. Couldn't get it on the... Oh, he has got it on the outside around the top of Lukey Heights. Jamie Westaway just edges ahead, and Westaway is so cool and calm and collected. So many other drivers in that same position will be just blocking on the inside, just hugging that right-hand side into MG, not wanting to make anything happen, but Jamie knows there's still quite a bit to go in this race. 10.5 minutes. He backs himself. He backs his car as well. He knows that as long as he just keeps hitting his markers and doing everything right and keeping his pace up as much as he can, he doesn't have to stress too much. The cards will fall where they may as long as he keeps pushing. Geez, Cameron Bella is a demon on the exit of that final corner. He's ahead at the stripe, and that is crucial to note because that may come into play at the end of this race.
Oh my goodness, Matt. I'm just holding my breath slightly watching this. He's taken it from him again. It's deja vu times 2.
These two have been going hammer and tongs at each other in these battles for years. Pre-COVID, I remember seeing these guys duking it out week in, week out. It's such good fun just watching these guys thrash these cars around. They're such talented drivers, and they're going to be able to hold this side by side most of the way around this track, I reckon. Door to door through Stoner Corner here. Bella's going to have a little bit more pace. Westaway's going to have to do quite well to hang on around the outside. He will have the position here into Honda, so if he can keep the car nice and stable, he will slot back into 1st. Can he hold it to the inside, or will Bella go for the cutback? Doesn't have the space. Meanwhile, behind them, Adam Brewer has been dicing it up with these two behind him, Chris Lewis-Williams and Mark Verdino, having a very, very similar battle of his own. And because the two cars at the front don't really have a chance to make a break for it with how much they're cutting across each other, this is a 5-car battle for the lead effectively, as we just saw Mark Verdino copping a bit of dirt on the exit. Bella right around the outside at the hay shed. He's going to have the inside line now for Lukey. There's a bit more pace on that inside line now that the track's dried out, and he's going to slot in there. What's Jamie Westaway going to try here at MG? Is he going to make a bit of a duck here, or is he just going to... I think he's going to tuck in behind. Bella is feeling under the pump a little bit defensively. He's had to move to the inside a little bit, not taking that full racing line. He knows that Jamie Westaway is on him and can make a move at any moment.
Yeah, MG is not the place where you want to lose any time in these cars. You need all the horsepower you can get coming out of that slow corner. So I think Jamie just went, I'll get him next turn.
100%. Momentum is absolutely crucial in these 944s. They don't have a huge amount of power, only about 125 kilowatts or so, but they weigh 1,100 kilos, which is barely anything in race car terms, and they're perfectly balanced as well. Those running the left-hand drive cars, it's not everyone, as we see another really nice pass there from Chris Lewis-Williams, trying to get past the number 3 of Adam Brewer, but making his way past Mark Verdino. Every time I look up at this screen, they're all just completely shuffled like a deck of cards. But the cars with left-hand drive steering, they're completely balanced 50-50 front and rear, and left and right as well. So, and at a track like this with so many fast-flowing corners, it brings out the best in the driver if you can really muscle a car like this around quickly.
Yeah, the nose to tail is a bit supercars-esque at the moment. It's really great. But seeing Bella and Westaway go at each other, whoa, bit of a lock up there. But seeing Bella and Westaway going at each other, it's showing their karting prowess.
100%. They know how to make every line work on the track around them, as does Chris Lewis-Williams, who actually had to push Mark Verdino a little bit wider than he thought he was expecting to go there, but he gave him plenty of racing room. Lots of respect between these competitors, which is one of the other great things about the 944 Challenge. The camaraderie between these drivers. I speak about it every time I get on the mic, but it can't be stressed enough because these guys will be racing like having such good close racing, but it's fair, it's respectful, and then when they get back in the garage, if one of them's got a bent tyre or something like that, their competitors are going to get in there with the welder, with the tools to help them out and fix it up. And that's what I love about this series.
Yeah, well, the State Series, you don't have like a bank of professional drivers and all the time in the world to do testing and track days and all that kind of stuff. So they are literally, most of the guys are only on track for these series meets. So they don't want to bend the car and they don't want to bend anyone else's car, and they want to be back next time. They put so much prep into these cars leading up to a round. You've thrown it away if you have the elbows out too wide.
100%, and it's commendable as well. All these cars are always so beautifully presented every time they roll out to a round here. The 944s are just, I think they're really a good canvas for how to make a race car look good. I think Mark Torbitz's car that's just in the background of this shot there is a really great example. As we see the rest of the field filter through, it's a pretty good time to take stock actually. Bella currently leads from Jamie Westerway ahead of Adam Brewer in third, who's holding off Mark Verdino and Chris Lewis-Williams. Tony Westerway having a bit of a lonely race in sixth behind them, and then it's Andrew Jackman in seventh, Josh Brisbane up to 8th, which is his best running so far this season. He'll be hoping he can finish there. The number 84 of Peter Grant sits behind them in 9th, with that number 7 of Carter Fox in 10th. But it looks like in the meantime, Mark Torbitz has actually slotted in front of Carter Fox since the line. So he made that move done at turn 1, and the number 71, driven by El Presidente, Mark Torbitz, is into the top 10. But this battle for third place is not going anywhere. Adam Brewer is loving sitting there. He doesn't mind having his mirrors full of his competitors. He doesn't feel the pressure at all.
Yeah, pretty cool under that kind of pressure. And it's interesting, Cam Bella said his fastest lap this lap. Lap 4, he took his time, he was very relaxed. He just thought, okay, I'll get it in lap 4.
A bit like in qualifying, I was having a chat to Keith Mariner when before he jumped on the mic yesterday, and then there's a standard run-of-the-mill qualifying session, and then Cam Bella just, out of nowhere, just ripped a lap out that was half a tenth faster than anyone else in the field, just because he felt like it. Very wide exit from Adam Brewer there. He's left himself a little bit vulnerable to Mark Verdino on the outside, but there's just too much pace on the inside line now that the track is fully dried out. So he'll take that spot back with no issue at all. But because they've got such different lines into this final corner, momentum is going to be key. Keep an eye for Mark Verdino to see if he can make a run on Adam Brewer down the main straight here. He's tucked right up behind him as they cross the stripe. So will he be able to make a lunge? Yep, there he goes, down the inside. Will he have the position to actually get the move done? They're basically side by side. He gets the job done. Can he hold it? It looks to be pretty solid to me. Great racing from Mark Verdino. That was almost a full sector long move to get that one done.
Yeah, he definitely took advantage of the toe down the straight there. Nice little move, nice and clean, no stress. Really nice.
Chris Lewis-Williams just sitting back with bated breath. He's more than happy to let these guys race in front of him because it means they're not making a break for it at the front, and he's still got a chance to pounce when he wants to. He might be biding his time a little bit. There's still just over 4 minutes left to go in this race as Chris Lewis-Williams watches on. Mark Verdino going back up the inside of Adam Brewer through Honda Corner. Slots in front, doesn't give him an opportunity to sort of strike back into Siberia. So they'll be line astern once again as they all take that sort of middle line. They do pull the apex in, so it's not like earlier in the weekend, or earlier even today even, when it was a lot wetter and cars were going all the way to the outside, just trying their best to stay off the paint. We're going back to traditional racing lines in these dry conditions, so all these guys are pulling all their racecraft tricks out of the book here with all this tarmac on the road to play with. Brewer going up the inside into Lukey Heights once again. Mark Verdino's got pace. Can he hold it on as he goes all the way around the outside? It's marginal. He's going to have the position into MG. Chris Lewis-Williams standing both feet on the brake pedal. Just got that one pulled up. He hasn't lost too much momentum because Brewer and Verdino were side by side through there and didn't slow each other up slowed each other up quite a bit. So now Lewis-Williams taking advantage, going up the inside of Verdino through the second last corner. Penultimate corner, they're still side by side, but Brewer's going to try and make a run for it. Let's see how much of a side draft these two can get. There's not going to be a huge amount of chance to chop and change too much. Verdino just edges him at the stripe that time by. Can Chris Lewis-Williams try something audacious around the outside into turn 1? He's a bit shaky there, has to back out and runs it pretty wide.
Yeah, not for the faint of heart. Although, to your point before, Matt, these cars are actually so well resolved.
Oh, no!
Spoke too soon.
That is laser-guided commentator's curse from Aberdeen there. Mark Verdino locking the rears up and looping it around at the southern loop there. It's such a tricky corner. He's got it back on the tarmac. No damage done. except to his lap time and his position. Although he's still in front of Tony Westaway, I believe, because of the gap between those cars. So he's only fallen down to 5th position, but it'll be very, very hard for him to do much better than that. And now he'll have the number 50 Westaway machine hot on his heels.
As well resolved as the car can be, it's still the driver in control, and when you're under pressure, it's really hard to keep doing a perfect lap after lap after lap.
It certainly is. Concentration is such an important thing to have, and I almost wondered if that car, that number 44, was even looking a little bit loose as it came into Honda corner there. He's still got it gathered up, but in the meantime, partly as a result of that, Adam Brewer is now out on his lonesome in 3rd position. He's gapped Chris Lewis-Williams behind him by some margin now, so he's got a bit of work to do to catch up. Meanwhile, at the back of the field, we've got Jack Atley, who's returning to the driving seat for the first time in a long time here this weekend in the number 35 pit lane clothing machine. He's having a great battle with John Venoris, and it's great to see Johnny getting stuck in the number 32 purple machine. It's been plagued with a lot of mechanical issues here and there. He hasn't really been able to get a whole lot of track time in the past, but he's having a great go of it now and racing alongside with Jack Atley. So those two are having a really good ding-dong battle here.
Yeah, and Jack hasn't been in a race car competitively for 18 months. I mean, that's years in race to speak. I mean, it takes you a lot to get reacclimated with the car and to feel comfortable on track again. Your fitness has to be there, concentration has to be there. Jack's actually doing a decent job. I mean, the top 6 is super competitive, so anywhere outside of that, if you're getting 7th, 8th, 9th, you're doing really well. And just on that, Cam Bella has just posted his fastest lap, this lap of 1:48.54.
That's a rapid lap time there.
Yeah.
3/10 faster than what his next closest competitor, Jamie Westaway, has managed. And that gap at the front has eked its way out to 3.2 seconds as a result. So it's Bella's race to lose at this stage. I'm going to inflict a horrible commentator's curse if I say that. So I'm just going to leave it at that and hope nothing bad happens to him at the front, to the number 55 machine. John Venoris is trying his best to claw onto the back of Jack Atley here and keep on him. I wonder if John's one of those drivers who likes having a bit of a carrot in front of him to see, you know, copy a bit of technique and follow the lines and just sort of stay in that slot. This will be an interesting case as well to see how much momentum, because both of these drivers will be taking quite a similar line there through the exit of the final corner, but John's got a lot more pace and he's actually pulling to the inside without the help of the draft at all. So Jack Atley may be down a little bit more on power than he's expecting that 944 to be.
Definitely hunting season for Venoris, and Jack's definitely a little wabbit for him in that pit lane black and white 944. He's holding on to his position though.
He certainly is. They're both making those Yokohama AO50 tyres do the most work they possibly can, especially Venoris, who's found time around the outside here at the southern loop, and he's going to slot in front, possibly in front into the Stoner corner. Jack Atley's got a bit of pace on the exit. They're going to be side by side as they round through turn 3. The run to turn 4, anything can really happen here. Venoris may have to slot back on the inside, or is he going to have a look Jack Atley moves across, very gradual move there, shuts the door completely on him. Pretty standard block pass, great defensive driving there from Atley.
Let's see if they can swap positions over the next couple of turns.
There's a fair chance that there might be a bit of movement on here as Venoris is having a look everywhere he possibly can. Jack Atley might be starting to sweat a little bit because he's got that purple number 32 machine all over him. Meanwhile, while this is happening, the last lap board has been shown on the front straight, so there's not a whole lot of running to go for the front runners here. These guys will be aware of that as well. They'll be wanting to get any moves done they possibly can before they start getting to the line. They're not a lap down or anything like that yet, so these guys still have a lap and some change to go. But at the front, we are not too far away from a race finish here, but there's still a little bit of a gap there at MG. Not too much that John Venoris can do. I think he's just happy to sit tight. Jack Atley's put an interesting line on the exit there. I think he's scrubbed up a little bit of speed trying to make his way to the outside. So we'll see how that battle pans out as it gets towards the end. But meanwhile, at the front, Cameron Bella has had a barnstorming race. The best lap, as you said, of a 148.55 or thereabouts. And he's been rock solid, as he's renowned to be. He's one of the most consistent drivers that I've seen in my time commentating 944s, and today is no exception. Yeah,
and he stretched that lead out to 4 seconds. So he's comfortable. He's got clean air, and he's just cruising through now. It's great. He just needs to bring it home.
That'll be a great result for him in his championship battle for both series points standings as the series rolls on. Cameron Bella will take the stripe, will take the checkered flag, and will take race 2 here at Phillip Island ahead of Jamie Westaway in the number 28. And with Chris Lewis-Williams back in 4th, that's going to be a very handy little buffer there Adam Brewer rounds out the podium once again. Another really great result from that consistent number 3 car. This battle is still raging on, back for 12th position. And that's what I love about racing like this. It doesn't matter if you're racing for 1st or 12th. Racing is still are going to go as hard as they possibly can. And Atlee is defending for his life. He's making that pit lane clothing 944 as wide as he possibly can.
13 cars on track, there's the potential for 13 races, Matt. Like, there's races within races within races all the time. Only one person can get first, but with 13 cars out there, they've all got the elbows out to get as close to that first as they can. The pit lane clothing livery on that car is looking a treat in the sun.
It certainly is. I'm just having a look at the timing. I think we may have lost... we haven't lost Tony Westaway. His Dorian has come back online now, so he did cross the line in 5th position. 6th position behind Mark Verdino, as a matter of fact. Andrew Jackman and Josh Brisbane were very close at the line in 7th and 8th, with Carter Fox crossing the line 9th. 10th, we had Peter Grant. 11th, Mark Torberts. And then this is the battle for 12th, which is not resolved yet. Torberts is rounded the final corner now, but let's see who's going to cross the line to take 12th position here. I think Jack Atlee's feeling pretty comfortable, but anything can happen in these last 2 corners, although he has got quite a few car lengths up his sleeve right now. Let's see what happens through the final corner. They're both going to take... They've been known to take pretty different lines from what I've seen so far in this race, and I think Jonathan Norris has actually found a bit of time there, bit of momentum. He's going to tuck right into the slipstream, and Jack Atlee is just going to hold him off for 12th and 13th positions, respectively. Great racing all the way up and down the field in this race 2 of the 944 Challenge, brought to us by Butcher's Diner. What a race that was, Emma.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah.
It was really nice.
That was an awesome little bit of a scrap there. We can't wait to see those ones back out on track again. We'll see 944s later today. You can expect to catch them at 3:45 p.m. But in the meantime, we've got so much more action, including a whole horde of Hyundai XLs rolling out. If yesterday's race didn't anything to go by, this is going to be edge of your seat stuff. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with XL action in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started. Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back once again to our coverage of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Race Championships, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers, helping you see clearly on this very clear day here at Phillip Island. And of course, 888 Home Loans, as always, who have been backing us for a very long time, been helping us out quite a lot. From 944s, we move on to another one-make series, which has been packed with action since these cars started setting wheels on circuits many, many years ago. It is the Circuit XLs here for race 2 of their weekend. My name is Matt Dunlop, staying with you in commentary. Emma Dean departs, and joining me is Tom Reed. Tom, it's great to have you in the booth once again.
Hey Matt, great to be here again for race 2 of the Hyundai XLs, presented by Trico Windshield Wipers and 888 Home Loans here at sunny Phillip Island now. The weather's been so unpredictable all weekend. Who knows what we'll get in this race, but I'll run you through the starting grid. At a pole position will be the 29 of Jalen Robotham. Alongside him will be the 87 of Cisco Morales, the 15-year-old from Victoria. Moving to row 2 will be the Tasmanian of Oliver Wickham, who's driving the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport Hyundai XL, which Tabitha Ambrose normally races. Alongside him will be Hugo Simpson, the GR Cup driver, who you'll see in action at Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time. Ashton Kadich and Emily Jones, the sim racer, on row 3. We move to row 4, Jack Johnson in the 129 Harry Strick from Ravage Raceworks in the 630. James Serra in position 9. Lachlan Harvey in position 10. Then we move back to Jack Carpenter, Tice Hodge, Boyd Simpson, Carly Fleming from Victoria, Lee Seelemeyer in 15th, Keenan Jones in 16th, Ethan Wilson, Brendan Sala, Jacob Wingett in the 200, Rhea Campbell in the 333, Fletcher Simpson in the 27, and I'm not sure if Travis Mitchie in the 717 has taken to the start of this race.
He had a bit of damage yesterday after a bit of a bingle that he had. I saw his car in the scrutineering shed last night and it didn't look too good, unfortunately, so it's a shame to see that the 717 wasn't able to get fixed up and back out there. But nevertheless, we have a field of 20 Hyundai XLs. There is a gap in the grid, which is the 994, which should be sitting there, but it's not out on track currently. Needless to say, the green flag is still waving. We've got 19 cars ready to take to this race. The red lights are on. The revs are rising. They're underway. Bit of wheel spin off the line, but Cisco Morales does have a bit of a jump. They're going to be side by side, Cisco Morales and Jalen Robotham at the front of this field as they make their way down to turn 1. It's Robotham. He's going to have the position on the inside by courtesy of having that pole position, and I think he's going to slot in there quite nicely, but Morales is not going to make it easy for him. They're going to go side by side, and Hugo Simpson wants to weigh in immediately. He's got his front bumper hooked to where the tow hitch would be, and he gives a fair serve to Jalen Robotham there in the rear quarter panel, keeps the boot in it, keeps the front wheels pointing and steering that car straight ahead forward. No harm, no foul so far. They're getting stuck into it straight away.
Yeah, certainly the 15-year-old Cisco Morales not afraid to go door-to-door with experienced driver Jalen Robotham, who's going to have a lunge down the inside into turn number 4, pinches the left front, gets all unsteady, and he's wheel hopping it through turn number 4, but gets the lead, gets past Cisco Morales, and the 117 of Hugo Simpson. The GR Cup driver will look to capitalise this and try go round the outside through Siberia. Look at that left rear dancing off the floor as he tries to get the power down up now through the hay shed. And let's see if he can set up a move to try and get past Cisco Morales and onto the back of Jalen Robotham.
Geez, talk about driving on the limit. Jalen Robotham, if he went in a millimetre deeper at Honda, he would have collected and probably spun out there, but he kept it all together, locked up just a little bit. That tyre might not be feeling too sensational on the front right, but nevertheless, he's still out in front. Hugo Simpson, bit audacious there, can't get the move done, has to slot back in second place.
Yeah. Had a brief lunge there, but then realised he had to back out of it to set his run up down the front straight. As we see the 199 and the 6 going side by side. That's Emily Jones in the 6, the sim racer. You can find her on Twitch under Emery. She does multiple sim racing events. I believe works for overtake.gg, which are publication for sim racing. As we come down the front straight to complete lap 1, Hugo Simpson right up the back of Jalen Robotham, your race leader. P3 at the stripe with Cisco Morales, the 15-year-old, and we come into turn 1, side by side between the 117. He decides to back out. I think better of that move against Jalen Robotham there.
True championship leading driving there from Hugo Simpson. Same can't be said there as the car goes through the gravel. A little bit of rallycross there for, I believe... Oh, that's not looking good. They've got a bit of an issue. They're slowed a bit. They may just be letting the field go by because they've just sort of thrown their corner away, just stepping out of it a little bit. I'm not sure who that is, but look, good to see that they haven't collected too many people or anyone there. So the race continues as per normal. Emily Jones is now under threat from Tice Hodge, who found himself a little bit further back for this race. He was expecting due to a 15-second penalty that he copped in race 1 yesterday, but they're going to put that behind him. He's committed to just making his way back up as far as he can, and he's already on the back of this battle here for 4th position, currently being led by Ashton Kadich in the number 13. Side by side once again for Wickham and Jones through Siberia. Oh, a bit of an off-track excursion there for Kadich, and that battle has condensed right into a 4-car battle for 4th.
Yeah, certainly has, Matt. And as we look here, that is the Marcus Ambrose motorsport car of Ollie Wickham trying to get past the 13 there of Ashton Kadich up through Lukey Heights. Try and hang around the outside here. Very true. Oh, it's a big incident between the 117 and 29 of Jalen Robotham. These two spearing off. Geez, that was close between Hugo Simpson and the wall. I think he might have just tapped it. And
Jalen Robotham wants to get
big
out of
oil
that car.
fire out of Jalen.
I don't know if he's got cans on, but if he happens to hear us on the commentary, mate, you're on fire, stop the car, you need to get out of there quick, smart. That's not ideal at all. He may have ripped the sump plug. Safety car is going to be a given at this point. We've got yellows all over the track. That car has seen better days for sure. It's going to be dropping oil everywhere it goes. He knows what's up.
He's
straight into the lane.
In a hurry. He needs to get out of this car, pull it over to the first garage, get some immediate fire extinguishers onto the front of that thing to put that out.
I don't think he knows just how bad the situation is with that car. He must just think there's something that's rubbing or smoking. If he knew that it was on fire, he would not have been leaving from that MG corner there. So he's made his way into the lane. We'll keep an eye on that car to see how it goes as it trickles its way in. Safety car conditions as completely obligatory. The cars will, as the safety car peels around, it'll probably have to have a bit of a suss through those last two corners to see how much oil has been dropped, if any at all.
It's still on fire, the car. He'll probably start to smell it soon. Someone will be signaling him to pull over quickly. They're signaling the fire crews to get down into the pit lane now.
We'll keep an eye on that one in the pit lane as the cars continue to roll around under safety car conditions. Yeah, we still don't think he's aware that it's on fire, but regardless, he'll be... he's definitely out of the race, so Jalen Robotham, not what he was looking for. I don't know what happened there on the run into MG, because we caught the back of that as they both... they have to have tangled, but we're not sure what the result, started or what happened there. So not ideal for either of those drivers. Hugo Simpson has lost a lot of spots as a result of that as well, so he's fallen right to the back. He's going to be sweating a little bit for the sake of his championship, but the beneficiary, Cisco Morales and Oliver Wickham as well. Wickham in his first weekend in this 199 car, as you said, taking over from Tabitha Ambrose, the regular campaigner of that machine, who's now made the switch to Formula Ford to be looking to do a full-time Formula Ford campaign next year. She had a good run at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier in the season. I was having a chat to Paul Ziddy, who is providing the car for that operation there for Marcus Ambrose and Tabitha to run that car. He's feeling really confident about how things are going. They're going to have a bit more of find some chances to do some running later this year, but it'll be great to see Tabitha running in the Formula Fords next year after she had some great results in XLs this year. Let's have a look at a replay at the top of the hill. So as soon as they come in, there wasn't contact. It almost looked like, well, there was contact, obviously, but by the time the contact was made, Robotham was already all over the shop. Whether he'd got caught up in something else or whether he just lost the back of the car on his own volition, and then Hugo Simpson was just sort of an innocent bystander sitting in front, unbeknownst to what was going on. So really unfortunate situation for the both of them. Obviously everyone's okay by the look of it. I'm just having a look, peer down from the commentary box in that car. The fire's definitely out, and Jalen Robotham is walking away, no stress at all, just having a chat with the officials, but he'll be devastated with that. It's going to be a very, very difficult task to whether they attempt to get that one fixed up for this afternoon's race, but just looking at from what it looks like from our perspective, it's not looking great.
Yeah, and that's a lot of fire damage. The fire rips through the whole car, and that'll be a massive effort to get that out for race 3 if they can. They're probably just better off counting their losses and putting it back on the trailer. Not what you like to see, though, in Hyundai Excel racing, but we took a look at that replay, and it looked like Jalen was unsettled by the time they got over the top of Lukey Heights, and maybe he had a tap from Cisco Morales in 3rd position at the time, and that just set off a chain reaction. And as we see, the 117 has just pulled back into the pit, so he'll take no further part. Hugo Simpson is out of the race, so the front two at that time have a DNF to their name.
No points for Hugo Simpson, just having a bit of a peer. It's hard to see from up there, but it looks like the rear left on that car is listing a little bit. Bit of suspension damage probably resulting from that contact. He did also bump the fence as well, so the priority for him is getting that car back into the shed, getting everything straightened out as much as possible so that he can get the 117 back out on track later this afternoon and get as many points on the board as he possibly can, because he'll be devastated to see all of the field in front of him. They're getting as much temperature into their tyres as possible because they're going to be getting underway quite soon. Just over 6 minutes left to go in this race as we see another replay at the top of the hill. So let's see if we can catch what's happened. Yeah, by that point, by the time they made the contact, it was pretty much fully sideways for Robotham. So, and the fact that there's an oil fire under the car, it makes you wonder, has something seized on that and just yanks one of the front drive shafts around? It's hard to know without me personally, unfortunately, I don't know a whole lot about the mechanics of these cars, but it looked to be like the 3rd place car of Morales was maybe a little bit too far back to have had anything to do with that, and he was obviously quite lucky to get away with it there. So with the angle there, it's great footage from our Blendline TV crew here, who are also part-time wildlife photographers in their free time when the safety car period's happening. one of the many examples of the birds and the flora and fauna that we see in this lovely part of the world here, Phillip Island. There's a nature park right next door, actually. Go and say good day to a couple of the kangaroos and koalas and
should
wombats
go visit it, mate.
over there. Yeah, should definitely go check it out, I reckon. If you don't want to make a trek, all you've got to do is look out on the track and you'll probably see a flock of Cape Barren geese sitting trackside as well.
Sitting on an apex, ready to get hit.
Ready to just walk out in front like they own the joint. We haven't seen too many geese getting involved in the action so far this weekend, which we're always thankful of because they are scary animals, honestly.
They're big too, big and heavy, and they cause a lot of damage to race cars, which is unfortunate.
They do.
Bit of clean-up work going on here at the exit of MG. We just see the recovery car, and a bit of that would be the oil fire from Jalen Rowbotham's car getting cleaned up. So we might be under a bit of delay here with 4 minutes 20 seconds to go on the clock.
It's hard to know whether we'll be able to get this race running because they've had to put down. You can see the track worker in there is just getting to work, putting the oil down onto that slick there because that fire would have ripped out the plug or the sump from underneath that thing or an oil line, and that has just shed all the contents of the bottom of the crankcase. So a lot of cleanup has to be done there, and we've seen how valuable that outside line was earlier today. And even in these dry conditions, it's still important to make sure that that's nice and raceable. So with just over 4 minutes left on the clock at this stage, it'll have to be a very, very quick effort from the officials, who we can't thank enough, by the way. All these officials, a lot of them are volunteers, the cleanup crews that you see here, the fireys helping to put out the fire on Jalen Rowbotham's car and who are stationed all around this track for whenever things eventuate like that, the towies who are working with us as well, the medical crew who are helping out, the flag marshals, race control, countless other officials and crew here. We cannot thank you enough because we simply cannot go racing without you. And if you want to become an official, it's a great way to get involved in motorsport. It's one of the best seats in the house, and you can visit motorsport.org.au/officials. I actually had a friend ask me the other day if I was heading down to do flag marshalling this weekend, and I was like, no, but you know what? I don't know why I haven't done flag marshalling before because it sounds like an incredible thing to do. As we take a look at one of our flag marshals on the inside of turn 1, he'll be looking up the main straight to see that the checkered flag is also being waved, so the safety car will be leading them across the line. Cisco Morales from Oliver Wickham and Ashton Kaddish will be your top 3, ahead of Tice Hodge, who made his way up to a remarkable 4th after that massive penalty he copped in the first race. Emily Jones, behind him with Jack Johnson in 6th position. Harry Strick, Ethan Wilson behind him, who started 17th, made his way up to 8th. Great recovery drive from Wilson. The 333 of Campbell, who was 20th, with the fastest lap of the race with a 2:01.065. That is a fantastic recovery drive from Campbell in the 333. And the 994, who I mistakenly thought didn't take the start, did in fact take the start and finished 10th position. So great result there for James Serra. Behind them, Lachlan Harvey. I believe that was Carpenter as well in 12th position. We'll get confirmation of those full results later on. But with the oil cleanup that's happening down at the last couple of corners of this track, it's going to be quite a while before we can get that one sorted out. So this race is done and dusted. There was no shortage of action, though.
No, you're right. You're right, Matt. There wasn't. We just saw the fastest lap there being set by Campbell with a 2:01.0. Just outside your top 10 was Harvey, Carpenter, Boyd Simpson, Sala, Seelemeyer, Simpson, Fleming, Jones, Wingett, and your final finisher was Simpson, but I believe he
retired to the pit, so it was 19 cars who crossed the line with Wingett the last across the line. And don't be like that bloke we just saw on screen. Don't be a goose. Make sure you stick around after this race because the XLs won't be back out on track again until 4:10 p.m. But there's so much more action because race 3, the feature race for all these categories with a little bit more points on offer for the state championships, will be coming up not too long from now. First came off the rank is race 3 of the BMW E30 series. Don't go anywhere, it's going to be a ripper. We'll be back soon.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to our broadcast powered by Blendline TV of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, proudly brought to us by Trico windshield wipers, helping you see clearly, and 888 Home Loans. There's a lot of racing action happening on the go-kart track. Not a huge amount at the moment on the main circuit, unfortunately, just due to a bit of an oil leak from that previous Hyundai XL race. Jalen Robotham dropping the guts of that XL through the last couple of corners, and a bit of oil down going there as a result. So the cleanup crews are getting to work in rapid time, as they always tend to do here at Phillip Island, and we can't thank them enough for it. So you can see them in action right there, just dropping as much of that sand and sawdust down as they possibly can to get all that oil down, because as you can see, it's right in the middle of the track in between those last two bends, and that's a very crucial spot. Obviously the whole ribbon of tarmac all around this place is crucial, but especially that middle part there, because if you've got drivers trying to go side by side there, you don't want to be touching that oil or even looking at it. So once we get the oil down, we should be good to go to start rolling again, but will be a little bit of time. There's also a little bit of cleanup happening in the pit lane from where Jalen Robotham had to park his stricken number 29 Hyundai XL. We'll go down and have a check of that one to see where it's at later on, and have a chat to the drivers to see what happened there at the top of the hill, because there's a little bit of an odd incident that we weren't able to completely wrap our heads around. So we'll bring you that information once we can get a bit more of a word on it. But in the meantime, thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in and joining us here on our coverage of Blendline TV. It's a shame you're not at the track with us at Phillip Island, because it's a ripping day. The weather might have scared a couple of people off, but it looks like the bulk of the clouds coverage has gone. Sun is shining, relatively speaking, for Phillip Island in the springtime, of course. Darren Smith, it's one of the best Phillip Island days we've seen in October.
Well, it's turning out that way, isn't it, Matt? We sort of had a bit of a torrid time with near-on flooding weather yesterday and this morning.
Oh, but that's par for the course, isn't it?
It's gone down. Even the radar's cleared right up for this afternoon's racing. A bit of a reminder for everyone. I know Matt's covering off all the notes that we need to take, but certainly our final round for the season on the 26th and 27th of October at Calder Park is going to be an absolute ripper. Right smack bang in the suburbs of Melbourne. Easy to get to. 3-lane freeway either way. Easy to get in and out of. Plenty of parking. Come and join us. We'd love to see you all actually trackside at Calder Park, and inject a bit of enthusiasm back into the old girl out there in Keilor, and we'd love to see you there. We do really, really enjoy the magnificent world-class facilities here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but absolutely, certainly waiting for everyone to come and join us at Calder. There's our series for the year up on the screen. Started off at Sandown in February, then we went March up to Winton, June back here at Phillip Island, which was a good event there. Wasn't broadcast, but was certainly run successfully here at the island. Sandown, we had a ripper weekend run by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. The National Sports Sedans on the scene there, which was a really, really good event. In fact, the National Sports Sedans got right under the skin of my co-commentator for that weekend, and he had to go out and buy a sports sedan the week after, so we didn't have to commentate any more races ever again. So we are looking forward to seeing Darren Hossack get back in the fray with his rotary-powered Mazda, which he's got out of the Williams garage in Tasmania. And we look forward to seeing him do that. Of course, we're here at Phillip Island this weekend, and we'll round out our season at Calder on the 26th and 27th of October. A big shout out to Trico windscreen wipers. See clearly when you've got your Trico windscreen wipers, and everyone's been using them right across this weekend. Thoroughly recommend the product there, and great to have Trico joining our series right throughout the entire rest of the season. 2 rounds, and let's get them on board for season 2025. Fantastic stuff there. Cruise continuing on. We might take a quick break and save our voices for the racing for this afternoon. We'll be back in a few moments with E30s.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Welcome back to our broadcast of round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Phillip Island. There's unfortunately not a whole lot of racing happening right now due to the extensive oil cleaning happening, but once we do get underway, here's what you can expect to see. Race 3, the feature race of all the categories that we've had here so far this weekend, will be back out on track. E30s will be up first, followed by the Australian Formula Ford Series, the final race of their season, as well as their Victorian season. The Australian Prototype Series, who've been putting on some ripping action here at Phillip Island, will be up after that, with the historic touring cars, the MGs and invited British sports cars, saloon cars who have been bumper to bumper all weekend long, the support sedans and Vic V8s thundering around this Phillip Island circuit, and the Porsche 944s and Hyundai XLs coming back out once again to finish off the proceeding. All races, of course, live and free here on Blendline TV. Times, of course, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Hope everyone got out of bed at the correct time this morning. Daz, did you?
Yeah, I actually jumped the gun. I was that concerned that I was going to miss the opening to get down to the island in plenty of time, and I was up an hour earlier than I actually had to be up, and I'd already set myself an extra 3/4 of an hour of time to get down here. So I didn't miss out. I got down here and the sun hadn't even come up, so I got to enjoy a beautiful sunrise at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. But every year there seems to be a race meeting on Daylight Savings Weekend change, doesn't it?
There always does seem to be. It's a good time of the year to go racing, and it always throws people for a loop every single time. I was the exact same. I had to make sure my alarms were rock solid and I didn't, have them all over the place. Changed my car clock on the way back home last night because it wasn't leaving any stone unturned. Same with this cleanup crew here, not leaving any sod of oil unturned either. They're getting every single skerrig of it out of the ribbon of tarmac back at the between those last 2 turns there. And we've been singing their praises all weekend, Daz, but we can't thank the officials enough for what they do here.
I tell you what, it gets really, really tricky when you've got oil down like that, and we've got inclement weather. It's an impossibility today that there's still going to be some rain. As soon as rain hits that, it will be like a skating rink. It'll be like a dog on a wet tiled floor skating around all over the place. So that's why they're going to this extra length. It may affect the program a little bit. We may see a minute or two taken off some race time before the end of today. But the XLs have certainly done a job on that part of the track around the top of the circuit, but it looks like our course cars are clearing the way, and this is, we say it often, and each time it just proves the point that the volunteer officials around the track, and they're not just out there sweeping up oil down or on the track after a result. There's crews in race control that are overseeing all of this. It's like the management of a very big corporation. You've got 200 volunteer officials here this weekend, and that's a big business to manage, and it all comes back to the clerk of course and the race director, etc. We have a overarching clerk of course here this weekend in Michael Holloway, who has had a stellar career in that role, and this will be his final time. He is a clerk of course. He's going to be around the sport. In fact, he's one of the fathers of the Victorian State Series, and we wish him all the best for the rest of today of keeping it all underway. But he'll be the first to admit that he's got a team of many around him in race control, and looks after things very well. So a big shout out to all our volunteers, and we're about to see our grid marshals get out on track now because the BMWs have been told to start them up, and we are going to get them out on circuit. So the garagistic BMW E30s will be out on track very, very soon. Service vehicles coming off the track now. We've got our course cars taking place. Just looking down now at the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, making sure that everything is safe and sound as far as first intervention is concerned. A great volunteer organisation is the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad. Started off out of a historical club or organisation called Women for Wheels, which, believe it or not, was the wives of race drivers raising money to get rescue equipment for racing. So the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad have got a history that goes back a long, long way to the Women for Wheels organisation. Of course, the Victorian flag marshalling team, very, very long history, and certainly a proud history. They've been at every event that you can possibly think of up and down the countryside, and we certainly, particularly here in Victoria, the Victorian flag marshalling team specialists here, but you will see them at Mount Panorama at the 1000, you'll see them at the Gold Coast at the races there, you'll see them at Townsville. Have flag will travel, and the Victorian flag marshalling team will have a presence at just about any race meeting you like to go to in the country, but certainly here in Victoria. Very, very skilled operators, and they bring a very big crowd of skilled flag marshals. There is a chain of command, as there should be in any of those sort of emergency type situations where that is strictly adhered to, so that there is a chain of command to adhere to. But without too much further ado, we are going to go racing again. Emma Dean has joined me in the commentary booth, and we are about to see the E30s light up the track. Welcome back, Em. You've got the grid sheet somewhere there, and we'll go through the ins and outs.
Thanks, Darren. Just as the guys are clearing the Trico windshield wipers, see clearly pit lane. We have Royce Lyon starting in first, Ben Munro in second, Alex Jory third, Ash Rogers fourth. Then we've got Stevens, Taylor, Burke and Freeman rounding out the next four markers. And Darren, who else have we got after that?
Okay, so it'll be Bretty Stevens in the number 17, Martin Taylor. Marty's been up and down the field here this weekend, was certainly the exciting factor in this morning's damp conditions. Did I say damp? It was very, very wet. But a long way from damp, and did a good job to bring it home actually in 6. But let's see if Marty in these dry conditions can bring it home. I think the one that will bring it home, and I'm going to say with very wet sails, and that'll be Brian Burke in the number 27. Starting out of 7th, it's not a territory he's accustomed to, but I'm pretty sure he's going to pull on the concentration helmet for this one and really try and deliver himself back inside that top 3. Tim Freeman in the number 78 was very entertaining yesterday. Shannon Cooper even pushed his way to the front of the field yesterday as well. He'll start out of 9th. Rawls Plant out of 10th in the number 7 there. Roderick Martin to Peter Knight. And Jesse Keogh rounding out our 13. And it is, well, it's the best conditions we've seen since qualifying yesterday, Em, isn't it? Really dry. There's really nothing wet about the track. I guess the only thing wet was the oil left over from the last Excel race.
Yeah, I was going to say it's exactly opposite conditions to yesterday, but now we have a lovely trail of oil out from Honda, from MG, sorry. So the guys are going to have to do their best to avoid that in this session. And we're yet to find out if the sessions are being shortened because of the delays that we had.
Cars coming around now and just going through a fairly set procedure, and I really do like the way the BMW E30s in this series will line themselves up very, very well. Almost Formula 1-esque, how they all come side by side down. I really appreciate that. All that is missing really is a pipes and drum band to build the drama. That's the way they do it. But Royce is got the field at his control now. Car number 4. We've touched on it a number of times, but it is absolutely worth pointing out. He goes to Mount Panorama next weekend as a result of his acquitting himself very well in the 86 Scholarship Series.
These guys are in such a good formation, it makes me want a rolling start.
Yeah, I just like it coming to a stop, and you hear them on the radios, that's it, stop there. And that's very, very good. It means that they only sit still on the grid for almost 10 seconds. It's just brilliant. No one's riding clutches.
That's the best I've ever seen anyone lining up.
They come down, and we're hearing from the Flaggies trackside that they're the best that they've ever seen a field line up, and where they've done it very, very well indeed. But as I said, with Royce, he's off to the big dance at Mount Panorama. There is no other event quite like the Bathurst 1000 weekend, and I guess everyone in the Victorian Championship, particularly the BMW Garagistic Series, are very proud of him graduating to that GR86 series. And the revs rise, and away we go, and getting off a beautiful start there's Ben Munro out of P2. The field all gets away very, very nicely indeed. There's the car that was stricken at the end of the last race with the McDonald's golden arches on it, but continues on. Ben Munro has absolutely gazumped the field out in front now. Have a look at this, the bright orange car there of Alex Jory. He weighs in on it. And the 17 has a great start with Brett Stevens at the wheel there as well. So Goose Rogers not starting well at all here this weekend. He was out of 3. He's already been shuffled back to 5. Similar thing happened to him yesterday. Now he's getting on with it, as is car 4. Royce Lyon at the wheel. Looks to the inside here. You just need to leave that gap there, and the black nose and the yellow side's going to plug it. Just falls back in line there now. And the 66 of Ben Munro relatively newcomer. We were saying that about Royce 2 seasons ago as well, but Ben Munro doing a brilliant job. Really, really good to watch him going about it.
Gee, that was tight, Darren, going around there too wide. My goodness. Neither are giving up.
No, this is absolutely fantastic one-make series. Have a look at this. Alex Jory, he could be the benefactor of all of this. In fact, he might come out in front with these two. Ben Munro's not letting go, and Goose is going to weigh in on it as well. Ash Rogers in the red 50. Royce just manages to position the car nicely mid-track. Now, if you've ever got a defensive line, there it is right there. Alex Jory looking to the inside. The 66 of Ben Munro giving him room. Uses the hard stand off the back of the ripple strip, and years gone by, that would have been good night, number 66, but he gathers it all up and heads off in the right direction. They flick up that oil downer into the air now, but Royce is driving away. 3 cars. Are there going to be 3 side by side by the time they get down to turn 1? Goose Rogers looks to the inside.
Yeah, Darren, the conditions have brought out the competitive nature in everyone. No one's being conservative now. It's on.
Brian Burke ranging up in the back of this shot as well. Alex Jory to the inside. Ben Munro's been given a short back of sides over the last couple of corners, gone from 1 back to 4. He's not giving up, and none of them should be really battling with each other. In fact, they should be lining up behind each other and trying to stay right with Royce. We've got over 10 minutes still of racing left to go, and they don't want to see that black and yellow car street away from them. There's another black and yellow car. Brett Stevens side by side with Brian Burke in the number 27. They'll come hard under brakes here, but it's the inside running of the 17.
Oh, that is so tight. Oh, and he's just pulled it off. Ooh, maybe not. Too late. Too early to call with Brett Stevens there, but they're neither are giving each other any room at all.
Brian Burke just went over the back of the ripple strips there as well, and has certainly lost the battle for the ensuing couple of corners. Has to get right back on with it. Flow the spearmint coloured BMW E30. Alex Jory now to the inside, right up along Ben Munro. If Ben can hang in there, he'll have the inside running for Lukey Heights. He goes out wide, flows the car nicely, albeit just about on 2 wheels. Holds on.
Doesn't get nicer than that to watch, does it, Darren?
That's flowing the car beautifully. Jory out the back of the ripple strip there, into the grass, gathers it up. It's the 66 and the 22 divided by 2, and you get a 44. That's all we need between these two. And it is absolutely on around the top of the circuit now, past where they all went down from the XL race. Good driving here from Ben Munro and Alex Jory. Alex will be giggling away inside. In fact, he won't be giggling. He'll have his head just about rolling back, laughing his lips off at this. Brian Burke not laughing his lips off at anything at the moment. He just wants to get himself a strong result out of this race. He's had a torrid couple of weekends, like Travis Condon in Sports Sedans here at the Island. Shake that off and get a nice result in this BMW E30 race. Big shout out to Garagistic. If you've got any BMW stuff you need, they are the place to go. Check out their website. And these cars run so brilliantly on their Yokohama tyres. Same tyres in the dry or the wet, Em.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian Burke not giving anything to Brett Stevens at the moment. This is a nice little battle to watch here for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Brian is a top 3 contender. We remember with Jesse Bryan last season, he was always taking it up to him. Alex Jory, a bit of a flash of the headlights there just to say, righto, 66, here comes the 22. We're dividing everything by 2s today.
Yeah, I'm not sure about your maths today.
No,
Darren,
I didn't. As soon as I said it, I went down. Year 11 business maths at Ringwood High did me well.
Alex Jory made the most of the toe that he got all the way down the straight and through 1 and 2, and he's taken full advantage of it to get ahead of Ben. And we've still got this battle going on between Brian Burke and Brett Stevens.
Just getting away, the 27 over the 17. And up to Lukey Heights they go. Brian just using the car nicely there. Brett just letting the rear end step out a little bit. So the E30s from the factory have a brilliant balance. And it's just a matter of setting the car up for the racetrack to be able to take full advantage of that. Out in front, Royce Line is doing a good job now. And as we were praising the weather, it has changed. So what we really do need to keep an eye on is around the top of the track there at 11, where that oil has gone down, because that will now have oil downer on it mixed with water, and it becomes quite a slippery, slushy old affair. And let's hope we don't see too many coming down Trico windshield wipers pit lane during this race, but you can start to see that mist come across the track, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm tipping most of these guys would have gone out with a dry setup, Darren. I don't know if they would have anticipated the rain coming through just yet.
Which with the BMW E30, it really is just starting tyre pressures, and it's not that much of an adjustment by, 3-4 laps in, 3 laps in. The temperatures will have normalised anyway, so it's sort of neither here nor there. The cars will. There is some minor adjustments they can make for weather conditions, but it is one of those categories, and as the BMW logo says, it is driving excitement, and that's what it's about. It's about the space between the steering wheel and the headrest, making all those decisions. I think this is the beauty of E30 racing, is that it really is the driver challenge, that's for sure.
Yeah, Alex Jory was saying to me yesterday he actually enjoys driving in the wet, and he was looking everywhere around Phillip Island last night for some rain-X. I think most of the drivers were yesterday as well, just in case we had the same conditions.
I know, going back many years ago, the IGA in town used to have a box that they'd bring it out on weekends and just leave it at the front door for those at the racetrack. But maybe that's changed a little bit in the last sort of 20 years or so since I bought some Rain-X here at Phillip Island. As windscreen wipers are on, and beautiful product placement by the E30s for the Trico windshield wipers. See clearly round number 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, and they will be on board again for round number 6. Make sure you join us at the track at Calder on the 26th and 27th of October. Certainly will be live streamed again, but we're looking forward to seeing how the final round plays out at the suburbs of Melbourne now. The houses come sort of right up to the property, and Calder Park, a grand old dame of Australian motorsport. Be great to see it start to push its way back into prominence in the Australian circuit racing scene. I still hark back to the days of the Thunderdome, but I'm not sure. I think that's probably a bridge too far away.
My last time there was for the quarter miles.
Oh, there you go. That speaks more of your past than mine.
Yeah, well, it's probably all I could take back then.
Well, there we go. This is getting very heating up now. We've got 5 minutes left in this journey. Alex Jory starting to come under fire now. Ben Munro started on the front row of the grid. Wipers on, so he's serious now. And Jory would really like to grab himself a podium result here this weekend. And at the moment, Ash Rogers as well in P2 is also looking to try and cement this last race for round 5 of the State Series. I think it's round 4, possibly for the BMW E30s for their series. But doing a ripping job out here, giving us some good entertainment, and they have certainly been dealt the wettest races. Ash Rogers leads this championship. He is currently in position 2 on the road. Marty Taylor is second. Marty's got a lot of work to do out of position 9, and has certainly been dynamic in the way he's been able to place the car on the track here this weekend. Royce Lyon, 170 points. He's had a really good points haul here this weekend, so looking forward to seeing as that washes out at the end of today. Shannon Cooper, Brian Burke 5th, Zach Dunn, Ben Munro 7th, so Ben Munro currently sitting there in 4th place. Started out of P3, but the battle continues. Gee, they're close. Ash Rogers now coming under Alex Jory's blowtorch. Side by side across the strike they go. Just waiting for the timing to update on the gap between those two as they went across the line. Just on 0.1 of a second.
Royce has extended his lead, Darren, on Ash Rogers by another 3 seconds. Don't know how that happened in one lap.
Maybe a little bit of a mistake there with Ash, because he's sort of fallen back into the clutches of these two as well. So he's gone back to P3. So Jory in the 22 now, starting to hammer home a message with 3 minutes remaining. So it's probably the best part of 3 laps, maybe even 4, before we see this race out. But Royce has certainly had a stellar weekend, and he's poised for a 3 from 3 result, which goes down as a terrific result personally for him, but certainly one to talk about within the ranks of the BMW E30s. And I'm sure there'll be some protagonists he's going to be coming up against at Mount Panorama next weekend that are watching this and just trying to see what his form is like. I tell you what, it's pretty good.
Yeah, well, you can't do better than track time in terms of preparation, especially for Bathurst. Track time anywhere, more time, better you are. So I'm hoping his competitors have had as much as him, but he's certainly doing phenomenally this weekend.
There's absolutely something so daunting about Mount Panorama. You get up to turn 2 and all of a sudden you're in this concrete bounded ribbon of black, and if you step off, more often than not, it ends in tears. Even with the wall move right back now from McPhillamy Parkway, we've seen some big ones in there over the last little while as well. So it is a completely different beast to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit with its wide open flowing expanses, the whole top of the mountain, even up and down all the straights. The wall is never more than sort of 2 or 3 metres from the edge of the track, and in some points where we see the cutting and things like that, it is the edge of the track where the wall is.
I've got to tell you, doing a track walk there is daunting enough to think that cars are going through there at 200 kilometres an hour, especially coming down Conrod Straight. You just think, how are they doing this?
It's actually, the cutting for me is like trying to walk up out of that hill. It's like, how steep is this? It doesn't come across on TV like this.
Absolutely.
Shannon Cooper now, and Shannon is battling it out now with the number 39 of Martin Taylor. And those guys, where are they? They are 8th and 9th on the road at the moment. Shannon 8th, and the number 39 there of Taylor in 8th position. Looks like that may change side by side. Freeman just up the road from them. They're going to cross the strike side by side and head off on 50 seconds left. So there's probably going to be 2 more laps to get the last lap board, I would suggest, next lap around. And the rain is really starting to play a feature at the moment. In fact, we're getting a beautiful Australian feature of weather, and that's a sun shower. Sun out and rain coming down.
Yeah, not exactly what you want on track though, because there's a fair bit of grease, and as we know, we've got that oil around from 10 through to 12, so it's going to kind of create certainly mixed and challenging conditions for these guys.
Not leaving anything on the table though, are they? Martin Taylor looking around the outside of Shannon Cooper. He's going to be the big challenge under brakes. Shannon opens the door and says, yeah, all right, well, you've got me this time, but I might give the old switcheroo back to you, Marty. And the 39 just gets the move done nicely there on the 90 of Shannon Cooper. Up into Siberia they go, running a little bit wide. Out wide goes Taylor, and Shannon just hanging on nice and tight. In fact, Taylor just got away with that, went out over the blue painted ripple strip or verge. I don't think that's ripple strip there. I think it's just a painted verge. That probably makes it even worse and slippery, but he got away with it, and running the corporate BMW M type of colours over the front and down the side of the car, albeit broken up with a bit of checkered flag action there as well. Have a look who's ranging up in the background of this shot though. They want to be well aware of this one coming at them. This is Rory Plant, the 4-door car. If you take note out there, they're all 2-door E30s. Rawls likes the access of a 4-door. This is the 66. This is Ben Munro. He's gone off. Not sure what's happened there. That is out of exit of 1, heading up to 2 there. So doesn't look like there's any damage on the car. In fact, he looks like he's getting back underway with it quite impatiently. But just trying to pick up where that will have him situated amongst the field. Here is Brian Burke. It's getting very racy with Brett Stevens, or is it the other way around? And Stevens hammering the back of Brian Burke at this time as they come out of Siberia. Underneath the Trico windshield wipers bridge they go. And this goes back up to Jory and Ash Rogers.
Oof. That was close, coming down into MG. Gee, these two are taking bits off each other. Ash not giving Jory any room to breathe, and that pressure's going to not... What? No, he's doing well with the pressure by the looks of it.
Last race of the weekend, this is what you want to see from these sort of protagonists. Last lap board, checkered flag now comes out, and that will go to car 4, 3 from 3. He'll mark the weekend where he came to Phillip Island before he went to the big dance with a sweet weekend. They come to the line now, Royce Line, Alex Jory, Ash Rogers just getting to the line. What's that, 0.2 of a second between them? So that was telling. Here comes another battle all the way down to the line. This is even closer. Burke and Stevens get to the line in that order. So Burke had gone up 1, and Ben Munro, who we saw fall off. There's Ben No, that's the 39 Martin Taylor. Ben Munro coming to the line now. So that was a shame. Started off the front row of the grid. Ultimately got served up with 6th place in this one. The race continues on down through the field.
Yeah, we've got, who's coming across the line now? Oh, we've just got the number 12 car of Jess Keogh going through. And the battle still goes on between these guys. Car 39 of Taylor.
Martin Taylor gets in the mix there. Shannon Cooper, and the battle will go all the way down. Shannon gets that, wins that battle, and that brings him home in 8th place. Here's the replay of Ben Munro. That's not, wow, that is not what you want at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Just a little nudge, and the 66 backs up off the wall there. So the long shot down there, just a white silhouette going out wide. Wow, that was a tricky result. Checkered flag still waving. Formula Fords are coming down pit lane. Thank you very much. That is the last of the BMW E30s. On track now, as they come down, will be the Formula Fords. It'll be to Matt Dunlop. And for the final time as the big man with the big hat in Formula Ford in the National Championship, it is absolutely my pleasure to introduce Icky Harrington to the microphone after a massive decade of making sure Formula Ford points in the right direction. It's over to you, Matt and Icky.
Thank you so much, Darren Smith, for that call of that fantastic E30 race. As we now hear the Formula Fords rolling around, we're going to go for a quick break and we'll be back in just a moment.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
That's right, you are live here with Blendline TV covering round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers and 888 Home Loans. It's time for race 3 of the Formula Ford action. It's the 3rd race of this weekend. It's the final race of the season for the Formula Fords, both nationally and in the Victorian Championships. My name is Matt Dunlop, and speaking of final races, the category manager for many years here, Icky Harrington. It's his farewell race as well, and we're lucky enough to have him up at the commentary box. Icky, it's great to have you.
Thanks, Matt. It's cool to be up here and commentate the last race. I really enjoyed the weekend. Spent time out around the circuit, watching the cars on track, and just remembering the things that I love about this category. So enjoying the racing all weekend and looking forward to this final race.
We're going to be going out with a bang, uncertain if races 1 and 2 are anything to go by. We've got feature race points up for grabs for the State Series. The National Series, in terms of the top billing, is done and dusted. Edison Beswick is confirmed as the 2024 Australian Formula 4 champion. A massive congratulations to him, but the Victorian Championship is still up for grabs. Let's have a very quick scan through the grid as we watch them roll around to the front here. It will be Kobe Williams taking pole position to see if he can complete a clean sweep of race wins. Next to him, Cody Mains-Ruddy ahead of Liam Lacono, Harrison Sellers, Fraser High, Jack Bussey, Bailey Collins in the number 96 out of 7th, Edison Beswick, the champion-elect in the National Series, gunning for the State Championship as well, starting out of 8th. Then we have Joey Fawcett, Daniel Frugas, Lachlan Evanet, Imogen Radburn, Giuseppe Imbrogno, Jamie Rowe, Lachlan Strickland, Jared Hurst, Caleb Bellack, Carly Fleming, and Ethan Fitzgerald. Behind them, we've got the Kent class out for their last outing of the season as well. Richard Davison has well and truly wrapped up the points race for that one with a barnstorming season in that number 40 wins machine. Next to him, we've got Mark Zellner, both of those guys ahead of Peter Fitzgerald, Andrew Tordy, Gavin Dumas and Malcolm Coleman. Icky, it's going to be a mega race. We've got a bumper field here, and they've all just finished gridding up. So every single one of those pairs of eyeballs in those helmets have their looks glued to the 5-second board. It's just been raised. The red lights will come on. The revs will build. The tension rises. The clutch drops. We're underway here at Phillip Island. It's a pretty even start from the get-go there. Kobe Williams has the inside line. Cody Mains Ruddy has a bit of a good run around the outside. They get very close. They fan out. Everyone's looking for their own piece of real estate here. And it is going to be Kobe Williams who holds on to the lead as they go through turn 1. Cody Mains Ruddy keeps firm on that second position. And Liam Lacono is right on his tail as well. These men and women are picking up right where they left off in race 2, race 1, and every other race we've had so far in this Australian category, Icky Harrington. The racing has just been phenomenal, hasn't it? As we see them racing around turn 3. Let's see what happens if they come into turn 4.
It's too wide, 2 abreast into turn 4 there, so this is what we learn to expect here in Formula Ford racing. Great start there, nice and clean. It was Liam Loicono from 3rd place who really got the best jump, and but they're still too wide as they go through Siberia. It's Cody Mains Ruddy making a run on Williams up there. They go at the back straight now, so it's on for young and old here, or just young.
It really is, yeah, just young. There's so much young talent. As they're 3 wide through the hay shed almost. Liam Lacono thinks better of it, maintaining it, tucks back in behind, but now he's got a battle on his hands with Kobe Williams. You look away from the screen for more than a second and the whole field shuffles. Someone getting very sideways in the background, gets a couple of wheels on the curbs, keeps it on the straight and narrow. Now, they've all got to be careful with this oil down in here between these last 2 corners. That's a lot of racing room being used up. You can see it being kicked up by the wheels of our new leader, Liam Lacono. Cody Mains Ruddy dipped a couple of wheels in the grass on the exit of the penultimate corner. Lost a bit of space there, but now they're fanning out big time. Drag racing everywhere you see. Grab your partner, around we go for lap 2. It is going to be Kobe Williams who crosses the stripe first, but the margin was academic as they crossed the line there. 0.04 of a second, and that is the sort of close racing that we've come to expect from these very, very talented youngsters.
I love these shots that we're seeing on screen. The first lap coming over Lukey Heights there and down into MG, the whole pack 2x2, 3x2, and then down into turn 1 and lap 2. Just brilliant footage there, but it's on here. They go down into turn 4 again. It's 2-3 wide again, but it's Liam Loicono in the McGale from Brett Francis Racing who is coming out of turn 4 in the lead.
Fantastic racing here so far, and it's always good to see. It's just such respectful racing between these very mature heads on young shoulders in these cars, because you look at the layout of the Formula Ford car. It's bare wheels sticking out. There's no aero, there's no guards or anything. These are very, very vulnerable race cars, and to see these drivers going side by side through all these fast flowing corners at Phillip Island and racetracks around Australia, it truly is something to behold as they crest the top of the hill at Lukey Heights. Cody Mains Ruddy is a little bit all over the shop there, trying to find a bit of a spot. Got himself mixed up. Bit of a lock up on the front there. Not too much of a lock up. You want to be taking a little bit of care of those tyres. Hopefully they don't feel too much like 50-cent pieces. He'll slot back into, I believe that is 3rd position he's currently finding himself in. At least it was at the stripe. But that's all going to change in an instant now as they all fan out down the main straight once again. 4 wide as they cross the stripe. This is incredible stuff from the Formula Fords here at Phillip Island. Unbelievable. There was barely an inch of tarmac left. No contact whatsoever. This is phenomenal stuff. And the beneficiary is Jack Bussey.
Come from 4th to 1st.
What an incredible run that has been for Jack Bussey. Out of nowhere, he's leapfrogged a lot of them, and he leads the train around, but there's contact further back. That's not what we like to see at all, and that's Lachlan Evanet, who is not happy at all with Joey Fawcett, who's got his suspension all in a tangle at the front there. Those 2 cars are very much marooned. There may be a pending safety car. These drivers will have radio earpieces in. They will know that. They will be getting told, if you want to make a move, get it done now. These are short races. If this gets neutralised, we're going to lose a lot of on-track time. So Jack Bussey is doing his best to defend that first position that he currently has in the bag right now. I say in the bag. It's hardly in the bag. Nothing's in the bag in a Formula Ford race, is it?
Not till the last lap. So this is great racing. It's been mixed conditions all weekend so far. I was down on the dummy grid before the race and it started to rain again. So it was a bit of mad panic there, but a dry track and is turning on some sensational racing here. And we've gone safety car.
We've gone safety car, but Kobe Williams has just gone up the inside of the number 74 there. He's given that place right back. So we'll leave that to the discretion of race control because they'll know who was looking at what flag when. Two very disappointed drivers walking away. It's obviously great to see that they're okay. Not great to see two tangled up race cars sitting in the sandpit and Lachlan Everett. We can all see how he's feeling. That body language says 1,000 words, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunate for those two drivers and really unfortunate to, put a pause on the race because those first couple of laps are absolutely brilliant to watch. But it's Jack Bussey in the Spectrum who, on that previous lap, saw go from fourth to first. He's in the lead in front of Kobe Williams in another Spectrum, and then it's Liam Loikono in third place.
Jack Bussey setting the fastest lap, of course, that time around as well, which is no surprise with how much ground he made up. 138.0544 will be the benchmark if these cars are able to get underway again. We've got just under 10 minutes left to go. Let's take another look at what happened here. Going through the southern loop, all looked to be nice and neat and tidy, but there was just a tangle. It looks one of those it's hard to say what happened there. It was obviously Lachlan Everett has different ideas as to what might have happened there. We didn't see the build up to that one, but very, very contentious. A little bit of an incident there. It's going to take a little bit of time for the recovery crews to get these cars out of the sandpit, but because of that, the field has been neutralised, and a lot of these guys will be desperate to maintain as much temperature as they possibly can. I want to give a big shout out at this point as well to the recovery crews, Icky, who come out and help us go racing because we've been singing their praises up in the commentary box all weekend long, all season long even. A lot of them are volunteers donating their time to be able to make sure we can go racing, and without them we just wouldn't have motorsport.
Yeah, they do a great job, and the gravel traps down here are so big because it's set up for the bikes. It is tricky to drag them out. Once they do get into the gravel trap, there's no chance of them driving out of it. So both cars well buried down there. Hopefully they can make this recovery nice and quickly because I want to see more racing, mate.
Oh, don't we all? After those first two laps, geez, if we do get racing underway, we're probably only going to have a small handful of laps to go. So anything you've seen at the start of the race, you can crank that up double in terms of how much action we're going to be seeing. Strap yourselves in, folks. There's still a little bit of cleanup to go before we can get racing again. So thanks again to all of our officials and volunteers. If you want to become an official, it's a great way to get a great seat to all the action. motorsport.org.au/officials is the place to go. I want to give a big shout out as well to our sponsors for the broadcast here for the Formula Ford Series. True Steel Frames, State Crane Truck, and Spectrum Racing are on board this weekend, as you know, Icky Harrington, and their support is invaluable.
Yeah, and all the rest of the series sponsors as well. We all run on Yokohama tyres. They're a great tyre. They've been supporting the category for a long time now, and very happy with their product. Great tyre to drive on. They do a great job for the series. So there's also Castrol and Ferodo who support us. We have Focus Performance Training who offer up the third place and a hard charger award each round, and third place for the championship as well. We also get support from DJR Racing and in the form of a test drive for the winner of the championship. So that'll be coming up for Eddie Beswick. I guess it's a good opportunity to just congratulate Eddie on his championship win. I was having conversations with his family and his team manager Justin Cotter about this time last year about what Eddie should do. He was keen to get to the States, and our discussion was he really needed another year to just polish up some of the rough edges, and really this year he has driven like a proper champion. He has been very consistent, very quick. Even when he has been struggled a little bit at some events, he's still kept it on the track and collected points, and that's the key to winning this championship. You can't afford DNFs, and so he is off to the States next year with the Synergy team. Justin Cotter's going to go over there and run him, and wish him all the best in his future endeavours, and be interesting to watch.
Yeah, massive congratulations as well from all of us in the commentary team for Edison Beswick as he puts forward his best foot in the States, hoping to follow in the footsteps of drivers like Hunter McElrea, who's done a very similar thing recently, has found himself progressing quite rapidly through the ranks of American open wheel racing, and that's been brilliant to see. He's just one of many, many great alumni that this category produces year in, year out.
Yeah, Hunter's really been making inroads over there with the IndyCar run, and so that's hats off to the category and producing world-class drivers. So it's always enjoyable seeing where these young guys go. It's one of the pleasures for me being in this role has been watching the young guys come into the field, being a bit rough and having incidents and things, and watching them evolve, and then seeing them go on to future things and progress through not just domestic categories but internationally as well. It's great to see.
Icky, I know this is probably going to be a difficult question because I'm going to ask you not necessarily who your favourite driver has been, because it's almost like trying to pick a favourite child, but I want to know, because with all these progression stories and all these progression journeys that all these drivers go on, is there one particular driver who, in your experience, have you seen come up from, being a rookie to this sort of racing and just becoming, blossoming? Who's been your favourite driver to watch develop and come through Formula Ford and flourish on the other side of it?
Jeez, mate. I wasn't expecting that. I don't have favourites, but I'll tell you one story who I'm quite proud of seeing his development, and that's Cameron McLeod. When he was first in Formula Ford, he didn't win any friends, and there were people that were saying that he shouldn't be racing. And myself and our DSO, Stephen White, we backed him, and we just said he needed the time. We spoke with his team and with his dad, Ryan. They put the development and time into him, and he proved everyone right. He proved everyone wrong. Sorry, he did come good, and by the end of the season, his second season, he was winning races. Finished second in the championship, I think, and then has gone on to be successful in the Super 2 now. So I think that development is really important and really good to see, watch, and be a part of.
It's such a good series for that development for young drivers, because it teaches so many innate driving skills. You find Paul Ziddy around the paddock. If you're not sure, if you haven't met him, he's the bloke who looks like Ari Lyondike at the moment with his mullet, but he will wax lyrical about how these cars are fantastic for learning all of those racing fundamentals, because they're incredibly raw mechanical machines. They've got basic, there's no aero on them. You can see they're hardly even, they've got grooved tyres. You're relying a lot on mechanical grip. There's a lot to be learned when you're setting these cars up. It teaches you a lot of the basics, and with how fragile these cars can be, it teaches you racecraft as well. It teaches you to be respectful, to leave the right amount of space, but push where you need to. Because they're so close cars, the margins are so small in between each car, it really lets the driving talent shine through, and that's why it's such a good series, and that's why it's so good to see 20, 25 cars on the field. Even like these older, the Kent class cars here, that's just a testament to how much staying power Formula Ford has in Australia and around the world. That cars like that, it's a very, very storied category.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the nature of the cars, you mentioned, there's not a heap of grip on them. There is no aero. And to push them to the limit, to race, to extract the most amount of speed out of them, you have to have the car dancing underneath you all the time. And so it just develops great car control. And that brings in the fiercest young drivers into it as well. And then you put a pack of them together and you see the type of racing that we've been seeing here today. And that's why it continues to develop champions.
That's exactly right. You've got all these youngsters in these cars with fire in their bellies, and this car is such a good vessel for them to really channel that energy and really let it shine. And look at them now. They haven't missed a moment here. They haven't stopped weaving since that safety car went out. They're getting as much temperature in these tyres as they possibly can. The clock is getting pretty close to zero. We're really hoping that we can get at least one more lap of racing action out there. And it is worth touching on the championship standings a little bit. We've already touched on the fact that Eddie Beswick is locked in. He is confirmed. He is the champion nationally. But as you mentioned, third place is still going to be a great prize for the National Series, because they do get that driver training performance session with Focus Driver Performance. So that's a sort of a really, really good, a suite of driver training, conditioning, big learning experience for a youngster who happens to land there. And it's a really, really tight battle for third position. We look at the standings. We've got Kobe Williams, Liam Lacono, Harrison Sellers, Jack Bussey, Cody Mains-Ruddy. Between them, only 13 points nationally, and that's from second all the way down to P6 in the standings. So there's still a lot to play out in that regard. And, of course, the Victorian State Championship is still up for grabs too.
I don't know whether we're going to get another lap though, Matt. It's we've gone time 0, so we can't see what the recovery situation is. So I don't know whether we'll get a checkered flag this time round and finish under safety car. That would mean that second place, as they're on the track now, second place in the championship, would go to Kobe Williams. I'm not sure about third. I have to look at the points, but it might be Jack Bussey if he takes the win here, who snatches third.
We'll have to keep a bit of an eye out. The cars on the recovery vehicle still haven't been loaded onto the truck yet. The lights are still on the safety car, and we can see on the front straight the checkered flag is being ready. They were sort of umming and ahhing whether they wanted to get the last lap board out of the checkered flag, but they're going to call an early enter this one, which means it is going to be Jack Bussey who crosses the line first, spoiling Kobe Williams' perfect weekend. But Kobe Williams is not going to be disappointed with 2 wins and a second place. He will take the round here as well, with Liam Lacono putting in a fantastic weekend behind him as a result of that. So they're still tracking through here. Points are going to take me a little bit of time to thresh out, so we'll have to find out for sure who's going to take which points, but I think you're pretty much bang on. It is going to be Kobe Williams locking in second place in the championship, and let's make it official as they cross the stripe. The Hyundai and safety car leads Jack Bussey, Kobe Williams, Liam Lacono, Cody Mains-Ruddy, Harrison Sellers, Bailey Collins, the number 27 of Daniel Frugas behind them as well, with Fraser High. Eddie Beswick crossing the line 9th on track, with Lachlan Strickland 10th. Then we go Imogen Radburn, Ethan Fitzgerald behind them. It is Giuseppe Imbrodno, Jared Hurst, Caleb Bellack, Carly Fleming, Jamie Rowe dropping back to 17th as the last of the running Duratec class cars, with Peter Fitzgerald pipping Richard Davison there. So a win for Peter Fitzgerald in the Kent class ahead of Davison, Malcolm Coleman, Gavin Dumas and Mark Zellner. 2 non-finishers there in the form of Lachlan Evernett and Joey Fawcett, who unfortunately got tangled up, as we saw earlier, on the exit of the Southern Loop. It's a bit of a bittersweet end to the Formula Ford season, but Icky Harrington, it's been so good having you every step of the way, and I've only had the pleasure of working alongside you just recently for when I started working with Formula Ford Australia, but it's been an absolute pleasure working here. The category is so much better for having had you in it, and all the best in your next venture, mate. We really appreciate you having on board.
Thank you very much, Matt. I've enjoyed it all. Wasn't quite the way I wanted to see the last race finish up, but those first couple of laps were cracking, so I'll keep that in my memory bank. So loved every minute working with Formula Ford, and just look forward to seeing it prosper in the future still. So thanks for all your support over the years.
Big round of applause from Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy in the commentary box here. Icky, we hope to see you trackside at some point. I'm sure you won't be too far away from a racetrack in the near future. As we said, that is Formula 4 done and dusted for the weekend. We've got Australian prototypes coming up next, just rolling down the Trico windshield wipers pit lane. My name has been Matt Dunlop. Icky Harrington, thank you so much for joining us once again. We will be back on Blendline TV in just a moment for round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers and 888 Home Loans. Don't go anywhere.
Cars on track now for the final race for the weekend, the Australian prototypes, and I tell you what, straight hot off the presses, the news. We've just had issue 2 of the grid sheet snatched out of our hands and issue 3 thrust into our hands. Miles Lacey has been put to the back of the grid, and that will put young Thomas Hughes in car number 47, the Radical out of Hughes Supercar Services, on pole position. Right next to him, Julian Newton, a couple of Radicals, Paul Trengove in the West, Terry Piavides in the F1000 in there as well, in the Thunder, Ross Palakis in the first of the Pragas market. Lauke, cars coming around for their rolling start. Then it's Jason Macris for the first time on dry tyres this weekend. Phil Andrews, Miles Lacey, Short, and John Paul Drake rounding out the field. Short's back in there. He'll be quick, but let's see how the Radical up the front goes, and he does a brilliant start. Thomas Hughes, and we see Macris go to the dirt. He's still on the dirt, trying to take advantage of the horsepower. He's managed to keep it off the wall. He's taken out the 100-metre marker down there, but the race continues on. Up the front here, the Radical out of Brayside in Melbourne. Around the inside there, Mark Lauke around the outside, finally being able to take on the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in dry conditions. This guy was relishing it, but let's watch now as the Coyote-powered Ford Wolf chases down the field. Have a look at Palakis now, and it's the Praga also of Miles Lacey ranging in here. This is a massive change of positions behind Thomas Hughes. He leads the first half of this race.
What a start from Lacey from the back of the field. Disqualified or sent to rear of grid for this one. Already up to position number 3 in just half a lap. John Paul Drake as well sent to the rear of the grid after the last race. He's also made up a bit of ground, but nowhere near as much as the Praga driver in 3rd position, and he's looking to get another position as well. Although the International's coming under pressure from his teammate, the other Praga driver, that's Palakis, having a good look up the inside. Haven't these Pragas come on in the last few months?
They certainly have. They're not suffering from the same BOP as some of the Wolves are, but have a look at this car. This one is running wild and free, and Mark Short, we've said it, for 2 races so far this weekend, he should push to the front. Has absolutely no balance of performance on the car because he hasn't finished a race, but he is absolutely down, chasing them out now. Cars side by side across the line, but it is Thomas Hughes leads the first of his races out of pole on that rolling start, but Mark Lauke, ever the protagonist at the front of the field. He's had a bit of a torrid season 2024, but look at Miles Lacey, shoved the number 9 up the inside, just about picked his nose on the way through there of Mark Lauke, and puts himself into position number 2.
And they're side by side a bit further around. Palakis is going to have a look up the inside now into the hairpin, and look, he's actually turned defence almost into attack there. I'm not sure whether that was through choice or sort of being forced to there up the inside. Everybody Constantine it up into the hairpin, and they all got really close 2 by 2, and now it's the 5th place man of Short who's also come from the back of the field. He's now attacking Palakis side by side through the hay shed. Just about slots in back behind, but he had a good old crack there up the hill, up towards the hay shed. They are fighting early on, and up the inside comes Lacey from the back of the grid. It's taken just a lap and a couple of sectors, and he is at the front of the field. Hughes is slow on the exit of the corner. He's balked everybody. Is there a problem? Oh, we've gone safety car.
And that is what Palakis is going through as well. So I'm going to say there's 4 cars there that are going to have explanations for the officials at the end of this one. So we've gone safety car. Thomas Hughes had reacted to that out of MG corner. And in fact, they're still coming down. Thomas needs to just stop where he is. There's debris from the Macris spin down there off the start line. So obviously that's what it is, debris on the track here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how to sort this out, but that was, I'm not too sure who went through on the yellows there, but Thomas had definitely reacted to something.
Yeah, he certainly slowed down for safety car. Those behind did not see the board, and that's because they were jammed right up his gearbox. All they could see was rear wing and rear tail lights and things, but out there on the circuit, there was definitely safety car. The good news is all of these guys are all mates. It's a good family atmosphere in the Australian Prototype Series, and you saw straight away they just redressed, allowed each other back through. They knew what the drill was, so hopefully that won't have to go to the steward's room.
Yeah, I'm not sure that redress lives in the rule book for prototypes. I think that's a supercars rule that people get confused with. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out. I guess what we've got to do is concentrate on it. I was just about to say, Dan, before we went safety car, it's the gentleman's agreement that everyone comes in and we all finish the race. I feel as though the gentleman's agreement was just about getting torn up just inside a couple of cabins towards the end of that just before we went safety car. There was like, hang on a minute, I'm going to shove it down the inside here. And Miles Lacey, you know, I don't know whether the yellow had come out at that point, but he was certainly well committed to getting past Thomas Hughes under brakes there. And I guess that is the difference. If that was on green track, that is the difference between a guy that is nearly, you know, full-time race driver pro versus a kid doing engineering at university. And that's the reality at positions 1 and 2 in this race. Ross Polakis in the second of the Pragas there, he's really driven himself into a good position here, has sort of been, you know, thereabouts just inside the top 10 for most of the weekend, but found the dry conditions and all of a sudden found his feet. Certainly Miles Lacey had got his webbed feet on, and I guess coming from the UK, he's got a lot of time of racing with wet underfoot. And we're just getting notice that the safety car will be in on this lap. So really, we've lost one lap out of this race, but Miles Lacey will be at the front of the pack. And I dare say there is going to be some written reports coming in from the flag point at turn 9 MG corner. The safety car accelerates away. Miles Lacey will now dominate the starting procedure. And last time when we had the safety car, everyone went right with him. They were right on it. And this is what the young man in position number 2 seems to be very good at. His concentration level is immense.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is great news for Matt Chris. The championship leader is now back on the tail of the train after that spectacular two-wheel moment through the grass and looped it a couple of times. He's back with the pack. Great launch away from Lacey, puts the pedal to the metal and absolutely launches away from those behind. He's got a little bit of a margin as they come across the line. These things sound absolutely different. The varying noises from the different, not only engine configurations, but also engine sizes and all sorts. As they always had a look there, did Polakis up the inside into turn number 1. In these machines, turn number 1, unless you're right alongside, is not an overtaking opportunity. John Paul Drake going around the outside, but can't quite do it there on the back of the new Radical, the SR10. Which way is he going to go? Inside, outside. He's going to have a look for sure, though. Down into Miller Corner there, 3 wide further forwards as John Paul Drake commits to the outside and just decides that that's not the place to go. I'll be hung out to dry. I'll just stay in and find a better opportunity. And that's what Polakis has got further forwards up the inside of Lauke. And the Wolf of Short's going to potentially get them both. He's got one anyway.
That's actually the Prince of Short there. And that's the older Formula Ford style chassis that's had some additions over the ensuing 28 or 30 years since that was last used in Formula Ford, but Short, a massively good driver. Polakis now under brakes into the back of Hughes as Miles Lacey just starts to gap the field a little bit. This is what he's done in the 2 wet races earlier on this weekend, this morning and indeed yesterday. But Short now the inside of Polakis, vastly experienced racer, knows his Prince very, very well. And Polakis just gives the spot up there, not willing to take that argument on any further. But boy, oh boy, he is right up now, looking very, very racy. Goes through on Thomas Hughes in the Radical. So that puts Thomas, the guy who started out a pole, led the first couple of laps, back into P3. Polakis now onto the back of him. A lot newer car, the Praga, than the SR8 Radical just in front of him. And Ross Polakis has driven many different cars as well in his racing career, although it's only been relatively short, not as short as what Thomas Hughes is, only coming up to about a year of racing now, and he just allows the car 20, the Praga, to go through, had nothing to fight any further with. He'll take on Mark Lauke, the 2 times veteran of champion of this series and veteran of this series as well. Loves his prototypes, does Mark Lauke. The best time of his life is at the racetrack with that yellow and black car right beside him.
I think it's all our favourite times at a racetrack.
That's
why we're in this job, Darren. But out there on the circuit, Hughes just doesn't seem to have the pace that he did in the wet. He was certainly showing his incredible racecraft, and that's not good racecraft. That's Lauke going off backwards down the hill on the run towards MG. Just lost the rear and could not save it. And look at how wet and muddy it is off the racetrack. He's going to struggle to even get this back on the circuit. He's found, fortunately for him, a little bit of a tarmac runoff road, but he's going to fall right to the tail of the field. And what have we said? We've said it several times, haven't we? He just can't seem to keep this in a straight line at the moment, this machine.
Yeah, there is something that's not quite right there for Mark Lauke. He has been a champion of this category. In fact, in the same sort of car that Paul Trengove is racing, the West WX10 was a very, very happy home. And in fact, he owned a very special car of the WX10 variety there, and I think he still owns that particular car. It was a very special build car for a particular client of West going back many years ago now. But this race continues. The 42 of Thomas Hughes now into position number 3. We see Miles Lacey and Martin Short driving away at the front of this field. Here we go. Replay. Oh, Mark Lauke, what caught him out there? That almost looked like a brake bias issue there, where the front left grabbed, but the front right didn't. And around he went. Was he on the? I didn't see whether he was on the painted line there.
At first, I thought it was just he got sideways over Lukey Huss, but I don't think he did. I think it was almost a rear brake lock-up. It was very, very strange. But nevertheless, he's tumbled to the bottom of the totem pole, the timing screen, right at the tail of the field.
John Paul Drake now coming on strong, and it looks like he's bringing his old mate Jason Macris through the field with him. Indeed, he is. These guys both in similar looking Wolves. One running the turbocharged Peugeot, that is the John Paul Drake car that says ha 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 all over it. He fancies himself as the Joker. I think more of a clown actually, but that's just me personally, and that's something I say to his face as well, so I'm not just being funny there. But those two are certainly getting at it out there at the moment. And as I said, they're slightly different cars. Drake is the Mistral F1 Peugeot Turbo, and the car behind him is the car of Macris, which is the Mistral Extreme, the Coyote V8 Illuminator version of the V8 on board there. So here's a couple of blokes that know each other very well, and they have not been afraid of getting together with each other on track. Queensland Raceway a couple of seasons ago, John Paul Drake sent a dive bomb down the inside of Macris and took them both out. It certainly strained the friendship there for a little while, but they do love racing together. Inevitably, their cars are so similar, they end up coming across each other on track as we're watching right now.
They're both catching up to Newton, but also as well the car ahead of him, Hughes. So this is potentially going to become a 4-car scrap for a third position on the road, as John Paul Drake defending is almost attacking. As a result, Newton down into MG, just about got it stopped, but there weren't too many centimetres between he and the tail of that Radical just ahead, and the Radicals are almost going side by side into the final corner. That half move from Newton's going to kill his straight line exit. He's going to be almost walking wounded now as a result. Down pit straight, and look at this, the timing from Macris has been absolutely perfect. His acceleration wasn't balked at all. He blasts past John Paul Drake
and shut the door.
Yeah, exactly.
He absolutely said, nah, sorry JP, that door's shut now. I've got you. I want to take you back to Honda Corner when you said he's defending. I think he was attacking, and then it ended up being defence, all in the one move there. But this is brilliant. I knew these two would get together, and there'd be nothing short of mayhem ensuing at some point. Let's hope it's just good close racing, because at the moment it's allowed the two Radicals to get together. Julian Newton down the inside of Thomas Hughes. The switchback from Hughes in the Bira Baraka SR8 doesn't come off. So the car ahead, the SR10, is a turbocharged EcoBoost Ford engine, and the car behind is that 2.5 litre normally aspirated V8. Basically two Suzuki Hayabusa engines put together to create a V8, and then right behind him is the venerable Coyote V8, right behind Jason Macris between his shoulders. So at the moment it feels as though Thomas Hughes is a bit of a sitting duck, and that's probably because he's got a lot newer chassis, a lot newer technology around him, and indeed a little bit more between the shoulders as far as a punch. And we're just seeing how that V8 Coyote engine does it now. John Paul Drake trying to set up a run with his Peugeot Turbo in behind Thomas Hughes.
He's got a good run out of the final corner, and look as well. The car behind of Short. Is it? No, it's the Force India liveried machine, sorry, of Piovitis. So you can say that a lot better than I can.
Piovitis.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I noted that Short came into the pits several laps ago, so he's fallen all the way back to 10th. The good news, about the only good news for him at the moment, is he did set the fastest lap last time through, but that'll be a very little consolation.
I tell you what, though, you're not mucking around at a 28.8, are you?
No.
That is a rapid lap of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Everyone else sort of operating in the 30s and just above there, as we're getting a good look at the SR10 there of Newton. And the battle is still playing out behind him with, there's Macris there, and Tom Hughes is still hanging on with it. John Paul Drake just peppering the back bodywork there of Thomas Hughes. He's just getting sold a bit of a dummy there by John Paul Drake. A number of seasons more experience in the prototypes for JP, and also a title under his belt. And Thomas Hughes is acquitting himself just very nicely indeed. Brand new to the game, brand new to the sport. And Piovitis looks to the inside now in the Aprilia-powered Wolf Thunder outfit. But John Paul Drake and now Jason Macris have just skated away from the SR8. And we've got time just about up, 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. No, in fact, we're out of time. We're on the last lap now. Cars are on the last lap. And we are just about to see Miles Lacey, who started off the rear of the grid as a result of an indiscretion, and it was very, very last minute. We were just given grid sheets as the cars were heading out onto the track, so we'll see. Not really even sure what that indiscretion was about, but certainly put him to the rear of the grid. But he's driven a very, very clever first couple of laps of this race and has now got a 4-second gap over Ross Polakis, his teammate.
All weekend in the wet conditions, John Paul Drake has really struggled to be even inside the top 5, but in this race, in the dry, the two-time reigning champion has come very much alive, and he is peppering, as you say, the tail of the Radical. He's going to go around the outside at Siberia. That's a bold move, it's a brave move, and it looks to me like it might be a beautiful move. All the way around the outside, and he's done it. He's got the inside now for the right-hander at the hay shed, and he pulled it off.
Looks like he has too. John Paul Drake loves his prototype racing. A busy boy racing this year. Did a bit of F4, did a bit of Lamborghini
Super Trofeo
Trofeo, just looking at the uniform there. Squadra Corsa Lamborghini outfit. And look at this. Bit of a run to the flag there. Miles Lacey very, very happy. Leading home his teammate. It's Praga 1-2 at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And in front of a great crowd cheering them on. To the line now. The first of the Wolves will be Jason Macris. Beats home his mate John Paul Drake. John Paul Drake to Newton, Terry Piovitis, and Thomas Hughes started out a pole, led the first lap and a half, and brings it home in 7th place there. A great race again in the Australian Prototype Championship, but Praga's bringing it in 1 and 2. They'll be very, very happy with that. I reckon they're going to hope to sell a couple of cars off the back of those two, that result there.
And why wouldn't they? With results like that, it proves that the cars are real, capable machines out there on these fast flowing circuits. Here are the results. Lacey taking the victory by 1.5 seconds ahead of Polakis. Macris came home in position number 3, 11.3 seconds behind, just beating John Paul Drake, who came home really strong in the end, finishing in position 4. Julian Newton, probably not the race result he wanted in the final, but he showed brilliant racecraft and brilliant pace in the wet conditions. He's a man certainly rising through the ranks. And then the rest of the field come through. Great to see that everyone finished in that one.
Fantastic. Cannot wait to get to the Bend Motorsport Park and see the final round for the prototypes. It's going to be a big weekend at the Bend, isn't it, Dan, that one?
It certainly is, yeah. Fun around at the Bend, the SA State Series at the Bend. They've got Touring Car Masters there, the Australian Prototype Series. Series, the inaugural 777 Enduro Crown as well, the 4-hour endurance race. So there's a lot to look forward to. So make sure if you're in South Australia to head down there at the end of November 22 and 23, I think it is off the top of my head, 22 to 24. I was pretty close.
You were very, very close. I'm going to jump off now because you stay on for the historic touring cars. We'll be back with more for the MGs in just a moment, but it's historic touring cars on track now.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Quick turnaround, and look at this. Sunshine glimmering off these historic touring cars. That's what we wanted to see. That's what we've been waiting to see for much of this weekend. Historic touring cars have had an absolutely fantastic weekend of action. This man on the screen, Brent Trengrove, has won the first 2 races, but he's not had things all his own way. The fight, though, has mainly been for position 2. Leo will come out of second ahead of Miles. Then we got Monday, William Trengrove, Maluman, Pillikers, Jones, and hopefully Trevor Talbot is back out there. I'm Dan McCarthy, remaining in the commentary box. Darren Smith's having a well-deserved break, and alongside me, Matt Dunlop has jumped back in the comms box. Matt, this should be a cracker.
It should. It has been cracking racing all weekend, and that is a Bumblebee Camaro at the back of the field, which means Trevor Talbot's back on track. We love to see it. That means we've got 9 cars on track for this 3rd race of the historic touring cars here at round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, proudly brought to us by Trico Windshield Wipers, helping us see clearly, and 888 Home Loans. As the cars round the top of Lukey Heights, you're right, it has been cracking racing, and that's what the historic touring cars are so good for. Even when they don't have the largest fields of all the categories, these cars just always turn it on. And something that's going to be really interesting to see is these historic touring car drivers have been copping drastically different conditions for all 3 of their races. From full wet to half damp, dry as a bone for race 3. Let's see what they can do with these 18 minutes they have up their sleeve for race 3. It's going to be a cracker, you're right.
There weren't that many of these guys here on Friday in these dry conditions. I was here on Friday. They shared the track throughout practice with the Saloon cars, where I was keeping a close eye on their category. But there weren't many historic touring cars out there. There were only 2 or 3. So a lot of them have not even driven their machines in dry conditions so far this weekend. So it's going to be fascinating to see how things are different compared to what they have been so far this weekend. We've been really singing the praises of the Tirana driver Pillikers, who's been taking it to the big V8 engine machines in the wet. I think he'll have his work cut out in these dry conditions, though.
He definitely will. The green flag is at the back just behind Trevor Talbot. That number 36 Camaro is going to be hungry to make moves when these red lights go out. They're on now. The clutches have dropped. The revs have dropped. It's a great launch for the number 22 of Brent Trengrove. Not such a great launch for the number 76 of Trevor Talbot in the back, but he's got nothing but time on his hands and plenty of passing to be done. It'll be great to see how he can file his way up. But in the meantime, it is the number 22 of Brent Trengrove who keeps the good times rolling. We're seeing the number 68 of Jeff Monday there, who started in 4th position, now finds himself in still in 4th, but he's got the Mustang of William Trengrove right on his tail. Another good start for the number 64 Mustang.
Yeah, certainly was. We saw that in race 2, didn't we? Launched all the way up into position 3. It was a balmy start for him, and he's pretty much replicated that in this one. Trevor Talbot makes another move. That's up the inside of Jones into Stoner Corner. As they're side by side further forwards, it looked to me like the Valiant of Miles was being pushed out a little bit wide. not pushed, but he was certainly not where he wanted to be on the apex of the corner. But look at this car. I'm really glad to see it back out on the race circuit. Came in on the warm-up lap of race number 2, but it's back out repaired and under glorious sunshine conditions here at Phillip Island. It is moving forwards at a vast rate of knots already. On the tail now of Maluman. Where can he line it up? Down into MG, or will he be patient and make the move on pit straight? We're in the commentary box because we're probably a bit too patient and a bit too kind, but they're racing drivers. They are aggressive by nature, and we're seeing that right out on the racetrack here on lap number 1 of this race. A nice exit up the inside at the final corner. Surely not. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why we're in the commentary box. We wouldn't even consider a move like that.
Mate, if I was driving one of these cars, I'd be terrified. Look at them. They're lovely. They're such pristine examples of the best of the 1960s muscle period. And these guys are out there giving them hammer and tongs. I'd be bricking myself. I'll be pulling that car into the pits like, get this in someone else's capable hands. I'm not responsible for this damage bill here. But Trevor Talbot, what a start it's been for him so far. He's moving right up to the back of this field. He wants to get on that lead group before it gets too far away from him. He's only got the yellow Valiant of Glenn Miles up ahead of him, so he's on the tail of it. He's just got to get that foot down and catch up. Hasn't been a great start for Pillikers on the other end of the field. He had a really good run in the last race in that XT1 Tirana. He's nowhere at the start of this one. Must have had a shocking start. We'll maybe be able to see him right at the back of this shot as they cycle through, but in the meantime, this is the number 76 of Talbot going through Honda corner with a really hot Mustang battle unraveling just behind them. It's the 64 of William Trengrove just keeping the number 43 of Muleman behind him.
Yeah, it's just about, as you say, he's already dropping back a couple of places after what was yet another fine start. Come back to the point we were talking about earlier about how we'd be very safe with these machines if we were behind the wheel. Isn't it great, though, to see such a strong field of these historic cars out there? We don't want to see them in museums. We want to see them out where they belong, on the racetrack.
That's exactly right. These cars were built and designed for performance. Yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, we love looking at them as they gently cruise past us on the street, but they weren't built for cruising. These things were built to be fast, and that is why they're being driven fast, because it's the spirit of these historic touring cars that they just get thrashed around these tracks, rung to their absolute limits, and they sound fantastic doing it as well, with V8 engines underneath the long bonnets of all of these 1960s beasts as they cross the stripe with just over 10 minutes remaining in this third and final race of the historic touring cars. Brent Trengrove once again has pulled out a massive gap, but I'll tell you who hasn't. It's Glenn Miles in the number 16. He's actually run it quite wide off the exit of turn 1, and he'll look in his mirror and find Trevor Talbot all over him like a cheap suit.
Trevor Talbot was 1.5 seconds quicker than the guy he's behind last time through. He wasn't just quicker than the guy ahead, he was quicker than everybody, comfortably as well, as he swings to the inside and takes 4th position into Stoner corner. Look at the understeer washout at Stoner. It means that he's actually offline. He can't even get back to the traditional racing line for the Honda hairpin. So that just shows the speed that machine is carrying at the moment. But a 1:48.9 is well over half a second faster than anybody else on the racetrack. He will be on the tail of Monday in just a couple of ticks, and it looks like those couple of ticks have already elapsed because he's right there.
He's driving at 10/10. There's a little bit of a puff of blue smoke from the front left as he tips it into Siberia. He is not he's not keeping anything in the tank. Another very, very small lock up there as he tries to brake at the latest possible moment, and he's all over the back of Jeff Monday now. The 2 black striped Camaros going at it here through MG. Very, very defensive line from the number 68 red machine, but I'd hazard a guess and say Talbot is just biding his time here. He knows there's plenty of places you can get a move done in these cars. It's just a matter of when and how, and this may be the next best opportunity for him as they round the final corner of this circuit. How much momentum is he going to be able to carry? The draft isn't particularly useful in these cars, but have a look at this drag race. It doesn't matter. They're side by side as they cross the stripe. Talbot's going to start edging past him here. He will have the position, but Monday will have the line. Who's going to come out on top? It is Talbot, who just sneaks ahead. Fantastic move, but there was not a whole lot in that, I tell you what.
neither were yielding, were they? They were side by side into turn 1 and neither were backing out. Right at the very end, Monday saw that yellow Camaro come across his nose and he just applied a bit more brakes to allow the yellow one to swing in front. But well, I didn't think for a moment that either were going to yield and we were going to see a plane accident down there. But a lock-up further forward for Leo, and that's probably because he can see Talbot in his mirror. He knows he's coming. He's probably been told on the radio. A couple of quick laps and we might be able to keep this car at bay. But the 76 is the flying machine out there at the moment.
I was about to say the gap across the stripe was only about 2.5 seconds between Dominic Leo and Trevor Talbot the last time past the stripe, and I was wondering how long it was going to take for that to be evaporated. Dominic Leo isn't helping his case with lockups like that, and Trevor Talbot, he has fire in his belly. He wants to be catching him this lap if he even possibly can. It's going to be a bit tough for him. They're both just going to be taking their standard racing lines. Trevor Talbot, not the widest arc he could be taking there through MG corner, but it's not going to bother him too much. He's still the fastest car on the track by a long stretch. The only car so far to dip into the 148s with a 148.9. I'd hazard a guess and say he's going to be ellipsing that time period. The only driver close is Brent Trengrove, well out in the lead by more than 5 seconds to this time by, with a 149.05 as he crosses the stripe. Let's see how that pans out now. Trevor Talbot, 148.9. He is just faster. The fastest lap of the race goes to that car on screen, the number 76 machine, and he's all over the back of Dominic Leo now as they make their way to the Southern Loop.
This has been a great performance. We've got to remember, from the very back of the grid after a DNF in race number 2 earlier this morning. And there he is, fighting with the machine he was yesterday, right towards the front of this field. This is the fight for second place. Where's he going to go? He's not going to be close enough down into Miller Corner, but Leo half defends that move anyway, and in fact has locked up once again. That's the second time in 2 laps that we have seen that mistake, so he's certainly damn dear late on the brakes, but maybe leaving a little bit too late. Is there a bit of smoke coming from the Talbot machine I thought I saw there, just as they were going into Siberia?
I think that was just a lockup. I think that's just Trevor Talbot going full send in that number 76 Camaro as well. He's been locking up little bits here and there, just occasional puff of smoke. Watch his left front as he comes into Lukey Heights as well. You may see another one. There it is. Yep, another little bit of a lockup there as well. He's driving this thing on the ragged edge, dancing on the limit of what this Camaro can do. Dominic Leo has shut that door straight away. He's in full defense mode now. He is starting to feel the pressure. We saw how big that lockup was into Miller Corner last time by. For him, his sake, he might think it's only a matter of time before he gets overtaken here, but there's still just under 5 minutes to go in this race. If Dominic Leo can hold off Trevor Talbot, it'll be one of the great defensive drives of the weekend for sure.
Still 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go though, and it's pretty tight behind as well between Monday and Miles as they come across the line. But in a straight line, Leo is able to just about stay ahead again. Talbot having a look at turn number 1. Is he going to swing around the outside at 2? That's traditionally a move you see in the wet. Can it be pulled off in the dry now? He thinks better of that. Or he pulled out of it and got a bit of a kick of oversteer. He slightly misjudged that, and it saw as a result the rear of the car slurring around a little bit, and he had to gather that one up, get a couple of catches going behind the wheel of that Camaro.
It almost looked like Dominic Leo was just challenging him to try and have a go into turn 1. A lot cleaner on the brakes. Oh, as soon as I say that, I've completely cursed him. Very, very deep into turn 4 there, and he's given that place up straight away to Trevor Talbot. That was proving to be a really good battle, and then I just went ahead and cursed it within an inch of its life on the microphone here. But let's see what Dominic Leo can do with the carrot in front of him now. Oh my goodness, look at him laying those 11s on the ground, absolutely lighting up those rear tyres. He is not letting that car go in front of him.
I don't know if anybody watched MotoGP yesterday, the sprint race, but if you've ever heard of the commentator's curse, I've never seen it quite as good as I saw it yesterday. I'm not going to spoil the result, but it was an absolute cracker of a commentator's curse. It's certainly around the world at the moment. So that was your equivalent there as we have a look up the inside down into MG corner. That is, of course, Glenn Miles in the Valiant Charger. One of my favourite cars here this weekend, not only in the historic touring cars, but full stop. And he's got a good run, although Monday tried to close the door on him there on the exit of the corner, and they nearly made door-to-door contact. Monday's getting the elbows out, getting aggressive. He's not going to let the Valiant through at the drop of a hat. The Valiant driver is going to have to work hard to make his way around. Valiant, though, doesn't have the straight line speed of the Camaro.
It does not, and it doesn't have the momentum after he had to balk there a little bit through the last corner, just with that door being slammed in front of his face. Regroup, try again next time around, but there's plenty of other opportunities. It's a slightly more light and nimble car than the Camaro in front of him. We saw that last time out because Glenn Miles got him at the end of the last race. He actually finished in front of Jeff Monday, so we know that Valiant is quick, but we know that Monday is an incredibly fierce driver, so this is going to be a fantastic battle. We can see ahead of them, Trevor Talbot has already started gapping Dominic Leo, and Monday is on the defense like nobody's business, making that Camaro as wide as he possibly can to stop a move from happening, sacrificing a bit of his own time there, but I think he knows as well he's not going to be catching up to the back of Dominic Leo. This is where his battle lies for the rest of the race.
Absolutely. They exit Siberia up the hill through the kink left and the right-hander. In some cars this is almost flat. In a historic touring car I imagine it is quite a lift as they try and cope with understeer through there. Look at how much it ranges in. The Charger is the Valiant is so much faster at this section of the track, but we're now about to get back into Camaro country, although he was getting a little bit sideways out of the corner. That's going to affect his run around turn number 11. It's going to leave him a little bit vulnerable at 12, but you're not going to send one back from there. So he'll keep in behind, try and get a nice run out of the corner, but he's running out of time. We are now on the penultimate lap of the race, or the leader is anyway. These guys are about to start the penultimate lap right now. And that means there is just over 6 kilometres left for him to make the move.
He's not losing too much time in the draft down the main straight. As long as he can stay right behind that tailgate of the Camaro, it can pay off dividends. And just have a look at the result of that. Such a good run for the number 16 through turn 1. Was right up alongside the number 68 Camaro of Jeff Monday there. So that thing is racy through turn 1. Copping so much speed off that. It is a slightly cambered corner, that turn 1. Geez, it must feel like a joy to throw one of these cars through it. It's a very delicate dance that you have to maintain to get these things going fast. Dominic Leo, that front tyre is going to be hating him by the end of this race. He's just locking it up every lap.
Yeah, he won't want to go home with him, frankly. I think sideways again from Monday. But this is what touring car racing was like back in the day. You know, we talk about parity in supercars these days, trying to be as equal as possible. In this era, there were cars that were so dominant in the straight line, but then you had the little minis and the like that was so good over the top of the mountain, and it just made for incredible racing back in the early days of what was in this era the Bathurst 500-mile race rather than the Bathurst 1,000 kilometres. And, you know, parity, everything's gone parity these days in terms of trying to make things equal, GT3 racing and the like, but sometimes it's good to see this old-fashioned racing and see the sort of David versus Goliath thing that we're seeing on the screen right now.
That's absolutely right. Even before the days of the Bathurst 500, when it was the Armstrong 500 here at Phillip Island for a handful of years. It almost makes you wonder if the surface wasn't cracking up and breaking back in those 60s, how long, what was sort of a complexion would that race have taken? They couldn't keep running here because the bridge wasn't strong enough to get the actual hot mixed bitumen truck over here to actually seal the track like it is now. So what could have been is a very interesting tale, but we're very, very fortunate to have such a brilliant facility here on Phillip Island these days because it produces brilliant racing no matter what vehicles you put on it. Cars, bikes, anything you can imagine, especially these cars here. So let's take a look and see what Glenn Miles can do on this, the last lap of the race. We know how it's looking at the front. Brent Trentgrove is locked in almost. I don't want to give him the race too early here because I've been cursing a lot of drivers from my commentary position, but he's looking solid. He's got a gap of 6.4 seconds on Trevor Talbot, who has a further gap behind him on Dominic Leo, but behind them, it's anyone's game right now. Glenn Miles having a real big look up the inside, and he's going to get the move done. and he's going to gently ease that number 68 Camaro off to the side of the track. They're going to be side by side here through Siberia. Monday's going to pull that back, but it's going to be hard for him to get all that power down unless he pulls that tighter exit, which he's done there, and Monday pulls ahead just for now. There's going to be a little bit of a lighter car, that Glenn Miles machine there. He should be able to maintain a bit more speed through the hay shed over the top of Lukey Heights, so this battle is far from done.
Certainly is. There's just a handful of corners to go. The Valiant driver's running out of opportunities, running out of time. He had a little bit of a look, but he was nowhere near close enough down into MG. And they will continue to fight. The door's been left open there. He's up the inside. But our race winner, 3 from 3, Brent Trengrove. A dominant weekend for him. Here comes the Valiant up the inside at turn number 12. The door firmly closed in his face from Monday. As they drag race towards the line, I think the Camaro's got it now, and it will do. What a fight for position number 4. It goes the way of the 68 Camaro, but Miles can't go home saying he didn't throw everything at that.
He certainly will not be disappointed with that performance. He got everything that he could out of that Valiant Charger, put in a brilliant performance. He'll be stoked with the 3rd place that he got last time by as well. The battling is far from over though. Here comes Peter Muehlman, just holding off the number 64 of William Trengrove to win that short battle between those two Mustangs.
They changed places on the final lap. They both set PBs on the final lap, and Muehlman got through on William Trengrove. Here comes Jones in a very lonely 8th position, and then we await the final runner, the little Holden Tirana that we absolutely love. And as we expected going into the race, we said, didn't we? We just don't see that car being able to compete in the dry like it did in the wet. And unfortunately for Pillikers, that was very much the case. But nevertheless, he will go home with a big smile on his face. He took it to the big boys in the wet this weekend.
He certainly did. A fantastic weekend of historic racing. All these drivers can be very proud of the show they put on for us here at Phillip Island in round 5 of the Victorian State Racing Series, proudly sponsored by Trico Windshield Wipers and 888 Home Loans. That is historic touring cars done and dusted. I will be departing. Next up, we've got MG and invited British sports cars on track for more classic car racing action. Don't go anywhere. It's all live on Blendline TV.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
MG's on track and they are making their way around to turn 4. Welcome back to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. The Trico windshield wipers see clearly round number 5. And a big shout out to 888 Home Loans. Does your home loan need a health check? Indeed it does. In this day and age of uncertainty around interest rates, give 888 Home Loans a call. Check them out online. More importantly, give them your business. They support grassroots racing in this series and have done for quite some time. And indeed, this round, Trico windshield wipers jumping on board for it as well. Splat Engineering and Shannon's Insurance alive and well with us here this weekend in the MG and Invited British sports cars. And the front row of the grid has a bit of a switch around. Still both ex-Bennett cars, but Damien Meyer will start out a pole with Phil Chester right alongside him. Darren Smith, John Makem right alongside me, a frustrated racing car driver at the best of times, let alone putting a commentary headset on. I reckon you've actually taken to this, John. You're kind of enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry, don't be too kind. I actually got one of the drivers, Danny Siama, said to me, I'm better doing this than I am driving the car, but apparently there's a red midget at the front of the grid, and I'll just take that as me. So,
well, Danny Siama, when he has a tough day and gets sent up here to fill the gap because his car's not going, he'll understand how difficult the task is. But I tell you what, they are certainly having a great time, and that car looks like it's celebrating standing still, doesn't it, with all the colours on. Phil Chester's Steed, the multi-power, entered car number 72, making his way around to the grid, will sit right next to Damien Meyer on pole position. So that is a turnaround from the cards from this morning. Dry conditions will suit both of them. It's not a lay down in any shape or form for the V8 powered MG over the four-cylinder. Certainly it will be as level a playing field as it was in the wet now in the dry between these two. Michael Trathen, this is, I guess, car number one. This is the one that may just get the horsepower race, might just get away from a bit. Rodney Wells, this is going to be really cool to see the gunmetal grey and green car get away at the front of this field. Back to Chris Gidney, Chris Gidney is not with us. He's withdrawn from the meeting. Tony Vollebrecht out of position number 6. Chris Ralph is that darker coloured car there just off to the left of the screen. Vince Gucciardo, and had a really good chat with Vince, and just watching, that looks like the ex-Morton Fitzgerald car, doesn't it, coming down the lane of Richard Milligan.
Yep.
So starting from pit lane, yes indeed, he's being held in car 10 at pit lane. Vollebrecht back to Siama, Bajan, Aleph, Gibson, and cars are away. And Rodney Wells not getting away so well, but it was Vince Gucciardo that got away brilliantly in the bright blue car with the iridescent bonnet on it, and he gets away very, very nicely indeed. But it'll be Anthony Vollebrecht. Tony goes around the outside there. We'll take a couple of cars. In fact, it's the Triumph that gets away nicely in the middle of the pack there. Richard Vollebrecht just goes back one spot as we see Gucciardo go through, but he's now being monstered by everyone. David Bajan right up in behind there, and of course David didn't have such a great run this morning, but weighing right back into the contention here. Gary Gibson, what a start there in the Triumph. He's got away brilliantly.
That is a very brilliant little thing. 6-cylinder Triumph GD6. It's a very beautifully presented car, and he drives it very, very well. He was very uncomfortable in the greasy conditions and wet conditions yesterday. This little battle pack is awesome because you've got an absolute plethora of different capabilities in the drivers and the cars, and the car you'd think would be at front is not necessarily, and some of the work done by Vollebrecht, Vince and Dave Bajan is outstanding. So we can look forward to a battle pack for the duration, I'd reckon.
Certainly sounds like it, just watching with great interest where Paul Vernell might bob up. I did see him off the back of shot there. No, he's withdrawn. Wasn't him, it was one of the closed vehicles. Oh, the Triumph has a lock-up, as does, I'm not sure who that was, sliding into the back of shot there. But certainly the green closed vehicle, didn't quite catch what it was. But as you said, this is where the battle is. There goes our race leader. And for the first time in the opening lap, Phil Chester just gets through on Damien Meyer. And that's where I guess the cubic inch argument gets solved, doesn't it?
Mate, when you've got 5 times the capacity, that's 5 litres versus 1.3, could be 1.4. It is a beautiful little bit of engineering, that thing, but equally Phil's car, outstanding car. That's world-class stuff.
It certainly is, and just watching the 13 there, just lifting the paw on the inside of that corner there as well, so three-wheeling it through there. That's the first time we've seen the load being able to put through the chassis of that car and lift that wheel off the ground. Under brakes here, opened up there. Phil Chester just allowing the 13 to go through as he just gets back into the number 72, and boy, doesn't that have a brilliant note, that note out of the back of the 72 there. The Yarra Valley Towing multi-powered entry. Let's have a listen.
That's awesome, isn't it? Damien Meyer was talking to me during the break that this place is really, really grippy, and he's actually feeling that it's too grippy, and he's lifting wheels all over the place. He's not used to it. He usually runs an Group S midget in Group S racing, and he likes to slide around. Now this thing at the moment is lifting wheels probably over the top of Lukey Heights. It's got
through turn 2 as well.
Yeah, he's got a much greater advantage here, but Phil just puts it on the big long straight and points it and pushes forward, and will just probably drive past him again. But the lightness and handling, look, he's bouncing on, coming onto the main straight on that front left lifting. That's just awesome stuff, isn't it? How about that for a view? At least we can see Bass Strait today. And here goes Phil.
Round the outside he goes and gets the job done. I tell you what, though, if we continue like this all the way to the end, it's going to be Damien Meyer that's getting to the line first. It'll be a drag race, and we've seen it for 2 laps in a row now. But it will be a drag race, that's for sure, come the end of this one. If Phil can't get a gap around, and there's that wheel up in the air again, that is rubber conservation at its finest, isn't it? It even stops spinning.
You
sitting up in the air that long.
With this little thing, when I'm chasing a not such a big V8, you catch them up coming into the southern loop, they drive away from you, and you come up to Honda here, and you make hundreds of metres on them really quickly, but they eventually just drive away from you. I mean, he's driving that thing right on the ragged edge. It's just a joy to watch.
And what's interesting is that I would say Phil's close to the edge there too as well. He doesn't want to, he doesn't come to the racetrack and come second here. Richard Milligan just slowly picking off. There goes Damien Bajan out the back door. Sorry, David Bajan out the back door now as car 10 starts to come through the field here. A very, very beautiful looking racing car, and has been for so many, I'm going to say decades now. Very brilliantly driven car by its original owner, and Richard Milligan staying true to that theory and driving the absolute wheels off it. I really do appreciate these older cars. They're not sitting in sheds as coaster holders and things like that. They're out there, they're racing them. I guess the scratching of the head comes midweek when you go, okay, we've cracked a stub axle. Where do I get a 1958 MG stub axle from?
There'll be some old bloke who's 92 and he's got 27 in the shed somewhere. You just got to find him. His usually name is Bob Rantry. But this is a fantastic little battle pack here. Adam Ayers there going around the top of Dave Bajan. He's probably got more grip than Dave has. They're fairly similar performing cars, but Dave's probably got a lot more track experience than Adam. So this is a pretty good learning curve for the white little midget there. And here we go back at the front with Damo. Isn't that a beautiful thing?
Now he's got, Phil Chester's got away a fair bit more from him here at this stage, so that's the definitive move you'd have to suggest.
8 seconds.
One. Yeah, so he's put the pedal to the metal and driven away, and as the wide open landscape here at Phillip Island will eventually reward horsepower, and I guess throwing it bravely down the inside of Phil Chester is only going to last for as long as it disappears in a straight line, and each time you come onto a straight bit of track, you look at the back of that blue and orange car. Here's this group, John, that you touched on at the start of the race. He said, I reckon this will be where it's at, and indeed, Adam in there with David Bajan. Got Vince Cucciato, he's got the Trico in-car camera on his thing as well, and the 58 just leading this group, and that's Chris Ralph.
Yeah, Chris quite proudly said he's got a birthday coming up soon. He's going to be 80. Well, that doesn't look like an 80-year-old bloke driving that thing. And Vincey's going to throw it down the inside here. Beautifully done. So look at the varying vehicles. It's just, they're all immaculate. They're all at a level that you wouldn't find in a normal street car. And they're really well loved. That green MGB there, 58, is a Group S car. I've got a very similar car that I use on the road occasionally. But it's not to the standard of that thing. That is just spectacular. It'll be interesting to see if Adam can actually work his way past. He should be able to. He's probably 300 kilograms lighter than the darker car there, and with much more rubber on the road, which allows you to drive around the outside of Lukey Heights.
Just like that. Case in point, Absolutely. He licked it, stamped it, and sent it around Chris Ralph there. But Chris Ralph's been around racing a long time. He won't let that darken his day because he's got David Bajan behind him, and that's enough motivation to try and chase out after Adam Aleph there as well. And he's out after Vince Cucciato. Currently, these guys are 8, 9, 10 and 11 on the road in this race. Phil Chester's leading now by 22 seconds over Meyer. Mike Trathen is a further 5 or 6 seconds adrift of that. But here's this group strewn out over the main grid area here on the main straight as we make our way down through the field. Richard Vollebrecht off the back of that group. Then it's Siyama. I'm not used to seeing Siyama in that car. I'm used to seeing him in his orange MGB GT V8. Okay, we're just hearing reports from trackside that the car that was leading this race, sat on pole, Damien Mayer, has got a bit of an engine miss, so that will probably give us the indication that 23 seconds away is Phil Chester. So hearing an engine miss on something like that relies on every thousandth of an inch of its tune, and you soon find yourself just going backwards, don't you?
It's not what I wanted to hear. That car has spent a lot of time being redeveloped recently. It's its first outing, I think. They've been chasing vibrations in the back of the motor, the gearbox, for quite a while, and I'm hoping it's nothing more than a minor glitch. We're missing. I hope so. Oh, geez, it's a beautiful thing. It really is. We're missing a couple of guys that haven't been able to get back on. Simon Elliott, he's got gearbox issues, wasn't able to get the thing ready after Friday practice, and he's put that and take it away. And Chris Kidney's had to withdraw as well, and that's not what I want to see.
No, that is not what we want to see, and that is Damien Mayer disappearing back down through the field now. So Mike Trathen. Now here you go. You wonder how that car gets number one on the side of it at the final race of the weekend, getting a result. It's been on the podium all weekend long, and he's getting P2. So this is how you put together a championship, kids, if you're listening out there. Finish every race and finish as best you can. This is a shame. The number 13, never like hearing an engine miss. It doesn't matter what it is. It spoils the weekend. Even if you just have to go back there and put that plug lead on better than what you had done before the race weekend.
We've sort of got back to situation normal. Oh, hello. He's just locked his rears on that particular corner. Richard, Mike's car, you can put it wherever he wants to, and the big red thing will just drive straight past it. It's hard to believe that, we've got some water. That might explain somewhat our slippery conditions for Mr. Milligan. It's hard to believe that the ex-Mort Fitzgerald car owned by Richard Milligan was once a 4-cylinder MGB.
It is.
And Mort developed that thing for years.
It's been thumping the ground around the southern states of Australia for a long time, this number 10. And Richard Milligan now puts himself in an attack position, and it is 33 seconds and 3 minutes exactly to do it in. So I reckon that's a bridge too far. But Michael Trathen, as always, enjoying it. He keeps the car ever so purposeful. There's nothing on that car that doesn't need to be, except the rego plates. Now, come on, is that not rubbing your nose in it?
I did tease him one day and say, how does it feel on a Friday night to be road testing that around the streets of East Bentley with a pizza on the left-hand seat? And he said, I haven't got a left-hand seat. So he does occasionally drive it on the road to road test it. It's quite astonishing.
I'll tell you what, it rubs the nose into everyone behind it, doesn't it? Road reg still, and I wouldn't suggest it to be too enjoyable to drive on the road, but certainly is, and that is what MG Racing is all about. It's about getting out there and using the equipment. Just looking at that blue car there, sadly we haven't got Michael Hurler here racing with us here this weekend, but I'll throw the challenge down to Michael. See you at the next one.
He's my reputedly much older twin brother, apparently. These two Group S cars, so more akin to racing each other. The car in front's probably heavier, got more wind resistance with the windshield on it, so I think the Vollebrecht car should get the advantage, but you've got an old punter in the front and a young punter in the back, so I'm tipping the old boy might be not that easy to take care of. But they seem to be holding their own speed-wise, and Adam Aleph, he's doing a wonderful job.
He's just dangling the carrot, isn't he, to these two guys at the moment? He's just going, look, I'm still here and I'm out in front of you guys, and I'm just waiting for you to come and get me.
Yeah, well, they'll be driving the absolute teeth off of these two things behind, and he'll just be going, I'll just put it here because I've got slicks and I'm 300 kilo lighter. And they're just pretty things. You know, I might be a little bit biased, but you know, can't go past looking at one of those things. When I was a little boy, you were saying that earlier, that green thing there was brand new.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, off the showroom.
That was in 1962.
And it's an SB, not even an SC car as well.
Correct.
So
Correct.
It does some great Group S racing, that is for sure. And really cool to see this guy out doing it and enjoying all of his motorsport.
There's a tad of water on the camera lens down at Siberia, but the track looks pretty dry, so I don't think we're going to be.
I think it's a legacy item from the rain earlier on, that's for sure. Richard Milligan has made his way into P2, not being able to make any inroads now. Phil Chester has a gap of 40 seconds. His fastest lap, a 1:45.77 for Phil Chester. So that is taking it up to everyone, that is for sure. But just sitting very pretty indeed.
Just looking at the list there, we've lost Dave Bajan and Gary Gibson, as well as Damo Meyer, so we haven't seen where they've disappeared to. Hopefully it's not too much trouble for them. Now here we go. I reckon he's got a run this time, and he's got a chance just to drive by him.
Certainly got the inside running at turn one, shuts the door on him.
Yeah, we've got to time ended, so.
We certainly have, and the last lap board is being readied for Phil Chester, or is it the checkered flag? No, last lap board.
Last lap. And
so we'll have one more journey around, and Phil Chester will come thumping down the main straight and take that last lap board.
And we've got Tony, Rod and Vince on screen. There's three cars with the same power plants in three different guises. Be very interesting to see who gets on top of this little battle. Roddy Wells has done a great job in that car this weekend. He was really uncomfortable in the rain on Saturday afternoon, but he's made up for it today and having a real good whack at Tony in front of him.
I've got to say it's a whole lot nicer not sitting in a bath when you're going around the track.
It's a horrible experience, and it's cold, and you know.
Yes, it is. Once the three layers of the race suit get wet, all it is you and a wet, cold, cold piece of wool, isn't it, really?
They are fire resistant. They're not raincoats.
Resistant, that's right.
So, but he's having a go there. That is absolutely on the edge.
It's a great looking bodywork that they've got on that car. Really, something completely different.
It's called a Sebring front, and the colour scheme is the X-Power Racing from, I reckon, the early 90s when MG were actually touring cars in Europe. You know, a lot of these little pocket rockets. The yellow car of Olibret's, he was telling me earlier today, actually raced in England, Castle Combe and all of those types of places. So they've got a really decent racing pedigree.
He's our race leader, and it will be Phil Chester. And it is not 3 from 3. It is. It's going to be 2 out of the 3 because Damien Mayo took the race earlier today in the rain, and Phil Chester will bring for Yarra Valley Towing and Multi-Power this magnificent blue and iridescent orange MGB GT V8 to the line. And a car he knows pretty well, right in front. In fact, there is the checkered flag, and he just trickles it across the line. No need to waste any more fuel or tyres to power to the line, just eases it down and finishes it off.
He's a terrific bloke, Phil, because Danny was in front of him. He's got out of it so Danny gets another racing lap. He does that quite a lot.
Yes.
I was a bit annoyed with him at the bend because I wanted a form finish, even though I'd been lapped by him, but he wouldn't wait. He wouldn't pass me to allow him
Let you have another journey around.
By the time I'd had enough anyway. But
well, we
here comes Milligan.
We celebrate the win there for Phil Chester, and it's going to be out over 40 seconds. Here comes Richard Milligan thumping the ground. Great to see this car back in race contention, and I'm going to say not the most ideal of weekends for Richard, but if he starts off the front row of the grid or the second row or thereabouts in a race, he will certainly be taking it up to these big guns at the front.
I think Rod's just taken Tony in the last lap over the top there, so That's some kind of effort. Let's see if he can hang on to it coming onto the main straight. Again, same sort of power plant, probably the same sort of power. The little fella in front has got a weight advantage, probably 400 kilos. So it'll be an interesting thing to see if Tony can wind it up and go past him coming on. He's going to have a whack. Here we go.
Draws alongside. It's not long enough, and he's making too big a hole in the air, and ultimately brings it home in 5th place. So Chester, Milligan, Mike Trathen home in 3rd. He was in contention in 2nd, but just again, brute strength brought the number 10 past on him. Rodney Wells to Tony Vollerbrecht. Will be Vince Gucciardo next to the line. There he goes in GP galvanising outfit, and Vince has gone through. Aaron Ayliffe gets beats home. Vollerbrecht, Chris Ralph, and Danny Siama will be the next one home in the little green car with the Victorian State Race Series logo on the side. Chris Ralph, Siama, Dodd. There it is, confirmation. Phil Chester, Richard Milligan, Michael Trathen, Rodney Wells, Tony Vollerbrecht, Vince Gucciardo, Adam Ayliffe, Richard Vollerbrecht, Chris Ralph, and Danny Siama rounding out our 10. Phil Chester, a 1:45.77 fastest lap in that race. And that rounds out the competition for our MG and invited British cars for round number 5. The Trico windshield wipers see clearly racing, and a fitting result, in fact, considering all the work that's gone in to secure some sponsorship for this weekend, with Phil Chester taking the final win for the weekend.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Phil for his work getting Trico on board. It's wonderful to have a sponsor that come on and get you guys on the air. As far as the MG group's concerned, a big thank you to the Shannons people. And on a personal note, Darren, I'd just like to say thank you very much for making me feel welcome here. We've had a couple of discussions over the days, and I'll probably come off second best over those, but I'll get you back eventually.
No, that's it. Well, next time you pull the helmet on, mate, that's paying me back right there. You're going, ha, ha, ha. You can even give me a salute on the way past the
It's all right. I'll put my size 10 body into my size 7 car, and you can laugh at me again.
We'll get the shoehorn out and we'll go racing. Thanks very much, John. Saloon cars are up next, and they're making their way down the pit lane. We will welcome back Emma Dean and Dan McCarthy for the Saloon cars. They're on their way.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Well, there has been not a single dull second in the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship this weekend at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. There has been action at quite literally every single corner. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this, the final race of the Saloon Cars this weekend, it's Emma Dean. Have you managed to catch your breath after the last one?
God, it was action-packed, wasn't it? I think the first 5 laps were just holding our breaths. But yeah, certainly the guys are a bit battle-weary. The weekend's thrown every single condition possible at them. And I hate to say it, but we might be in store for a wee shower in this race, Dan.
Yeah, it doesn't look too good around us at the moment, but on the track currently, it couldn't be any sunnier. It looks absolutely lovely out there. But yeah, the Victorian Saloon Cars, round number 5 here at Phillip Island. And of course, as with many of the Victorian State Championship categories this weekend, this season I should say, we round out the season at Calder Park Raceway in just 3 weeks' time. So a very short turnaround for a lot of these categories. 2 from 2 so far this weekend, and starting from pole position, that man in the Pro Plum Commodore, Adam Lowndes, will start from pole position. Kane Baxter-Smith got the elbows out, got aggressive on lap number 1 in race number 2 earlier on today, and then held on to finish in position number 2. Kevin Stootman, after retiring from race 1, charged through the field to finish in position number 3, holding off Daniel Johnson in what was an awesome battle for position number 3. Kerry Bright stayed out of trouble, had a lonely race, and came home with the top 5 finish ahead of Justin Shembry, who got his best result in the championship to date, a position 6. He was absolutely delighted with that. Brett Tate comes out of 7th in the Green-Eyed Monster, ahead of Kritzis, who won the EA-VN battle out there on the circuit. He in the VN beat home Christopher Jackson in the EA. It was a challenging race number 2 for Jacob Prestopino. He in the opening lap found himself on the wrong end of an exciting battle with Kane Baxter-Smith, and then on the final lap of the race, his wheel parted company, and he finished with 3 wheels, or didn't finish, in fact.
Well,
with 3 wheels
he turned it into a 3-wheeler, didn't he? certainly did, and he will be starting from pretty much the tail. However, since the last race, Andrew McSwain was disqualified from the race, judged to be 2 kilos underweight. So he'll be starting at the very tail of this field in the Red Falcon. So look for him to make a charge forward. He's certainly got more pace than that. Green flag at the back. We are just moments away from the start of the final Victorian Saloon Cars race of the weekend. It's a Holden and Ford on the front row. Very, very equal start between the two of them as they go underneath the Qatar Airways sponsored bridge and down towards turn number 1. They're rubbing mirrors down towards the first corner. Daniel Johnson's made a great start. He's up to position number 2. Baxter-Smith on the outside for 1. That'll mean he'll have the inside for turn number 2. And Kane Baxter-Smith takes up the running. I think that's the first time all weekend that Adam Lowndes hasn't led. I know, but there's a hair in it, isn't there, Dan?
Yes.
That was close.
Certainly was. Here he is, Jacob Prestopino, up behind Kevin Stootman already. So he's right inside the top 5 after just 2 corners. Where's Prestopino going to go? Oh, sideways around Stoner Corner, because Stootman went ultra defensive. He wanted to go up the inside of him, but that door was not open, so he had to go to the outside and had a big correction. DJ's looking strong on this opening lap. He's right on the tail of the front 2. Meanwhile, Stootman is trying to hold off the young charger, Jacob Prestopino. He said, I'm really determined in this one. I want to march through, storm through the field in the final race. Well, he's already done that in Sector 1.
He did, but he's also goading everyone to take his bumper off for a second time.
That's probably correct. They're side by side a little bit further back, Kerry Bright. And it was that Andrew McSwain as well from the very tail of the field. He's also moved up the field. Stootman goes defensive again as McSwain up the inside, locks up the left front and then the right front. And it does run a little bit wide, but we're focused on this battle at the moment. Stootman and sideways, I can see those yellow gloves just jostling away at the wheel, and he's going to slide up the inside of Stootman. That's one thing you can guarantee, a slide up the inside from Jacob Prestopino. They're side by side out of the final corner. Stootman got the power down really smoothly, really nicely, and that means that he has just about got a nose in front on the run to turn 1. But Jacob Prestopino, he'll send it around the outside and does so. Ultra committed, always 110% is Jacob Prestopino.
Dan, these guys do not miss a beat, and they always put on a show. There's not been a boring race at all in this category.
No, not for many years. I've been calling these guys for the first couple of years on and off in the sort of COVID years, and then non-stop the last couple, and I am yet to see a dull race in this. Even in the non-championship round at Calder, they were low on numbers, but they were not low on action last year.
No.
So it's going to be great actually to see a full field of saloon cars at Calder Park. First championship round they'll have at Calder Park in many, many years. Look at this.
Whoa.
It's a 3-car fight. Baxter Smith is placing that Falcon exactly where he needs to at the moment, and Lowndes doesn't know whether to defend or attack, and at the moment he's actually coming under pressure from DJ. They're two good mates, these two. He's having a look around the outside, but nah, it's not going to work around the hay shed. But those two, just in those couple of corners fighting, has allowed Baxter Smith to pull away.
Oh, man. And Adam just put himself in there to be the meat and the sandwich for these guys. No one's giving away anything. It's fantastic racing. Oh, coming down into MG that tight. Wow.
Could hear some wheels chirping, a little bit of a lock-up from one of these three. Couldn't quite see which one it was, but it's Baxter Smith that leads the way at the moment. He's only got 5 cylinders this weekend. It's certainly not running entirely on song with top-end speed, so it's fun punching out of the corners, but just doesn't quite have the top-end speed of the other two. However, if he gets good exits, it should help as they're side-by-side further back. But Swain and Bright continue their duel as they go into turn number 1.
That's right, but as he did correct me, Baxter Smith did say it's not quite 5, it's 5.5.
Is that right?
Cylinders, yeah.
Right.
He's not quite lost at all.
Good move from McSwain in the driveevents.com.au machine, moving through on Kerry Bright. Very nicely executed manoeuvre. Oh, Stoopman's lost a lot of drive. He is limping out of the Southern Loop. What a strange weekend it's been for Kevin Stoopman. Took pole position, then in race 1 just went, no, I'm not driving in these torrential conditions. Came in on lap 1, stormed through from the back to finish in 3rd earlier on. But his weekend appears like it is going to end as a DNF. Look at this, Daniel Johnson. I saw him at the corner of my eye attacking Adam Lowndes, and their fight has allowed Jacob Prestopino into contention. How amazing is this performance from him as they go up and over the top of Lukey Heights? DJ is absolutely flying at the moment, and he's going to move up the inside, but look, Prestopino's there now on the outside of him. Is he going to be left some room? Yes, he was. But I don't think he was expecting it. You can see he sort of backed out of it on the exit of the corner. But DJ, the fair driver that he is, did actually leave him a little bit of racing room there as they head into the final corner. Jacob Prestopino is probably a little bit gun-shy from the race earlier on today, where he was having doors slammed in his face left, right and centre.
Maybe, but I think it's got more to do with if you stuff up MG, you've stuffed up 11 and 12, and they need all that available horsepower to get them through to Southern Loop.
They head into turn 1. DJ's going to go the long way. Oh, lovely line, and he's made that one stick already. Can Prestopino follow him through? No, Lowndes blocks that one off. Does DJ have the pace now to catch up and potentially go with Kane Baxter Smith? Lowndes has been the man at the head of the field all weekend long. 2 dominant performances, but he doesn't seem to have the pace in this final race.
Well, I'm not sure what it is, but they've all got their elbows out. They're all fighting for it. None of them are giving anything away at all, and they're all in it for the win. That's for sure. They weren't giving anything away in the pits. They're all out for it.
A huge lock-up for Kane Baxter Smith. You could hear the tyres protesting, squealing away down into Honda hairpin, and that's cost him so much ground. It was a 1.2 second lead. That's been at least halved in that one mistake, as Prestopino is now on the tail of Lowndesy. Where can he go? Can he go up the inside at the Southern Loop? Southern Loop. Lukey Heights. It's getting to that time of the weekend.
Yeah, well, it's out there too. Fatigue is an issue for these guys. They've been racing all weekend, and this is the last race for them. Although it doesn't look like Prestopino's lost any concentration whatsoever.
Oh, this is great racing there. Touching just Morse code on the tail of Adam Lowndes. He was forced to the he wasn't allowed to come to the inside. Lowndes defended a little bit down into MG, and they were pretty much side by side. This is really good stuff, but look at the front of the field. Johnson has caught up to the tail of Kane Baxter Smith. So it's 1, 2, Fords and then 4 Commodores out there on the circuit at the moment. It's been Commodore City so far this weekend at the head of the field, but it's now a Ford 1-2. Where can Prestipino get through on Adam Lowndes? Can he go inside, outside? Is it going to be interesting for the round? Because I think Lowndes will still want to finish in the top 3 if he wants to take the round victory.
Yeah, he does. He needs to place. But I'm just watching the top 2 and the top 4 here. Oh, side by side going, oh, has he got it? Has he got it? Oh, Kane Baxter-Smith is going to just hold on to that off Daniel Johnson. But there's no lack of talent in this top 4, Dan.
Kane Baxter-Smith knows exactly where to place the car. He raced back in the days of the National Saloon Car Series that followed the Shannon's Nationals around. He certainly knows how to steer one of these machines. And his defensive driving, his clean, fair, and very nice defensive driving has allowed Lowndes and Prestipino now to vie into the fight. So it's a 4-way battle with 5 minutes to go. There's still so much time left in this motor race, and now it's DJ that's going to have to defend from Adam Lowndes, although that defense nearly turned into attack as he is all over the tail of Baxter-Smith. He's gone for the normal line, and Lowndes fills the gap up the inside. So I don't think Johnson was expecting that. He took the traditional line and it was filled by the number 19 Pro Pump car, but that's affected his run now onto the main straight. So Jacob Prestipino is now hammering the tail of the number 19 as they come across the line. The top 4 separated by just 0.8 of a second. Here comes Lowndes up the inside. No, he's not going to make that one stick. This is more like a Moto 3 race. This is absolutely absurd. Which way are they going to go? Prestipino slides up the inside of Lowndes, who was trying to attack DJ. And now Lowndes is hung out to dry, and he is demoted a position. Lovely clean pass there from Jacob Prestipino. He is absolutely got the bit between his teeth. He is honed in on these race leaders who are fighting amongst themselves. The Fords are taking the fight to each other, and the Holdens are very much in play now. Where can DJ find a way through? He's such a clean, fair racer. He wants to do it cleanly. He's not going to perform a bump and run, of that we can be certain. He's hanging himself a little bit wide to get a good exit, but Prestipino will put the nose in there and did so. So Johnson couldn't quite get the exit that he would have wanted, but Prestipino showing the nose is allowing Lowndes back in. This is ebbing and flowing corner after corner. While one goes for a move, that affects the person behind. They can then have a run. Oh, it's just absolutely brilliant racing. First class action in saloon cars. Here comes Prestipino up the inside of Johnson, and he might get up the inside of Baxter-Smith. There's a bit of contact. There's a bit of a lock-up and a bit of contact, and they're 2 wide. They're nearly 3 wide on the exit of turn number 11. This is absolutely awesome. And still, Kane Baxter-Smith is at the front of this field, but side by side, Johnson and Prestipino around turn number 12. Prestipino's brave. He's taken many brave pills this weekend, and he goes around the outside and claims 3rd position. It's 3 wide. Johnson now to the inside in the number 19 Pro Plum Commodore. And who's going to yield here? I know it's not going to be Jacob Prestipino, I can tell you that. And it certainly wasn't. It was Daniel Johnson. Prestipino and Lowndes remain side by side. Prestipino up the inside. Oh, they're rubbing ever so slightly. Lowndes opens the door. He saw what was coming and he leaves room. Through up the inside comes the Guy's Glass and Glazing Commodore from the tail of the field up and into position number 2. And he's still got time. He's still got time to catch Baxter-Smith. But my goodness, as Baxter-Smith pulled away at the start of this lap, Lowndes is quick to retaliate, though, up the inside. Emma, I'll let you get a word in.
No,
Sorry,
I can't. I'm actually speechless, Dan. I'm like on the edge of my seat here. Actually, I'm not on a seat. I'm standing up because I couldn't sit down if I tried. But my God, Prestipino is going for it, isn't he?
Oh, this has been one of the drives of the season, and he had a drive of the season here earlier on in the year as well. He was fighting for the lead, went down the road at Miller Corner, fell to about 7th and nearly took the race victory on the final lap of the race as well. It's been a similar performance from him here, but he's a bit vulnerable up through Hayshed, and he had a big look there, did Lowndes, the blue and black machine had a good look at Preston Pino. Oh, Lowndes closed the door there, completely unaware that Daniel Johnson had his nose up the inside. They just about got away from that, way with that, but I don't think Adam Lowndes had any idea.
These guys are so close, you almost can't take a chance at an overtake, because then you're actually giving the guy behind you fair rein, and he's got a clear line through to overtake you. So this is dicey at the moment. I don't know, out of the four leaders, which I would rather have in my rear view. They're all vastly different drivers, but my goodness, they are going at it.
They're all such personalities. We were talking earlier on, aren't we? Came back to Smith, very, very laid back, except until he gets in a race car, and he certainly knows how to steer. Whoa! Lowndes is off. Bit too much bravery into turn number 1, and he ran well wide. He tried up the inside of Prestipino, but could not make that stick. Is there a puncture? That car doesn't seem to quite be tracking right. No, it looks okay now. Maybe I think just a bit of dirt and debris on the tyres after running so wide at turn number 1.
Yeah, a little bit of pickup there will slow you down a little bit, but he'll get back on it. Timing's just gone, so I'm not sure what the gap is now. It's 1.97. Yeah, he'll make that up though.
Oh, a little lock up there from Jacob Prestipino. Made his way up to P2, and then all of a sudden he's gone from attacking to straight away defending once again. And another lock-up. He's pushing maybe a little bit too hard. I think he can see that victory in sight, and he's pushing too hard now. He's making just a couple of little errors. And this is leaving him vulnerable to Johnson, who's got a great run out of Siberia as a result. He's going around the outside at the Hayshed. We saw that didn't work back in 2006 between Lowndes and a couple of Holden drivers in V8 supercars, but these guys are making it work. Side by side over Lukey Heights. Prestipino holds on around the outside.
Oh, I'm contorting myself in all sorts of shapes here, Dan. This is so exciting. Daniel is really going to push Prestipino to make a mistake, and he may well just do it. Hope not. This is great racing by the two of them. Holden and Ford, traditional grudge match.
Yes, it is very much a grudge match out there at the moment. Brett Tate's just come in the lane. He's got a front right puncture. That's a real shame for him in the Green-Eyed Monster tribute livery. But let's turn our focus to this out there on the race circuit. The fight for position number 2. Prestipino goes defensive down into turn number 1 on this, the final lap of the race. Johnson is running out of overtaking opportunities now. What can he do? Where can he make his way past? This is the sunniest, blue skyest conditions that we have had all weekend long. And Johnson is absolutely attacking, hounding the tail of Jacob Prestipino. The cars are glimmering in the sunlight. They're side by side towards Miller Corner. They nearly banged door panels there. Prestipino's in a bit deep. He locked up. Johnson was on his outside, so they both ran wide there. And this is allowing Lowndes back into contention. Johnson's looking left and right. He looks up the inside into Siberia. Again, Prestipino, a little bit of a lock-up, and Lowndes is there now. Does Lowndes think championship or not? Oh, Shembree's gone off the road at the final corner in the gravel trap. That'll be a no overtaking point then. So this will be the final couple of opportunities. Lukey Heights and down into MG. It'll be yellow flags. No, Shembree's got it moving. Shembree's got it moving, so there's still overtaking opportunities. DJ goes to the inside to try up there, but Lowndes is attacking him on the outside, and Lowndes will have the inside for this next one. It's changing millimetre by millimetre at the moment. Out front, Kane Baxter Smith has bolted away. Or DJ's missed a gear, I think, there, and through goes Lowndes. All that hard work has come unstuck for Daniel Johnson. But up the front, just behind the older spec cars, Kane Baxter Smith takes the checkered flag ahead of Jacob Prestipino. Adam Lowndes comes across the line in third, and I think DJ Mr. Gear might have even had a problem right at the very end of that race. Those four were absolutely flying out there, fighting door mirror to door mirror throughout. And this is the fight in the older spec class cars. The EA Falcon of Christopher Jackson. He was saying to me earlier, he's looking for his first win in the class. He's ahead of Kreitsis in the VN Commodore. There's only 2 in the class this weekend, but they've been pretty much together all weekend long. So Jackson is being closed in on at the moment as they go into the Honda hairpin, as it was formerly known, now known as Miller Corner. Here's a replay of what happened with Shembry. So was there contact with Andrew McSwain? No, it looks like McSwain was just up the inside and Shembry just gave him a bit too much room, got on the marbles, and around she went.
Yeah, if there's any condensation or anything at all on that edge, you're gone. But geez, Dan, these guys haven't given you a chance to come up for air the whole race. It's been entertaining from start to finish.
It's been absolutely brilliant, as it always is in saloon cars, but it's not done yet. The lead margin out the front of this older spec class battle is certainly decreasing on the final lap. But if Christopher Jackson just remains mistake-free, he should hold on at the end of this one. The margin last time through was not too much at all. It was just 1.7 seconds. I reckon it's even less than that now as they go into the final corner. For the first time this weekend, it is going to be Jackson that is going to take the class victory. A very well-deserved victory for him. It's going to be close across the line, but he is just about going to hold on. A great race between those two.
Absolutely. What a great race all round, Dan. And we're rounding it out with Kane Baxter-Smith taking first place. Just wait for the final results to come up.
Yeah, really, really good race out there for all of the Victorian saloon car competitors. Their next round, like the rest of the Vic State Race Series, the final round at Calder Park in a few weeks' time. Kane Baxter-Smith taking the victory in the final race. It was a brilliant drive from him. The veteran really showed his caliber and was able to take the victory in the end. But what a fight further back. Prestipino in P2, Lowndes getting past Johnson right at the end as well. But I think, Emma, it's going to take us about 3 weeks to recover from that one.
Yeah, just in time for the next race. I can't wait to see what they pull out at Calder.
All good. Thank you very much, Emma Dean, for your help in saloon cars all weekend long. Always great to have you alongside me in the box. We're both going to take a break in commentary. Well deserved, I tell you. And up next, we've got Sports Sedans and Vic V8s.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
Trico windshield wipers pit lane now empty of Victorian sports sedans and the big V8 series as they make their way out onto track. It's a big thanks to Dan McCarthy and Emma Dean bringing us some exciting racing right the way across this weekend with saloon cars. A fantastic precursor to the sports sedans and the big bangers about to thump their way around this magnificent landscape here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside is Callum Brannigan. Great sunshine at last to have the big bangers on a bit of dry track.
Absolutely, Darren. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody around the circuit and tuning in from home on your comfy sofas, watching the Blendline TV, the live coverage coming to you from round 5 of the VSRS. This event brought to you by Trico Windshield Wipers. See clearly, and it's also a big thanks to our category partner in 888 Home Loans. Looking over the shoulder right now of the car of Ben McLeod. He's had a bit of an up and down weekend in that red VY Commodore. It's now sporting a black front bumper bar. Not that you can see it from this vantage point, but it's an absolutely brilliant live picture brought to you by Blendline TV, and it's fantastic to see grassroots motorsport being brought to you in such clarity and such a unique perspective as well. But we've got a full field, not only Victorian sports sedans, but also the Vic V8s for this final race of the weekend for this event, it should be said, Darren. So we've got plenty in store coming your way, and as you said, the sunshine is out and the drivers will be very happy to see the blue skies and the dry track for this race.
For the Groove Train, Eastland, QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies, the grid looks like this. Dean Cam and Brett Dickey have had a front row lockout here this weekend. Francois Habib in his Commodore, then it's Brian Finn in a Commodore, Mark Curry also in a Commodore, Ben McLeod in a Commodore, Greg Lynch in a Commodore, and at last David Hender in his XY Falcon out there as well. David Ratcliffe. After Van also Chaz Talbot in car number 12, that venerable Camaro, the yellow and blue car. He spun at turn 11 and parked it up on the grass last race out. David Shaw's next to Peter Aaron in the blue Falcon. Johnny Poletto in the number 97, looking for a better result in the dry. Adrian Reed in that turbocharged, magnificent little Mini. What an engineering masterpiece. Crams a whole lot of go gear inside that little chassis. Kenneth Christie in his BMW. Adrian Munger in the Datsun or Nissan. Anthony Munday to Tegan Collins in the RX-7 car number 87. Gary Finnemore for Mentone Premix, the round sponsor for the big V8s. Darden Brown, Alan Argento, Gary Bella, David Ramsey. Sadly, the green Corolla of Travis Condon won't be with us on track, but gee, it was great to have the smiling face, even after a tough gig yesterday. Travis Condon calling the race with me earlier on today. Can't wait for the revs to arrive. Chaz Talbot has taken up the position off the back of the field. He was mentioned down there to be in 11th, but Chaz just choosing to come from rear of the grid. Let's cast our eyes to the front because that's where the action will be. The turbocharged Dandy Engines built Bollard's Direct Honda versus the 5-star Fencing and Gates outfit of Dean Cam, that massive Corvette. It just gets away off the line. I say it at the start of every Vic Sports Sedan race. It's like a pro stocker. Let's see how Dean gets away with it now. Watch the clutch take up. Revs rise. Dickey looking to go hard at it. He gets a good clutch take up, but there it is. It just transfers its weight and off it goes. Ippolito jumps away brilliantly there as well. The black Commodore is going to go into P2 as they head down into turn 1 for the first time. The little turbo Honda, difficult to get off the line, but Brett Dickey sweeps across the behemoth that is Dave Hender in that Falcon. And the big bangers of Australian motorsport thump the ground down into turn 2. Brian Finn and Dickey just rub mirrors there as the little white Honda, very, very low, slung to the ground. They've managed to get that thing wide and low, and that's how you like your sports sedan. Looking back down through the field now, there's the Mentone Premix car of Gary Finnemore with Ben McLeod trucking on through. Here we go on board with the Maverick Performance outfit and looking to go up the inside. Car number 72 for Trico, seeing you through. Fantastic pictures as he's got Argento in there as well. So Ben just trying to pluck his way back up through this field.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. Argento just ahead, as you said. Darren coming through Siberia. Long sweeping left-hander. It's curious to see the lines or the variation of lines that the drivers use. Do you want to go for a late apex to maximise your straight line speed as you come through Hayes Shed, which is a bit of a tricky right-hander? It's probably not all entirely flat for a lot of these drivers, but you'd hazard a guess with the slick tyres or a lot of aero. It sounds like his car off in the background. That's Argento in the AU Falcon. We were just talking about him spearing off into the gravel trap. He picks up a gear and he keeps the car going. He's got more than enough momentum, and it looks like he will get back out onto the circuit, so he will play on. Meanwhile, it still rages on here for the Vic V8s as well.
Gone safety
and
car.
We've gone, yes,
I would suggest
yellow flags.
For Argento, that car. We heard the tyres protesting off the back of that camera. The microphone picked it up as we see the cars just coming down onto the straight. They will fall in behind the safety cars. So, the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedans, for the moment, nullified whilst we have a collection out there on track for the Argento AU Falcon. I'm suggesting it's that. It's actually not. It's down
there's someone
turn
else.
4, where there's been a bit of a melee down there. Is that the auto cure car down there of, is that Mark Kakuri?
Yes, it could be. Just having a look at the timing screen to see if we can pick up who's missing from...
Well, so far
Kakuri
it says
looks like
Brett Dickey isn't there, but Brett's definitely
Oh, and have a
in
look
the
at the
mix.
mess on the track there, Darren. So there's a huge amount of stones from the gravel trap that's been thrown out onto the circuit, and especially with that left-hander coming over Lukey Heights. It's unsighted by the drivers, especially when you're sitting particularly low in these cars, and they're rather low to the ground as well. As you come up over the crest, it's extremely hard to spot stuff like that on the circuit, and you can still see there's some stones falling out the back of the Argento panels. AU Falcon, the number 10 car. We saw a few AU Falcons in the race previous during the Saloon cars. Now here's a replay of that incident. Argento's completely on his own before he spears off there, so you dare say cold tyres under that AU Falcon, and it's rotated ends on him as he's speared into the gravel trap, but thankfully he's able to get the car back out onto the circuit. But we did see just how much gravel there is on the circuit for the hardworking officials to pick up. And while we're on the topic of hardworking officials, we have to say big thanks to the officials, especially this weekend. We've had mixed weather conditions. It's been
Well, they're
cold.
now reaching for the sunscreen.
Well, yes, exactly right. It's been wet, it's been cold, now it's sunny. So as you say, reaching for the sunscreen. They work tirelessly taking the orders and the commands from race control, but they also feed information back to race control as well. So it's a synergy of teamwork between race control, and it looks like the Adrian Reed Mini that's come unstuck down there at turn 4. So sorry for picking out something that's off the screen, but unfortunately the Mini that made a lightning start in yesterday's race under wet conditions has unfortunately retired from this race, and there you can see he's been towed by the officials as we were talking about before. So as we said, big thanks to all the volunteers, all the officials who are working for Motorsport Australia here this weekend. Big thanks to the competitors, big thanks to the teams, the drivers, the fans that have come out this weekend, the families that have also come to support the guys and girls behind the wheel as well. And it looks like the safety car's pulled into the pit lane, so we're going to get this one back underway almost immediately, Darren. Fantastic stuff.
Have a look at this. Steve Cam's gone early and he's gone hard as well, trying to hammer home any advantage he has got with that magnificent Corvette. And he is thumping down the straight. Johnny Polito after him. Brett Dickey. He's got the medium turbo setting on there. About 20 pounds of boost is what he runs on that car on a medium setting. He is not willing to flick it up the next switch up and give it an extra bootful before Island Magic at the end of the year, eyeing off the 50k plate. And why wouldn't you? This has been a magnificent build process to watch this car over quite a few years now. But Brett Dickey driving the wheels off car number 29 up the back of a V8. And he is doing everything he possibly can. He must get sick of breathing the fumes of the V8s. Looks to the inside, uses the advantage of the Honda, ducks back in. Francois Habib also ducking in there. So Hippolito, he'll be going, where is that little white and yellow car?
Look how low it is. You can basically barely see it over the rear boot of the VX Commodore, and they're pretty hard to see out the back. If you haven't driven a VX Commodore before, whenever you look out the rear mirror, it's extremely hard to see through the rear window.
And you've got a whole lot of bar work
exactly
and a wing
right.
in the way as well.
Throw a wing at it while you're at it, but the very low prelude there, very hard to see. There's a great battle here between one of the Vic V8 entries. It's the number 5 car of Ramsey.
David Ramsey.
In the McLeod Ford car race. It looks like it's raced in period. It looks absolutely gorgeous, but he is being hounded by the car of Monday, I think it is, in a number 16 entry just behind here. So it's Vic V8s versus Sport Sedans. We've got a V8 and we've also got a different power plant. Sorry, just distracting myself from that one. Ben McLeod up the inside now of the Kmart entry. A nice easy pass up the inside. Here's a great angle once again as we go back to the live in-car pictures being brought to you by Trico here this weekend. Now here's Hender in that XY Falcon that Darren has referenced so many times this weekend, obviously, as McLeod comes charging down the main straight underneath the Qatar Airways bridge and into turn 1.
It just seems so unlikely to see the Pierstyle Electric Falcon running with these other cars, that there's detail taken in the aero, whereas the Falcon's just running in its early 70s aero package, what it was dealt back in the day, and doing a terrific job. When you see Mark Kakuri in behind here as well, a tribute car to the Kmart entry, Lap of the Gods car of Greg Murphy in there as well.
Absolutely, and it's very topical coming up to Bathurst week next week. Fantastic time of the year when we've got the 1000 coming up. And there's Chaz Talbot also featuring in the back. You can see in the tail end of that shot as well, all over the back of David Ratcliffe in that Commodore.
So Chas has made his way from the rear of the grid up to 10th spot here, an absolute veteran of Australian motorsport, and loves coming to the racetrack. It's his happy place, and why wouldn't you do so? This Camaro looks to go wide around, and Chas is setting it up there at the moment to get on Kukuri and Ratcliffe, and gets through on the 51 of Ratcliffe around the back of the track here. So he's obviously got the Camaro working beautifully. He looped it in the wet earlier today, and when you're trying to put all that horsepower down to the ground like he does inside Kukuri here, Space Frame Sports Sedan just slips on by the number 39 car, still in its body kit from the Commodore Cup racing days, which is essentially how the Vic V8 series got going after the Commodore Cup demise of that category. They still had a lot of cars around, they still needed a place to race, and I got to say, mixing it up with the sports sedans has been a fantastic result for this both these championships here this year. Ground thumping as our leaders come down through the bottom end of the racetrack. There's John Ippolito and David Ratcliffe in behind him there as well. So Ippolito, sorry, no, that's Brian Finn, sorry about that. Ippolito, Finn, McLeod, and that is 3, 4 and 5 on the road at the moment. And Vella parked up there as well, so that's one of the Vic V8 cars parked up off the side of the road. That's Gary Vella in the number 57 coming down the pit entry road. Didn't quite make it all the way into the lane.
No, unfortunately not, and rather pragmatically pulled it up on the pit entry, so it shouldn't be too hard for race control and the hard-working officials to retrieve that car, so we shouldn't have too much of a delay in terms of getting that car ready. Now, I had a bit of a hard stopping moment before, Darren, because I saw the car of Brett Dickey dropping down the timing screen, but you can indeed see that he's still out there circulating in the number 29 Honda Prelude, so that might be just a timing error with the Dorian in that Prelude, but he's still out there and circulating. Flying the flag for the turbocharged 4-pot Honda enthusiasts out there, and doesn't that car look absolutely spot on? It's almost Japanese JGTC-esque in its makeup, and doesn't it sound brilliant? And he's still keeping within an arm's length of Dean Cam, so Dean Cam can't quite settle into the race like we've seen so many times before over the many, many years, the long legacy of Dean Cam racing in Victorian sports sedans. He can't quite rest on his laurels just yet because Brett Dickey is handing all over the back of him. You could hazard a guess that Dickey is pressing on as hard as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Francois Habib on screen at the moment, currently sitting in position 3. He reckons the 5-litre power plant underneath that Dodo Commodore has got almost 700 horsepower, so it's a little bit more than it had when it was racing in period in the V8 Supercars Championship back in 2006. Have a go at the flames being thrown out of the side of Cam's car.
Yeah, Dean Cam just lighting up the barbecue, giving the kids at home exactly what they want. We want flames out of race cars. As Dave Stillwell said, they go 5% faster when you're ripping flames out the side of them.
Yeah, it shaves up a couple of tenths, that's for sure.
Heats up the competition, that's what it definitely does. This is a good battle here. We're having this rage. Now this is the 44, and we've got Arthur Van also. That's Pete Owen in the blue Falcon there, and Gary Finnemore. Gary now up inside the 15, so he's heading back towards his happy home spot in the outright, but it puts him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th in the Vic V8s, and I can count to 9.
Good work, Darren.
Proof of both.
Yeah, we can count on you counting during a broadcast. Fantastic stuff.
Imagine if I run out of fingers.
Yeah, nah, get your toes out. So here's number 44, the Commodore. Looks like another former Commodore Cup car there. As you said, it's a perfect platform for a lot of cars that used to race in a series that catered for these exact type of vehicles. But Vic V8's actually... we've got someone off there.
Coming up the return road there for turn 4. So new guy this season into sports sedans, V8 powered Nissan, doing a good job. Bit of an LS crate motor slung on board there. Have a look at this. Chas Talbot just getting through the breeze very, very nicely in the Camaro. He's up to 6th place, started rear of grid, slips on by Ben McLeod there in the Maverick Performance entry, Mambo Racing Products, and gets on through. Looks like Finn is the next one in behind there, so he's fighting as well. So Chas Talbot is now up to position number 5. What's the gap between 5 and Ippolito? It's quite a decent one. It's about 15, 16 seconds. So, whoa, the Commodore's getting side by side there as Ben McLeod got out of it.
Has he got a drama?
I think he has.
It's been a topsy-turvy weekend, as we said, Darren, for Ben McLeod. He's clouded the wall at turn 1 during Friday practice, and then earlier today he ran on the grass and actually tagged the wall ever so slightly on the back of that car. They were very fast to assess the car and determine that they were going to get it back out there for this race, but unfortunately it is not on song. It is not on the pace that we've seen so far to see him being able to charge up to position 5. But now that car appears to be hampered. So here's Ippolito now. Talbot's closed that gap rather quickly. So I don't... Oh, Talbot! He's lost it on the gravel. He keeps clear of Ippolito. And that's at over Lukey Heights. Chaz Talbot, that hasn't been a happy hunting ground for him in that particular part of the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. The number 12 Camaro. And very luckily able to keep the car going, because we know just how slippery it is on the grass, especially when you're trying to spin up a set of slick tyres on a rear-wheel drive thoroughbred sports
sedan. He's only lost 2 spots there, so Chas has managed to loop it, and they got that much of a gap over the rest of the field. So we've now run out of time in this one, waiting for Dean Cam to come around to get that last lap board, readying that last lap board for our race leader as they crest the top of the hill. That's Gary Finnemore, Mentone Premix of the championship round sponsor for the Vic V8s, and he's emblazoned up the side of his XA Coupe, the ex-Eddie Albanica car, and Ben McLeod is just motoring around now. He knows he's run out of time. He's just got to complete this next lap and drag some points in. Wow, Callum, the 2 guys that were the rock stars down here in June in both Travis Condon and Ben McLeod have just had a horrible sort of couple of races here this weekend. Travis Condon will drop out of contention at the top of the points table. Dean Cam will hammer home a really big result here this weekend, and it will change the complexity of the points at the top of the table. Don't ask me what they are, but they were very close coming into this weekend. I would suggest that Dean Cam has now got himself a handy lead going into the last lap of this race and heading into the last couple of events of the year. Of course, the championship for the Victorian Sports Sedans continues on to the 50k plate at Island Magic at the end of November.
Great move around the outside there for Gary Finnemore in the Mentone Premix concrete car. Around the outside of Arthur Van Orso in the Commodore at the
Ben
Southern
McLeod chooses
Loop.
to come in, so it doesn't finish the race.
So that's unfortunate. It was good on him to try and press on. It looks like he's just ran ever so slightly wide, so he's actually on the exit road coming out of turn 4. So he's still in this race. Will he take the checkered flag? He's in a race of his own to try and get to the end. Gary Finnemore hasn't got his work wrapped up just yet. He's still got Van Orso just behind him in the Commodore, who's trying to get redemption after losing out on that position at the Southern Loop at the Mentone Premix Concrete Falcon. He's got a much more modern Falcon ahead of him as he's trying to close down the gap as they come through Lukey Heights, where it looks like the stones are being cleared up. Small thanks to Chaz Talbot for clearing the way.
A bit of a sweep.
But here is the race leader, Dean Cam, negotiating his way through lap traffic. Yes, in such a short race, such is the pace of the car of Cam as it spits out fire once again. The number 66 comes through turns 10, 11 and 12 to take out his third, or potentially he's on track to take his third race win of the weekend, Darren.
I tell you what is a telling tale. Brett Dickey and P number 2, a 136.82 on lap number 8. But our race winner, and 3 from 3, will be a very happy 5-star fencer. And that will be Dean Cam, brings the result home. Brett Dickey looks pretty happy with himself as well. I'm sure his dashboard is telling him that a 136.82 is a really cool lap in your family-built Honda Prelude sports sedan. Full space frame, turbocharged, 4-cylinder. That is a great result. Greg Lynch trying to drag something out of this weekend. Power steering problems plagued him earlier on in this weekend, and these two are absolutely going for it. Kukuri and Lynch trying to get a result in the Vic V8s. Lynch trying to get a result in both sports sedans and Vic V8s, and he is absolutely making that Commodore as wide as he possibly can. The yellow light auto cure number 39 not being able to find a way past. They set themselves to run to the flag. Greg Lynch swerves over to the left-hand side of the track and across the line, just holds out Mark Kukuri to the push to the line.
Fantastic. Doesn't that car of Lynch sound absolutely beautiful? Here comes Hender across the line in the big, heavy Falcon as well. He makes his way home in position 9, and that is effectively 3rd position in class for the Vic V8. So that's gone by rather quickly, Darren. As fast
They go a lot quicker in the dry, don't they?
As fast as the race starts, it's almost finished. So yeah, as you say, a lot quicker in the dry. So here's confirmation of the results on screen for you right now. Dean Cam, the winner of race 3 of the Sports Sedans and Victorian V8, ahead of Brett Dickey. Francois Habib home in position 3, caps off his weekend with a podium position. A great effort there from Francois Habib. Johnny Polito in position 4 ahead of Brian Finn. Chaz Talbot home in position 6 after a few spins this weekend. He'll be wrapped with that result. Greg Lynch, good thing he's a dentist. He'll be smiling like a Cheshire cat in position 7. Mark Curry, David Hender and David Ratcliffe in the number 51 Kmart entry, rounding out the top 10.
Very big thank you to the Groove Train Eastland for their support right throughout this season. Vince Stenter and his crew there. Get down to the Groove Train Eastland and have yourself a lovely feed. I'm not going to say have a lovely feed at QP Lubes, but feed your beloved mechanical equipment something from QP Lubes and protect your interiors with a bit of National Blind Supplies down there on the South Gippsland Highway in Dandenong.
Absolutely. Coming up next, the Porsche 944s. We've got Emma Dean and we've got Matt Dunlop coming up very shortly.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.
One last trip around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the Porsche 944 Challenge here in round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series, proudly brought to us by Trico windshield wipers, helping us see clearly all weekend long in these very changeable weather conditions, and of course 888 Home Loans, who have been backing us for so long and been doing such a good job helping us out here. My name is Matt Dunlop. Alongside me once again for race 3 of the Porsche 944s is Emma Dean. Emma, it's a cracking day. The drivers are raring to go. You were having a chat to them downstairs earlier. How are they feeling?
Mixed bag. I mean, obviously yesterday we've said it so many times that it was challenging. The conditions were beyond challenging yesterday. So they were all talking about, oh, do we do the wet line? Do we play it safe, or do we go a bit risky? Some of the guys were saying, yeah, I tried the wet line to see how the other guys were getting so much grip, but probably wasn't a good thing to try in the race. But yeah, they're all looking forward to this. It's the afternoon. UV's a bit high, but the conditions are perfect for this racing. And it's a good opportunity for these 944s to stretch their legs again before they're tucked away for the next 3 weeks.
Absolutely. It is only a 3-week turnaround until the final round of our season in Calder Park, but there's still plenty of action to go in this race. We've got 20 minutes of Porsche 944 racing coming right up, and here is the grid. We've got Cameron Bella on pole position with that race win last time out. James Westaway will line up alongside him with Adam Brewer and Chris Lewis-Williams tucked in right behind. Chris is going to be very keen to get to the front of this pack once again. He just couldn't get past Adam Brewer in the last race, and he needs those championship points if he wants to keep this challenge going into the next round at Calder Park. Behind them, Mark Verdino, Anthony Westaway, Andrew Jackman, Joshua Brisbane, 8th place, his best finish of the season so far in the Green Machine. And then behind them, we've got Carter Fox in the number 7, Peter Grant in the number 84, Mark Torbers, who dropped down to 11th, next to Jack Atley, and John Vanoris rounding out the 13-car field here in this final race of the Porsche 944 Challenge. These guys, it was great to see, as you saw racing all the way up and down the field in that last outing. Jack Atlee, I was having a bit of a chat to him. He was almost worried if he was pushing the boundaries a little bit too much, but Johnny was saying that he loved it as well. So very keen to see those two guys continuing their battle where they are in the field. But there's just such close competition all the way up and down, and the green flag has been waved at the back of this field. We've got a 5-second board. All the drivers' eyes are on the red lights, which have illuminated. The revs are rising. The clutch is dropping. We're underway. Bella gets the better launch, but Westerway's not too far behind him. It's a clean getaway for almost all the field there. John Vanoris has stalled off the line, but he's underway once again, but he's a long way off. But all 13 cars in this field are up and running. James Westerway trying his best to stay glued to the rear bumper of Cameron Bella, while Adam Brewer goes side by side with Chris Lewis-Williams around the outside. Mark Verdino's almost trying to make it 3 wide on the inside on the exit there. Has to file in behind, but Chris Lewis-Williams will be stoked with that start.
Yeah, these guys are taking some notes out of the Saloon cars book. They're very, very close. This is great racing so far, and we've just started.
We just have started indeed. Jamie Westerway is not letting Cameron Bella go. Look at Adam Brewer fanning all the way out to the right-hand side. I don't even know if Chris Lewis-Williams is going to see that pass coming. Adam Brewer gets up the inside, leaves him plenty of room there. Bit of smoke on the rear end there because Lewis-Williams is lighting up those rear tyres, trying to get the thing moving on the exit there. And I think he's done so quite well because he looks to have countered that move very well. But they are going to be side by side, and I love this track so much. That whole section, we've been seeing side by side running through the lefts and rights all weekend long. And these 944s are so good for putting on a show. Adam Brewer using all the track and then some, dipping the right-hand side wheels in the grass on the other side of the curb. It's lost him a little bit of pace, but he is still in front of Chris Lewis-Williams for now. Oh, they'll both be loving this battle so much. Mark Verdino's got the best seat in the house watching it as well. From behind them in 5th position, he'll be able to see up the road what's happening with Cameron Bella and Jamie Westerway as a result of that too. Lewis-Williams currently has the advantage as they roll through the final 2 turns here. Mark Verdino's going to see if he can make a run. So is Adam Brewer. A little bit of a door left open there by Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 34. Adam Brewer tries to have a look but can't do much about it. So the running order, the first time across the stripe in anger, is Bella, Westerway, Lewis-Williams, Brewer, Verdino, Jackman, Tony Westerway, Josh Brisbane, Mark Torbitz, Carter Fox, PJ, and then we've got Jack Atlee in the number 35, followed by John Vanoris not far behind him. Here we see Mark Torbitz in that beautifully presented number 71 Apple machine, that Alan Moffat-inspired livery, slipstreaming his way past Josh Brisbane on the inside with another move just up ahead of Tony Westerway as he's all over the back of Andrew Jackman right now. As I said, racing all the way up and down this field. You can count on the 944 challenge for just that, Emma.
Yeah, these guys aren't leaving anything. They're leaving everything out there. Sorry, I should say. I'm getting so carried away watching this. There's like 4 or 5 races going, oh, goodness, that is so close. My God, has he pulled it off? Has he? I can't see, man.
I think he, no, not yet. They're still side by side. There's nothing in it. Lewis-Williams is going to have the advantage here. Not as much pace around the outside here of that corner, but the only thing Brewer can do is try and cut off his run out of that corner, but Lewis-Williams has the advantage. I think Mark Verdino is even going to try and make his way past here as well. Geez, it's you blink and everything's just all over the place once again in terms of the running order, and especially in that second sector of the track where there's just so much space for moving and shaking around.
Yeah, Matt, you were saying that the first sector racing is exciting. These guys are racing every single sector. They're not leaving anything to chance. This is so good.
100%. Andrew Jackman leading a bit of a train behind him. This is the battle for 6th position. Tony Westerway, he's been around the traps. He's been racing these cars for a long time. It's very much a family affair for the Westerways. His son, Jamie Westerway, is currently sitting right on the tail of Cameron Bella up front. Michael Westerway, his brother, isn't running today. He's had to be withdraw from the rest of the weekend, but he's got a rapid piece of machinery in that number 45 car as well. As we see these battles coming to the line once again, Tony Westerway's trying to fan out and get past Andrew Jackman. He looks to have a bit of momentum there, but he is going to have the outside line. So this one will be neck and neck as they come into turn 1. There is space for 2 cars to run side by side, and it looks like they're going to do that. Tony Westerway's got him covered off before they even reach there. So that's just how important that draft is down the main straight, and especially we can carry that momentum. I don't think Mark Torbitz, speaking of momentum, he's not going to be able to find a whole lot way out wide in the Southern Loop in these dry conditions.
No, getting that toe down the straight is everything for these guys because they're so evenly matched. So, you know, that can carry you all the way through and set you up for a really lovely time in Southern Loop. But this is so close. I'm loving. There's about 5 races going on here.
I tell you what, every time I see this camera angle, I'm always sweating because you can't see how physically close the cars are when they're bearing down. So it's like, are they going to collide into each other? Is someone going to spear someone off? But every time they almost always come out the other side without fail, and it's one of the best corners in, it's one of my favourite corners on this track because it's just so tricky to get that set up right. This is another brilliant corner here in the hay shed, and you can see what sort of racing action it produces. It's almost a straight in how the way that these cars behave. Even though you're at full send, you're steering with your feet basically with the pedals. As Adam Brewer has a look up the inside in the MG corner, it's a very, very popular overtaking spot here. But Chris Lewis-Williams isn't backing down without a fight. He's going to pull them all the way through these last 2 bends. He's actually got a bit of an advantage there. Brewer might be able to get a little bit more momentum if he can pull a bit of a wider arc through this final corner. Mark Bedino will be very, very keen to stay on the back of both of these cars. They might be dragging each other down a little bit with a side draft, and he might be able to capitalise as he makes it 3 wide as they come across the stripe in formation. Let's see how this one turns out when they get down towards turn 1. Mark Bedino's got so much pace, he might be able to sling around the outside. He certainly does on Chris Lewis-Williams, and he does on Adam Brewer as well. Fantastic move from Mark Bedino in the number 44.
I'm so glad you're calling this action, Matt, because I think I would just sit here in dead silence watching these 3 go at it. There's only 4 tenths between the 3 of them.
It's so close. It's so unbelievably close, and these 3 especially have just been putting on a masterclass of driving. It's been such a great show watching these 3 in their intense battles for 3rd, 4th, sometimes 2nd position as well. And the margins, look at the gaps on the screen. 1,000th of a second. 1,000th. 0.1 of a second across the stripe last time by. Nothing in it whatsoever. And don't forget, there's still a ding-dong battle at the front too. We can't forget that there's about a 1/4 of a second between those 2, but it's not going anywhere this time soon on this battle for 3rd position. We've got Mark Bedino on the outside of the hay shed. Brewer on the inside. Lewis-Williams trying to take advantage and cop that draft from him as well. They'll probably go line astern as they corner through here onto Lukey Heights, and they do so. Very wide inside, very wide, like looping back in line from Adam Brewer. Now the setup. What can Lewis-Williams do? Can he find a spot? Nothing doing this time by. They stay line astern.
Literally 1/10 between 3 cars. When do you ever see this? This is exciting racing, and the control that these guys have to keep that narrow margin, and no one has made a mistake. This is precision. This is beautiful.
944 racing at its best. They're so good. Every now and then you get these races where, like in these equally matched cars, and in conditions like this where they just have the comfortability to push the cars to their limit, you get such beautiful action like this. They've been dealing with tricky conditions all day. Mark Bedino swerving right out at the last minute. He's trying to get up the inside of Adam Brewer. He leaves him a little bit of space, but he can't get the move done there. How much momentum are they both going to carry into the southern loop? Little bit sketchy there for Adam Brewer. He's giving it everything. Great defensive drive from the number 3 machine at the front of this pack. Further back, we see Carter Fox also having a look up the inside of Peter Grant in the 84. That number 7 machine we've seen in the past few years was absolutely rapid, winning quite a few races in the hands of John Kennedy. Now it's in the hands of Carter Fox. It's had an engine rebuild. It's still in its sort of shakedown phase. They're still trying to tweak a lot of things to that car, and they're hoping to get that thing back to the front of the field next season when they start running the 2025 campaign of the 944 Challenge. But definitely keep an eye on this Carter Fox bloke, because he's a rapid steerer and he's one of the loveliest blokes in the paddock as well.
Gee, we can't let it go without saying that the battle between the Jamie Westerway and Bella is only 3 tenths. So we've got these tight races everywhere. It's just action-packed, Matt. This is brilliant.
3 tenths feels gigantic in comparison to what we're seeing along the rest of the field with the size of these battles. So there's action everywhere. You look in this 944 race and we've still got 5.5 minutes to go, so don't go anywhere just yet. Josh Brisbane has made his way up into 8th position for the time being, and he's holding off this battle pack behind him, doing a great job so far this weekend. It must be said, the number 56 car was not having a good start of the season, and he's picked his started picking up some points really well, and he's done very well to hold off Carter Fox there. He's run it quite wide though, and that's going to sacrifice a little bit of momentum. So Carter Fox is going to try and find some space around the outside of the number 56 Green Machine. PJ Grant wants to get in on that slipstream action down the back straight as well. This is going to be another example of momentum differences through that final corner, and how these three cars are going to be panning out by the time they cross the stripe and get into turn 1 is anyone's guess. The train has formed now. Josh Brisbane's having a look. He feels racy. He's got the pace. PJ Grant wants in on this too. He's not going to try and make it 3 wide. He thought about it, but Carter Fox is going to be able to pretty successfully defend that pack into turn 1 this time by.
How good do those three cars look racing together? They've got the great Skittles colours, the bright orange, the bright green, the bright red. So good for TV.
It's just they've got such good, bright, vibrant, I guess 90s racing colours.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I do love the fact that this class, I mean, they're almost 40 years old, these cars, if they haven't already turned 40. And so they can do these great tribute liveries, these really cool retro colours. I love it.
They're fantastic looking cars, and that number 71 just going across the front of shot now is a perfect example of that. It's been beautifully presented by Mark Torberts in that Alan Moffat inspired Apple computer livery. So that's a brilliant looking car. This is a brilliant looking battle for the lead as well. Bella has not left the back of Jamie Westerway. The difference is less than a 0.2 of a second. It's academic at this point. You can see how close they are. Jamie Westerway was not letting Cameron Bella go at the start of this race. He's gotten in front of him. Passing is one thing, but staying in front is quite another, especially when you've got a competitor with the sort of the tenacity that Cameron Bella does. He's done this for quite a long time. He knows how to wheel these cars. He knows how to find the momentum down the main straight. He's pulling out 0.087 is the gap at the stripe. Geez, this is going to be a grandstand finish in a few laps' time. They're side by side once again. Emma Dean is physically cringing in the commentary box. She can't bear to watch this. This is brilliant stuff from the 944 guys. They both slot into formation. They go around once again. Not that time by. It wasn't going to work for Cameron Bella, but he's never, ever afraid to give it a red-hot crack. Did I just see a glimpse of the lights being flashed by Cameron Bella? They're trying his best to get in his mirrors, get in his head, distract him as much as he possibly can. He's filling the right-hand side mirror now. Is he going to run it in hot, or can he actually make some gains here? They're side by side. That's a great block pass from Cameron Bella. Slots back in front of the number 28 Jamie Westerway machine.
The mind games work here, Matt. The mind games are all at it. You're so close. There's only 1/1000th in it, and these guys are flashing lights. Not balking, but kind of making the car wide. I'm here, make a mistake, and then you take your opportunity.
Doing every little thing they possibly can to put on as much pressure as possible, but these are two competitors who relish in that pressure. They thrive at the front of these fields in these close battle packs. That's where they make the magic happen, and it's where we get to see great performances like this, and they've got great respect for each other, as all these drivers do. They're fantastic and fair competitors, and as a result, the beauty of it is we, the viewers, like we're just fans up here in the commentary box as well, we get to enjoy some fantastic racing.
Let's see if Jamie can get some wash. He might not be close enough. Not wash, some pull. Oh, Kenny coming down the main straight. Oh, he's probably just in it, but not enough to take advantage and pull out coming into turn 1.
It was about half a second as they crested the exit curve on the way out, and I don't think he was able to make up more space there. So Bella just found the right gap that he needed there. Meanwhile, speaking of a gap, Brewer has left this field behind. He's got 3 seconds on Mark Verdino and Chris Lewis-Williams. So that's now a 2-car battle for 4th position. Chris Lewis-Williams, who was running as high as 3rd earlier in the race, will not be happy with that. He's got so much more pace in that car. He is the championship leader after all. He doesn't need to be losing points like this hand over fist, but we're still getting some great battling out of these two cars here.
Yeah, defending, you can lose a little bit of time defending because you are checking your mirrors that much more, and there's a lot of defending going on here. And is he going to make it? He's going to make his move? Not quite. No, didn't have the jump.
Mark Verdino pushing Chris Lewis-Williams all the way to the outside of turn 4 there on the run in. Great defensive driving from the number 44 machine there. It's just been brilliant racing. I just can't say it enough. I'm just becoming a bit of a broken record. I'm just loving this. This is great fun.
I know, you do end up saying the same thing when the racing is this competitive. It's just so much fun to watch. And as you said, we are fans, so we geek out over it as well.
We certainly do. The clock in the top left corner on the top of your totem pole has just ticked to 0, so the last lap board will be out for the leaders as they cross the stripe next time by. So there's not a whole lot of kilometres left for these guys to make their last-minute moves. Mark Verdino still has Chris Lewis-Williams right on his tail. You can see the different lines they're trying through that exit of MG into the 2 last corners of the track there, because there's so many different lines you can take, so many different ways you can try to find momentum at this point in the race, and there's a lot of different things you can try. So here's another great example. Chris Lewis-Williams is a lot closer this time by than Jamie Westaway was, for instance, so he's going to very much have the draft handy to him. You saw him making a move there as he took to the stripe there, took the proverbial white flag. Meanwhile, Jamie Westaway was making that move at the front of the field, got the move done and has held on to the lead of the race as they exit the southern loop, but there's still a lot of passing opportunities to go. What will Cameron Bella do through Stoner Corner? Not a whole lot of racing has been happening there, but I take it back. Stoner Corner is where he makes the move. None of us saw that coming. Jamie Westaway's fully backed off now. There's like an acre of daylight between the 2 cars, and he's got an issue. What a shame that is for Jamie Westaway. He's pulled out. Something's gone wrong with the car. Look at him. He's beside himself, and you would be. Meanwhile, Mark Verdino has looped it. The pressure got to him as well. I did not see any contact between him and Chris Lewis-Williams. Don't get it bogged, Mark. Get it back out there. You're not going to lose a spot. There's still a long way to go back to Tony Westaway. Jeez, it is all happening.
My jaw is on the floor. What's going on? This is the last lap.
This is incredible stuff. That last lap board, what is it bringing out of these drivers? They flick a switch and it's like, all right, now they thought this was a show. Let's show them an absolute show. Cameron Bella has no one to impede him at the front now. Very unfortunate finish to that race for Jamie Westaway. He had a very glimmering hope that he'd still have a bit of a championship tilt on here, and he had the fastest lap of the race too, a 1:48.87, but that will be all for naught with that mechanical failure. So unfortunate, but Cameron Bella in the number 55, lights ablaze, takes the checkered flag to win race 3 here at Phillip Island. He will take the round as a result as well. What a fantastic performance in the number 55. We've seen them year after year after year, but the battles continue to rage all the way up and down the field. PJ Grant doing his best to hold off Joshua Brisbane in the number 56 behind him. The red and the green cars ran in the last couple of corners as the rest of the field filters across the line in front of them. The checkered flag beckons for these two. I don't think Joshua Brisbane is going to be close enough to be able to make a run down the straight here. He'll try his darnest. He'll be pushing that pedal through the firewall, but that is 8th place behind PJ Grant there. So non-finisher Jamie Westaway. We're still waiting for a couple more cars to filter through. That was a fantastic weekend, capped off with a brilliant race 3.
My goodness, every single place was well battled for and well earned in that race.
It certainly was. We've got one more Hyundai XL race to come later today, but before that, we've got a very special piece here as a thank you to the long-serving Michael Holloway.
Here we are in the quiet of race control, so I'm going to have to speak quietly, and I can't do that. But I've been joined by a gentleman here, 50 years in Victorian motorsport, a father of this series that we all know and love, the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with the Victorian State Race Series. Michael, 50 years in the game. What's been the good bits?
I think I feel faint. Yeah, look, it's been great. Ron Parks was the state manager back in '75, and it was his idea to start the state race series. It was, in those days, it was called the CAMS State Race Series, and the Morris State 50 Club, as we were then, we're now called the Mini Club. We were involved in it then, and we just kept going. Highlight of the series? Every race meet is a highlight, you know.
Passion for the game, hey? Keep going over 50 years?
Too stupid to do something else. Yeah, look, it is. It's a bit of a passion, and the motorsport community's like a big family, you know, and you get involved in it, and it just goes from one thing to another, and you just keep at it. It's, you know, we've had an enormous amount of enjoyment out of it over the years. So when I started, I was young and good looking and handsome, and all I got left's a handsome.
Well, that's me too. I started off young and handsome. I just managed to continue on that way, and I haven't worn a hat as rigorously as you have. But Michael, from everyone, I'm not just going to say in Victoria, in Australia, any of the young race drivers, young officials that have come through underneath your tutorage have learnt something and gone on with it with a good head on their shoulders if they've done anything with you.
Look, it's been an absolute pleasure. We've met so many people, not just here in Victoria, but around the world with motorsport. It's taken us to some fabulous events like the Goodwood Revival and the 6 Hour at Spa, the Grand Prix at Spa, the historic Grand Prix at Zandvoort, Laguna Seca, the Rolex reunion, and we've had a wonderful time, but it's now time for us to hand it over to the younger people. And I've got to say, I've had two terrific assistants today, Scott Long and Christian Jackson, who are going to take over. Sarah and our daughter Hannah, of course, has done a couple of runs as secretary events this year. So we've tried to put in place people to take over from us. And, you know, as much as I'd like to go on, it's time. Janice is not well and we need to look after our health because we're getting on. And we just want to go and have a bit of fun ourselves.
And there's some caravans you've got to tow up and down the countryside, isn't there, as well?
Yeah, one in particular is mine.
That's it. Stop towing customers' ones and get yours out. Michael, from everyone, thank you so much for your contribution to the sport.
It's been an absolute pleasure. So thank you for that, but it's not needed. We've already got all the thanks and pleasure out of it. So it's been a great time. Terrific ride. Like I said, we've made friends, not just here in Victoria, all over Australia, all over the world. Had a great time.
Let's get back on with the racing here at the Trico Windscreen Wipers, round 5 of the Victorian State Race Series. It goes on.
Michael Holloway leaving two very big shoes and one very big hat to fill as he departs the Victorian State Race Series. And we cannot thank him enough for all of his service here. It's been a joy to work alongside him, and we wish him all the best for all of his future endeavours. We've just got a little bit of time to kill here before the final race of this weekend. 20 minutes of Hyundai XL action coming up soon while we recover a couple of cars that didn't make it back around. I'm just taking a look. It's actually Mark Torbitz who finished the last race but wasn't able to get back into the garage under his own steam. But he won't be too far away, and we won't be too far away from a race start in the Hyundai XLs. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me for one last time this weekend is Tom Reed. Tom, how have you found your first Vic State Race Series weekend in the commentary box?
Hey, Matt. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. I did my first commentary with Darren at the Winton Festival of Speed in August, and I found that I adapted pretty quickly and enjoyed the challenge of commentating. And so far this weekend, I've had a great time. The racing on track has been incredible between both the Formula Ford Series and the Hyundai XLs, and yeah, hopefully we get another cracking race this afternoon.
I'm sure we will. If the races 1 and 2 of these XLs have been anything to go by, you will not want to miss race 3 at all. I'm just having a bit of a wander around the paddock to catch up on some of that action that we were seeing last time out, because if you were tuned in with us for race 2, you would have seen that incident across the top of the hill at Lukey Heights. We couldn't make any sense of it as it was happening to see what was going on. But from what we could tell, having a chat to the drivers down there, obviously that number 29 machine of Jalen Robotham having caught fire underneath when the oil filter disconnected in that impact, that won't be taken to the track again. Hugo Simpson in the 117, on the other hand, will be taken to the track, as will this massive gaggle of Hyundai XLs that we see rolling down the Trico windshield wipers pit lane. Tom, who have we got on the grid?
So from pole position, we got the Tasmanian, Ollie Wickham. Alongside him will be Ashton Kadich in the number 13, Tyler Hodge and Emily Jones on row number 2. Jack Johnson in the 129 of position number 5. I've circled Harry Strick's name because I didn't see him roll out of the pit lane onto the track just then. I've just seen the 117 of Hugo Simpson go past. Then we move back to row 4, Ethan Wilson and Rio Campbell. Then row 5, the number 11 of Jack Carpenter and Boyd Simpson in the number 80. Row 6 will be the 181 of Brendan Sala and Lee Seelemeyer in the 327. Then we move back to row 7, Fletcher Simpson in the 27, Carly Fleming from Victoria in the 142. Row 8, Keenan Jones, Jacob Wingett in the 200, James Serra off 17, Lachlan Harvey off 18, and your final 2 rows will be Hugo Simpson in the 117, Jalen Robotham as a question mark, not sure if you saw him roll out of the pits or not, and Cisco Morales and Travis Mitchie off the back. So those last 4 with the potential question mark if they are out there, but we did see Hugo Simpson.
That number 29 car of Jalen Robotham is unfortunately very firmly strapped to the trailer. It will not be taking further part in this weekend. After that fire underneath the car, had oil scattered all over the sides of it because Jalen, he had no idea the thing was on fire. As we would have seen, he kept rolling it around to the pit lane. He would have assumed he just had a bit of a tire rub. You never really expect the oil cooler to disconnect when you have an impact like that and start a fire. So hopefully there's not too much damage for that one and they can turn that car around in 3 weeks' time. There's going to be quite a bit of work to get it sorted. Hugo Simpson, we were a bit worried about that car, whether it would make it back out again because there looks to be a bit of suspension damage on the back, but it's all straight. It will be a rear of grid start for the 117, so it'll be great to follow that bright green car to see how well he proceeds, as well as the number 87 of Cisco Morales starting behind him right at the back of the grid. The 2 fastest guys who came back into the pits under their own steam earlier this morning now find themselves stone motherless last at the back of this grid.
Yeah, Hugo DNF that race, but I'm not sure. Cisco must have got a penalty out of that and dropped him to a rear grid penalty, maybe instead of a points penalty, but hopefully those two, it'll be exciting watching them from the back claw their way through this 20-minute session, which has already elapsed, and we are 15 minutes remaining. So these guys will be looking to have a safety car free event to get as many racing laps as possible.
They certainly will. The clock always starts as soon as the cars roll out of the pit lane, so that encourages the drivers not to hold up proceedings too much when they're circulating on the warm-up lap, and it means we can get proceedings underway without too much more delay, as we see this massive field of Hyundai XLs filter down. You spoke of those exciting drivers at the back of the field. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ollie Wickham can do in this 199. He has been lightning fast out of the box all weekend, has been just off the front of the field, but he's got no one in front of him for the time being. He will have a clean run down to turn 1 on pole position. The question is going to be, how good of a launch is he going to be able to get in that Marcus Ambrose Motorsport machine? He's got Ashton Kadich next to him in the 13, who's also been having a sensational weekend as well. We see that the number 6 spot, and that is Harry Strick, who you correctly identified as not rolling out of the pits. So position number 6 is vacant. That gives the 333 of Rio Campbell a clear spot in front of him to launch into as the green flag waves at the back. The 5-second board is up. The red lights are on. The revs are rising. The tension is building. The clutches are dropping. We're underway here at Phillip Island for the final time in round 5 of the Vic State Race Series. Everyone gets away pretty cleanly all the way up and down the field as they make a mad rush down to turn 1 for the first time here in this final race. Side by side between Ollie Wickham and Ashton Kadich. Kadich has a little bit more of an advantage, but Wickham has the line. He's going to hold position on paper, but side by side with the line into turn 2 is going to give Ashton Kadich advantage into the next stages of this race. Look at Tice Hodge there in the 185 car right behind them. He's very, very keen to pick up the pieces and make his way to the front. He had a bit of a penalty on his head after race 1, started very, very far back in race 2 as a result, and it's been a great recovery drive so far, and now he finds himself not only challenging for the win, he's almost going to try and go for it around the outside, and he actually gets a pass done there. He's going to be side by side with that machine there, as we see a bit of biffo further back there. Hugo Simpson copping a little bit of a whack there. No harm, no foul. They all press on. A few drivers hitting the curbs on the exit there too. Number 13, Ashton Kadich leads the way. Tice Hodge has indeed made his way up to second place. He has the number 199 of Ollie Wickham right behind him. And look at Emily Jones swarming all over the back of them.
Here comes Emery up the back. She's going to have a look, across Lukey Heights, but it's the 186 of Tice Hodge up the inside of Ollie Wickham, the Tasmanian, in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport XL, who solidifies his spot into P2. And it was a clean start from the commentary box, watching the whole field take off down to turn 1 in the rows of 2. A big lock up there from Sarah, who gets overtaken by a hard-charging Cisco Morales, who's climbed a number of positions. He's passed the 994 of James Sarah there, and he's going to try and claw his way up past and get past as many cars as he can.
Geez, he's blasted through a bunch of cars. He's almost in the middle of the grid now as he comes around. We'll check to see how many spots he's made up there as they cross the stripe for the first time in anger here. Bit of side-by-side action, bit of drag racing here as we see Hugo Simpson getting stuck into it as well. Simpson finds himself currently in 9th place with Cisco Morales in 10th. So they've both leapfrogged half of the field in one lap.
Change for a lead. Tice Hodge went round the outside of everyone down into turn 1 and has left the
199.
Ollie Wickham, in second position there.
There's so many cars out here on track. There's so many cars that look quite similar as well. I get pretty crossed up as well, especially when we've got all 3 of the black cars running line astern here. This is going to be a challenge for the eyes for us in the commentary box, determining who's who. They're all rapid drivers, and they're all chasing that coveted first position, which is currently being held by Tice Hodge. Meanwhile, back here, Hugo Simpson, where has he come from? He's all over the back of the number 53 of Ethan Wilson right now, having a fantastic ding-dong battle. Right behind them is Jack Johnson. He's trying to make his way up through here as well. Brad Johnson is floating around in the pit paddock, keeping a very, very close eye on that 129 machine as well. It's great to see him floating around here in the Vic State Race Series paddock, and they're forming a bit of a train now. The slipstream is going to be crucial for these XLs.
Yeah, so Hugo's going to have to get on with this, get the guys behind him to press forward and eyes forward to catch this front leading pack of about, it's 5 or 6 cars of Kadich to Emily Jones, and goes around the outside with a potential move from the 53 there of Wilson. Wilson can't get it done, so Hugo's going to have to try and get his head down to bolt and catch the leading group, but they are a long way away from him.
Great commitment there from the number 117 of Hugo Simpson around the outside at Lukey Heights there. He has acres of daylight in front of him, and he's going to be putting the foot through the firewall, trying to catch up to that leading pack here at Phillip Island. Just under 10 minutes left to go in this race, and with the ever-looming possibility of safety cars, you've got to make your moves count as soon as you possibly can, but he's got to be careful not to lose that position to the number 53 of Ethan Wilson, because he has pace as well, trying to look around the outside. I think Hugo's going to be able to hold him off here, but these guys have been running side by side through turn 1 all weekend, and you can see a great example of it right here. 129, that is Jack Johnson going around the outside there of the number 11 of Jack Carpenter as well, with the 994 of James Serra holding them both back as well.
9 minutes to go in the last race of the afternoon, the last race of round 5 of the VSRS from Trico Windshield Wipers, and we take a look here at that battle with James Serra, who's holding off the 129 and the 11 beautifully. Parks it up on the left side, or the far left side of driver's left, down into Honda, and Ash Johnson will try and capitalise on this little scrap that's going on. But at the lead we have Tice Hodge up at the control line by 0.081 over Ollie Wickham, and they were bumping each other down the straight, trying to create a gap and trying to run away from this lot. But we take this battle of Ollie Wickham, who's on the inside of the 333, up to Lukey Heights. He's going to try and hang around the outside, but that move's already done by the time they get over the top.
What a swarm this is in the battle for second position here. Tice Hodge is going to be very, very keen to see this in his rearview mirror, making a run for it while these drivers are all slowing each other down. That is Rio Campbell in the number 333, who's currently holding second position ahead of Ollie Wickham and Ashton Kadich in the 13 behind him. Emily Jones has a great vantage point for this battle here. She's going to be keeping a very keen eye. Maybe she's taking a bit of a Bradbury strategy here, just sitting back, waiting to see if something happens and capitalising. How she may even be able to get some good momentum down the straight here. They all duck and weave in formation. Tice Hodge goes right, the rest of the field goes right as well. They want every single little bit of square inch of slipstream they can possibly get. Is anyone going to try and have a look this time by into turn 1? Not at this stage. They're just a little bit too fanned out this time around. They keep it line astern, but this battle is far from over.
So that was a very graphic example of the slipstream in Hyundai Excels. Hodge had a half a second gap at the timing line, and they've closed right up to the back of him. That's nothing now. These guys can go and set up a move on him, especially the triple three there of Rio Campbell, who's done an amazing job from position number 8 on the grid. He had that clear slot in front of him, so he could put his eyes forward and go straight away at the start.
They've all been fanning out a little bit in this run to turn 4, trying to find a bit of real estate, but everyone's playing it just a bit safe right now. No need for Tice Hodge to go too brave or too defensive there. He keeps it nice and line astern. Meanwhile, Jack Johnson behind is going for a move on the number 53 of Ethan Wilson. Gets the job done almost. It's hard to say. He's going to have to move him a little bit wider there, but Ethan Wilson is still staying there. He's got the move done. He's been able to find a bit more pace, and he gets back up the inside. Jack Johnson's actually might be in the running to lose 2 spots in one corner here. Wee, a bit of a rear wheel in the dirt there for the number 53, but keeps the foot in it, plants the car, gets it pointed straight ahead, and off you go.
Yeah, exactly right. Fortunate to get away with that, but not too big of a moment. As the top 5 cresting Lukey Heights are right together. We still hold this battle of the 11 and the 129 with line astern across Lukey Heights down into MG. Will the 129 set up a move down the inside? Can't quite get it done, but it'll look to get a run here onto the front straight and hopefully some stream past.
There's a bit of rubbish on the road just on the run into the MG corner there on the exit of Lukey from previous cars going off in the race and dumping a bit of gravel, so that's slightly somewhat nullified the ability to pass at MG. You can still definitely make a move, and speaking of making a move, have a look at the margin at the front. That time by on the stripe, just under 100th of a second. Rio Campbell has gotten the slipstream working to his advantage and pulls around the outside of Tice Hodge. I think Ollie Wickham's going to try and take advantage of that change in momentum as well. He's all over the back of Tice Hodge. Is he going to try and make a move into the southern loop? Not this time around. Hodge is able to pull it back in line, but that's a great move from Rio Campbell.
Yeah, I wonder if Ollie Wickham was in the back of Rio Campbell down the front straight there and trying to get him in front of Tice Hodge. So this top 5 closed right up again. And Emily Jones is just sitting there watching patiently, waiting for something to happen. Right down the white line is the white car of Tice Hodge, and there's a lock up in the background. You can hear it. These guys right on the edge of the braking threshold. Ollie Wickham will take P2. Leaves a 333 of Rio Campbell to squabble 13 there.
They're pairing off almost as they go into Siberia side by side. They all pull back into line. Tice Hodge finds his way back into the lead of this race. Great racing there. You saw just how soon, once they got through the apex of Stoner, that they were fanning out. Tice Hodge was making his intentions clear. He's like, right, I'm going to make this move happen whether you like it or not. Got in front, and they are all over him once again. You just can't get a break. You just can't get away. It's impossible for any of this lead group to find a gap as they crest the hill here into Lukey Heights. It's going to have to be a little bit of a defensive move here. Hodge parks that car right in the middle of the road, tries to make that white machine as wide as he possibly can. Does great work there in defending that one. I reckon a lot of these drivers behind him are just going to be taking a bit of a time just planning out potential maneuvers, because it's not just about getting the pass done. With the power of the slipstream, it's also about being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, you're right, Matt, and that's exactly right. You got to be in the right place at the right time to capitalise on any mistakes ahead of you. But we head across the line with 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining. This top 5 still separated by absolutely nothing. The 117 of Hugo Simpson is slowly starting to close up on the back of this battle, but Tice Hodge led across the line to complete lap. They're on lap 3 or 4 at the moment on our timing screen. Sorry, lap 5. And around the outside there was Emily Jones, who got the move done on the number, the 333?
The 333 of Rio Campbell. So Emily Jones has decided now's the time to make a move. She slots into the middle of this battle pack, finds herself up in 4th position now. Is she going to have much of a chance to be able to catch the cars in front? She's already all over the back of that machine right in front of her, which is the number 13 of Ashton Kaddish. Meanwhile, at the front, Look at Ollie Wickham trying to swerve all over the back of Tice Hodge. Wow, look at the number 333 of Rio Campbell. Both feet on the brakes there. Just pulled it up in time. Almost left a bit of Morse code on the rear bumper of the machine in front of him. Gets it stopped and gets through the corner there. Meanwhile, behind them, you see that green machine? It's none other than Hugo Simpson. He's rapidly tracking his battle pack down.
He's doing his best to close up with 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining. Let's see if he can close back up onto this group of the leaders. Emily Jones built up enough confidence on that lap to get past the 333, but then got immediately dive bomb at turn number 4.
But she's hungry now.
That position again.
She's all over the back. She does not want to relinquish that place and let it go anytime soon. As they crest the hill, Hodge has to go defensive once again. No way to get by for the number 199 of Ollie Wickham this time around. The Tasmanian here having a great weekend at Phillip Island for his first outing in this car, doing that Marcus Ambrose Motorsport logo. Very, very proud on the bonnet of that car. Now, they fan out a little bit. There's a couple of gaps as they come through this final corner of this lap. Still 2 minutes to go, so we've still got a few laps up our sleeve yet. Plenty that's still going to happen. Now, bit of a side-by-side here. Emily Jones pulling onto the right, the left-hand side, I should say, of the 333 of Rio Campbell. She's going to have a bit more momentum as they run down into turn 1. Is she going to be able to pull ahead, or will Rio Campbell be able to hold that position? Hodge holds on to the lead. Rio Campbell holds on to 4th behind them. But Emily Jones is sticking around the outside, having some great momentum. She does take to the curb a little bit, but makes use of all that runoff area. Slides it sideways, catches it, doesn't lose a whole lot of time. There's a pass that goes begging, but I've got to say, Rio Campbell made it very, very hard for her, and she's done well to keep this close to the back of that car.
Yeah, beautiful car control from Emily there. I wonder if she's learnt that in her multiple years of sim racing over the years. And then we see the 333 on driver's right, trying to park it down the inside so Emily can't get a move done. And this, look at the green car in the background. The 117 and the 87 have closed up to this battle. So it's now a 7-car battle for the lead.
It's
with car 87, Cisco Morales.
Cisco Morales.
Sitting a 1:58.3 is the quickest lap of the race.
You cannot count Morales or Simpson out of this battle at all, especially when these front runners are taking so much time out of each other, just chopping and changing and attacking and defending. They haven't touched a clean racing line in hours, it basically seems like. So that's allowed Hugo Simpson and Cisco Morales with all that clean air to catch up to the back. Hugo Simpson wants to have a go right away. He was trying his darndest to try and make a move happen across the top of the hill. Has to tuck in behind here, but Emily Jones knows that he's there. Hugo Simpson, now he goes for it. There's a little bit of a bump there. No harm, no foul. Fair bump, play on. Hugo Simpson's around the outside. He's going to have to go through that oil down. There's not a whole lot of it left, but it's still not going to be great for traction. He's trying his best to hold on to that momentum there. He's almost going to be thinking about getting the slipstream off the 333 car in front of him. Never mind the side-by-side battle he's still having with the number 6 car.
Absolutely, play on, fair game. Last lap board shown. This time by, we are starting the last lap. Will Olivia Wickham make a move on the race leader, Tice Hodge? He's got to show his hand this time by. This is it. This is his last chance to do it this lap. He's got a few more opportunities coming up. The best one probably at turn number 4 or at the bottom of MG.
Tice Hodge forced him to go wide into turn 1, and he had to stay behind there in the 2nd position. But this battle is just heating up. It's almost like a tandem collaborative effort between the 117 and the 87 here as they both make their way all the way through this field. They've breezed past the number 6 and the number 333 at this point, and they now sit 4th and 5th respectively. The podium battle is just up ahead. Ashton Kadich is sitting just behind Ollie Wickham and Tice Hodge there. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get much closer to this battle, or is it going to become a 4-car scrap for 4th position, while the podium sitters duke it out on their own further up the road.
Just for note, the front two did exactly pretty much identical times on that last lap. Kadich 2/10 quicker than them. And the fastest lap on that lap was Cisco Morales with 57.9. He is way quicker than the rest of the drivers up ahead.
He is absolutely braining them. A whole second faster, or more than a second, 1.2 seconds faster than Tice Hodge the last time around. A whole second faster than the next fastest lap from Tice Hodge of this race. He is rapid. As we see now, that's the number 200 of some lap traffic there. They use it as a pick. They just make their way past, but I think the number 199 of Oliver Wickham wants to take advantage. He's trying to get a bumper up the outside. He can't get it done. Has to slot back behind. Now, One corner left to go in the weekend's action. The checkered flag beckons for these drivers as they come around the corner. It is so close. You can throw a blanket over them. All bets are off. We've got no idea who's going to cross the line first. We can see Ashton Kaddish trying to make a move. Look at Tyce Hodge. He moves to the inside. He's doing his best to defend, and it pays off. Tyce Hodge from Wickham, from Kaddish, and behind them it's Morales, who just pips Hugo Simpson for 4th and 5th. And then Emily Jones crosses the line just behind Rio Campbell in 6th and 7th positions. Fantastic racing all the way to the end, and it's all the way up and down the field as well. And we're not even done yet. This is a pack of cars that's coming around here as we try to see. We've got the number 380, the 142 of Carly Fleming, and that's the number 27 of, I believe that's Simpson as well there. That is Fletcher Simpson indeed in that car, around the outside of Carly Fleming here as they try to catch up to the back of Keenan Jones once again. So goodness knows how much scrapping these guys have been doing while we've been having our eyes glued to the front battles here in this Hyundai XL race. And that's what makes this series so great, isn't it?
Yeah, they must have been having a lot of fun battling together, these three drivers. But to take the checkered flag first out of this group will be the number 380, then Carly Fleming, then Simpson in the 27.
So that was the battle for 15th position, which just goes to show you that it's not over until it's over here. But unfortunately, for the Vic State Race Series Round 5, we are done and dusted for the weekend. Thank you so much, Tom Reed, for joining me in the box for the action here this weekend. The next time we'll be out on track will be Calder Park. And Darren Smith, what a fantastic show we've had of racing here.
I reckon we've turned it on through 2024 so lively, and it's been fantastic this weekend to see young Tom Reed, you've just called that race with, jump in and show a red-hot heels of talent to some of us older guys that have been doing it, as you have been doing over the last couple of years as well, Matt. There's the results for the final Hyundai race.
Tyce Hodge confirmed as the race winner, but not by much. 0.149 over Ollie Wickham with a fantastic weekend capped off. Ashton Kaddish, Cisco Morales and Hugo Simpson. Fantastic recovery drive from those guys in 4th and 5th, with Emily Jones, Rio Campbell, James Serra, Ethan Wilson and Jack Carpenter rounding out your top 10 here at the last of today's racing action. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been great having on board here watching the Blendline TV stream, and we cannot thank Trico Windshield Wipers, 888 Home Loans, all of our partners and sponsors, all the officials, the fireys, the medics, the flaggies, everyone who comes together to make this possible, the competitors and you watching it. We can't thank you all enough because we can't go racing without you.
It's a lot of people with a lot of passion for motorsport, and we thank everyone for joining us here, the competitors that travel from interstate, the officials that stand out there in the rain hail of shine. This weekend they've been threatened with hypothermia and sunburn.
I think that's just a regular weekend at Phillip Island, isn't it?
It's just another day at the races, really, isn't it? But they do such a tremendous job. An acknowledgement also to Michael Holloway with his 50 years involved. He has been at the top of the game for a very long time, and he's not going to be lost to the sport, but certainly just waving hooroo to this particular event, which he holds so dear to his heart. And all of our commentary team done such a tremendous job right throughout the weekend. Dan McCarthy, Callum Brannigan, yourself, Matt, Emma Dean, Tom Reed, and all of us will be at Calder on the 25th and 27th of October. Thank goodness to Trico Windshield Wipers. Hey, they've done a tremendous job, and a big shout out to 888 Home Loans. We'll see you all at Calder. Thanks for joining us here this weekend.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... Alright. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact for safe, clear driving visibility, even in the harshest weather metaphors.